Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
everybody. We will start whenever somebody joins. Don't worry, there will be something said eventually by more than just me. Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Welcome again to another episode of Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence that we are apparently sharing together, and what exactly it is we should be doing whilst we are here, apparently sharing this strange existence together. Um, so today's Sunday in my part of the world. It may be Monday if you're somewhere else, but how and ever, we'll call it Sunday for the show at least. And this is the Sunday service. We're just sharing in real time our perspectives on what might be going on and what is important. Gnosis-Seeking, using the hive mind, the worldwide connectivity of all of us online. Now, I should have prepared a topic, um, but I didn't. So we're going to have to go with whatever comes up in conversation and see where it takes us on a magical journey of gnosis seeking. If you want to join the conversation, the link is available underneath the video. In the video description, you can find it. It's always there. I will also share it in the live chat for those of you who want to come on and join us as we search for Gnosis. Untrackable, brother, welcome to the show. Good to have you here. Welcome. What is it you would like to say to those listening now and those who may listen in the future?
Yeah, the struggle never ends, and lead with love. Never stop asking questions, being curious, but it doesn't make it easier. Even once you find the answers that you seek, um, there there will still be more to come.
That's very deep. So even if you find what you were looking for, there will still be more waves coming and crashing into you. The struggle never ceases. It is a turbulent time, this here life. Um, and what does that mean to you? The fact that it keeps on hitting you, wave after wave, untrackable. What does it mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Um, you solve this problem. It doesn't mean that it doesn't create another. And every win, it feels good, but that is not the end of it. There will be more. The the only is a quote. Only the dead have seen the end of war. So you know, I'm not saying life is a war, but if you think your effort will stop, if you think that you have won something and your effort will stop, it's like no, effort around every corner will come in different measures, nonstop. As long as you are alive, um, there, there will be questions and there will be effort. Ask a question, get effort. Ask a question, get effort. Ask a question, get effort. And it will continue on until you no longer exist. Thank you.
And how does that make you feel?
Well, I think that feelings, hmm, yes, we have them. Uh, maybe they would, maybe the feelings shape our decisions. Um, but that's about how you tackle the question. It's like your perspective on approach. You understand?
I think I get what you're saying, but are you saying that feelings are perhaps something that are not important ultimately? They are perhaps leaders, but also deceivers. They are perhaps something that is secondary to the meaning you attribute to all of this.
Well, it, it like I said, it's tough. Um, who taught you, or what did you learn? Um, feelings. Yeah, it hurts to fall down and scrape your knee. Um, but did your body tell you, "Hey, let's not do that again," or was it, "Hey, somebody picked me up and now I can I'm allowed to fail again because there will always be somebody to pick me up, of course, right?" Uh, the feeling of security, the the feeling of pain, they they're very different. Do I want to prevent you from ever having pain, or am I there to be like, yeah, hey, kid, this is what pain is, and I'm gonna clean up your wound. I'm gonna show you how to clean a wound, and but there will be more pain along the way.
The teacher,
There will be more pain until there is no more pain.
so you will continuously be taught more things because of pain until you are no longer in pain. And by that, do you mean you will die?
Yeah, more or less, because are, are you gonna bank on the person that teaches you how to, take care of yourself? Or are you going to bank on the person that will prevent you from ever feeling pain in the first place? It was like, I have seen so much pain. You will never feel pain. But that means you don't even get a chance to try. They stop you. They'd be like, hey, don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other. Rather than like, hey, I did it. But when you do try and you do fail, it's like, yeah, there's blood coming out of your body. This is how you clean it up. But you tried. Try the system. Try your body. Try other people's bodies. Um, mm,
So the honor is in trying, no matter the outcome.
quite possibly. Because if somebody says, "Hey, no, don't do that," and you say, "Yeah, I'm not going to do that," why are you felt it within you? You had feelings. You had feelings. Oh my God! Why can't I cross this border? Why can't I, you know, climb this tree? Why can't it's like somebody said no? Like, I'm not gonna do it. But then when they say sit down and shut up, those are the same people. And then when they say, hey, you're going to do X, Y, and Z, those are the same people. Like, well, I've never fallen out of a tree before. I never rode a skateboard before. All the things that they said, no, don't do that. All of a sudden, when they say no, but you kind of gotta jump every once in a while. You gotta say, I see, and I'm willing to deal with the consequences. Win, lose, or draw. This is my life, and I don't need you to catch me.
That's quite nice, actually. You don't need others to catch you. You're taking accountability, responsibility for what may be. You'll go through whatever happens because that is your will. That is what you want to do.
Yeah.
You want the freedom to receive whatever the outcome is of your actions, come what may.
Well, hey, there's a big argument that is a global argument, and that is how does one defend themselves? And say, it's a big argument in a lot of first world countries. Is like, hey, you can't have a gun. You're not allowed to own a firearm.
Hello to Zatoshi. Good to see you, brother. I hope you can come on. And Yvonne, good to see you. He says, Zup, DNW, doing okay? Yes, brother. Good to see you. Do come on. Yvonne says, that's a Mac Hammer song. MC Hammer, sorry. Can't touch this. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I remember that one. A classic. Christine, son, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. We're simply shooting the breeze and seeing where it goes. Untrackable has been going deep, diving deep for us into perhaps even uncharted waters. This man is not afraid.
Okay.
He is in many ways a pioneer. He goes onwards, knowing that he inevitably will face more pain, but the pain is his. It's the outcome of his chosen path, his the roads he wanted to walk. And he doesn't want others to take it away from him. Am I right, Untrackable? Am I misquoting you? Am I misparaphrasing you? Am I getting the wrong end of the stick? Untrackable, you are the captain of your ship. You don't want people to stop you sailing off towards the horizon. You want to explore.
Well, that's something that if you want to talk about words and how we live our lives, our ship is safe at harbor, yet that's not what ships were built for.
Amen to that. So you know the ship is going to sink one day. You know it's going to hit rocks. You know there's danger out there, but you're along for the journey. The journey is what matters. Is it untrackable? There's danger ahead, but that doesn't matter to you. What matters is facing it, moving towards it, trying your best to defeat it, knowing one day you will lose. We will all lose one day, but the honor, the life worth living is in trying to defeat it,
It-
trying to face
you,
it.
you will also never trip if you never take a step. Handling problems only come when problems arise. You understand?
Thank you for that, Untrackable. Christine's son, our friend in Australia, welcome to Finding Gnosis. Great to have you here. Christine's son, what do you have to say to the hive mind? What would you like to reverberate around in the
What's the top?
skulls of others?
The skulls.
Gnosis-Seeking. Gnosis-Seeking. We are trying to find Gnosis. Now, tell us what you feel others should know what is important in this very moment. Meditate on it. It could be anything. It could be a small fragment of a piece of a puzzle, but it may matter.
Um, I don't know what other people should know. We're probably here for infinity, so may as well enjoy the little things in life, and yeah, just enjoy the ride. I guess not much else we can do. Just try and find what makes you happy and stick with that, and don't self-sabotage. Don't like hurt yourself. Just yeah, try to do what makes you happy. I guess that's all you can do. I mean, what else is there?
I hear that. I mean that
I mean, we should,
perhaps that is the same response to this conundrum that we face in existence. What the hell is going on? We don't know what is going on. Perhaps the
no, but
answer
I
is
think
just to do what makes oneself happy. But what do you take into consideration when doing that, Christine? I mean, do you take into consideration whether what you're doing makes others happy?
yeah. I mean, I think trying to make others happy will also, in turn, make you happy as well. Of course, like it's always a good feeling to help other people. But yeah, because the thing is, you can search and search and search, and I've done it as well. You go down all these rabbit holes and get caught up in the madness of what is reality, what's going on. Are there aliens? Are there entities? Are there elves? Are there this? Are there that? But in the end, at the end of the day, it kind of just ends up making you go insane, really, because you're just, uh, you're getting put on a goose chase into the void, as I say, just like going around in circles, and you're not really getting any definite answers. You just kind of continuously, and people for decades, or more than decades, I mean, since the beginning of humanity, I think we've been trying to figure out what's going on, what spirituality kind of, path we should be going down personally. Everyone has their own spiritual journey, I guess, but, yeah, just we're still all out here trying to figure it out, and I think it's it's a good thing to, when you have an experience, to share it with other people and to get their opinions on what has happened. That's what a lot of people are doing. But yeah, for me personally, I get caught down all these rabbit holes, and sometimes it just kind of makes you feel like you're losing your mind, and it's sometimes not as good. You got to chill out. I think it's about balance. Go outside, go out into nature, and try and live as normally as possible sometimes, because it really does help. Like all those people out there who don't think much and they just kind of living like robots, they seem to be happier.
There
Yeah,
you go.
so
Thanks for that, Christine. Kenny says happiness should never be a goal, though. The goal should be finding meaning and taking responsibility. I think that aligns strongly with what Untrackable was saying earlier. He doesn't really seem to care about happiness. He just cares about moving onwards, facing the pain, moving through the pain, knowing that you may fail, the pain may eat you up, end you. In fact, it will definitely end you one day. But you keep moving anyway. You keep trying to find out what's going on, what we should be doing, and how we can alleviate pain here and there, how we can face it, how go out trying to win, trying to battle against evil, trying to battle against pain, knowing that you may lose, knowing that it's a mega task and it may be insurmountable, but the honor is in facing that and doing that. But untrackable, Christine says, maybe do what makes you happy. Maybe don't think so deeply about matters. Am I right, Christine? Am I getting that wrong? Do you think untrackable is maybe going too deep into matters, or is he onto something?
Well, I like thinking deeply, but if you want to feel sane and like stable, then sometimes it's best not to. I mean, the truth is a good thing. I want to know the truth as well, and I just think it's about balance. I think that if you're constantly living in a state of like what is going on, and then you're kind of looking at all this stuff that sounds really crazy, then maybe it's not so good for you to kind of get caught up in that type of trajectory. And maybe going for a coffee, going to a cafe, talking to some people, having smiling, having a laugh, having a drink, you know, just something basic, you know, going to the park, hanging out in nature, you know, spending time with animals. Maybe that's, you know, also good.
Maybe. What I'm getting, guys, is I think you're both kind of right. You know, I think Christina's right in that we should do things that make us happy. But I also think Untrackable is right in that we should also face pain, move forwards, trying to defeat the pain, trying to overcome it, knowing that the same response is to know one day, yes, we will die. Remember, you will die. You are not God. You, the pain will get you in the end. But realizing that is the inevitable outcome of this existence, one must also try to be happy within it. And maybe part of being happy is like living an honorable life, trying to, like Kenny says, happiness is important, but I would say doing what Kenny says here is in actual fact a way to be happy, as in the goal to should be finding meaning and taking responsibility. That may be the path to happiness, contentment, because happiness is fleeting, but it may be that sometimes one finding meaning and taking responsibility leads to contentment, leads to smiles on one's face because you're doing something worthwhile. You're facing the demons. You're staring down the horror of existence uh, as a small fragment of being. And I mean, some will say that's absurd, but it's kind of magical in a way that you, small little you, can stare down everything, look at look at it, and say, "I'm going to step forwards anyway. I'm going to try and defeat you. I'm going to try and make the most of it, despite what you're throwing at me, despite what you do to every biological being out there in this world, the aging, the decay, you know, the hunger, the sorrow, the pain, the torment. Despite all that, I'm going to try and defeat you. I'm going to try and do my piece to take away some of your power, at least for now." What do you think of that, Untrackable?
Yes. The the pressure on one's body, the degradation of your bones as you use your body to accomplish goals. The small goals. It creates pain. And be like, okay, I accomplished that. I'm gonna what what more do you want from me? And I will move on. And uh, the words, the harshness that come against, like, okay, I will take that, and I will move on. Uh, I will absorb and adjust, move on, and keep moving forward. Um, this this idea of happiness is when the physical and the mental is against you, and you say, "Ha ha ha! I got
Ha
you
ha ha.
because I'm not going to quit."
Mm-hmm. I hear that.
Even even when you get fired from your job, and even when you get put under anesthesia, uh, even when they say you're not gonna make it, you'd be like, you haven't met this motherfucker yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And I suppose, you know, even if they say that to you, you're not going to make it. Is there part of you that perhaps removes any care in terms of it doesn't make you sad that you're not going to make it, because you did your best. You're doing your best
Well,
up until your very last breath.
well, maybe if I've said something in the past that says that I don't care, maybe I misspoke, because there is nothing but care. Even when they or whatever the circumstances seem to be, that they're like, yeah, you are inconsequential. You don't deserve. That's when you care the most. And it's be like, oh, um, you don't like me. That's perfectly fine with me. But I like me, and I'm okay with however this goes down. So I will take another step forward. Painful as it may be, you can say, I don't believe in you. They can say, I don't believe in you. But if you believe in you, uh, this will be another painful step. But you're not going to let go of it. You're not going until you're gone. You feel me?
Yeah. When I said you don't care, it's like, I didn't mean you don't care about yourself or others. You don't care about the monster trying to crush you. You don't. It doesn't make you sad that is its goal, or that is its outcome. Sorry, not goal necessarily. We don't know whether it's thinking about anything, but
Hey,
it doesn't irk
even
you.
even
It
in
doesn't irk
of
you.
itself,
You continue regardless in your
e-
thoughts and deeds, in your outlook.
even that in of itself, if something, a force or a people or however it may be that you feel is against you, uh, to where they don't care about you, you're expendable or however it may be defined. Um, for them to even recognize you means that they care about you. They care, and for you, you know, you have to recognize yourself. Even if they don't care, you care about yourself. But for them to even recognize you as a target, it's like that means they do care, and that you can use what they want against you to kind of pick yourself up. I think I have to go. I'm hearing noises in the house, and I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay, brother.
fixing to
Thank
hurt
you for that.
somebody.
Come
I'm
back when
fixing
you
to
can.
hurt somebody.
Oh, really? Oh, dear. Well, Pristine, what are you thinking? Pristine is
Sorry,
muted. Guys, that's okay. I was going to give a call out. There is a link coming in the live chat. Do come on. Add voices to the conversation. Ricardo, please. I'm going to share the link. We do need more voices to help find Gnosis. Um, the more the merrier, the more the better. The more we can utilize to compare and contrast words as they come out in real time. So I'm sharing it now. The link is in the live chat. Do click on it. Do join us in our quest to find Gnosis. Christine, go ahead. Please take the mic. A stream of consciousness in your wonderful accent would be most well received.
you want me to talk about consciousness in my accent? Well, I think that reality is made up of consciousness, probably. which means that it's a claymation situation, that reality is malleable. So basically anything is possible under that view. If consciousness is fundamental, I probably am not even talking about what you wanted me to talk about, but I'm just kind of going off whatever. Yeah, if it's fundamental, then it could be solipsistic, because it could be like everything is my consciousness, but it could be controlled by entities outside of your consciousness, so it's all like unreal, but then they're controlling it or something. Well, I don't know, I've been, as I always talk about, I listen to salvia trips, people telling their stories, and I read reports online and whatever. But yeah, this one guy I watched recently, a new trip popped up for me on YouTube, and he said that when he smoked the stuff, that they had the TV on. It was like the next top model. This happens a lot with like salvia trips, where if they have the TV on, they'll look at the TV, and the people on the TV will look at them and start talking directly to them, or they'll get the feeling. I think I've explained this before, but anyways. So that type of thing happened, except it was kind of different with him, where they turned into angels. Obviously, I don't believe that they're really angels. I mean, these entities take on many different forms, so they could turn into anything. I don't know what their actual form is, but they were basically like, yeah, your whole life has been bullshit, or your life is bullshit. We're taking you to the real reality or whatever. And I don't know, I just think about all the, why is a plant making people think this way? Why are they seeing this hallucination that is telling them that their life is bullshit? It's not real. None of it was real, and that well, yeah, usually they're not taken somewhere else, so that was also different. But anyways, I don't know, that just had me thinking that it's controlled by external entities, and it may not be just I mean, why would you do that? Why would you manifest this hellhole? Why would anyone, do that? And there's all these other theories about like, oh, we just forgot, we agreed to this, some weird contract. So this is where my mind goes. That's why I'm like, man, I gotta rein it in, because you start going crazy thinking about all these different theories. There's like endless amounts of possibilities, really. When you think about it, you just keep going and going and going. Like, could be this, could be that. I don't know. Anyways, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm listening avidly to what you're saying, and I like it. I was thinking about hermetics. That's kind of a bit like what you were saying, how it's all just consciousness.
Yeah, that's what scientists are trying to tell us these days.
And maybe it is fractal. Maybe it's like just it goes on forever. Like it's just be entities within entities within entities within entities.
Oh yeah, an infinite loop. And people say they see that wheel as well, the wheel of life, and each wedge is like a different reality. And yeah, I mean, who knows it? I mean, with so many different experiences and possibilities, I mean, kind of seems like you could do that in a game. Oh, sorry.
There's someone saying, is there any evidence of the things this lady's talking about, or are they just ideas in her mind? Can you explain to Skyworks as clearly as possible where you're getting this information from? Thank you.
Oh, well, scientists say that they have mathematical evidence for, like consciousness being fundamental, or like they say that the mathematics is pointing in that direction. Donald Hoffman is one guy that I listen to. Annika Harris. There's a few of them in that circle who believe in this. I mean, it's quantum physics, so that's that's science. It's modern science. It's not classical physics. It's modern science says space-time is doomed. I mean, I'm not going to get into all the weeds of it. I'm not smart enough to get into the weeds of it. I mean, you're better off, honestly, I'm not being sexist here, but you're better off kind of like talking to a man about quantum physics or something.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Christine, you're fine. I think the pertinent point here to Skyworks that he thinks it depends on your personal investigation. So yeah, that is part of Gnosis-Seeking. When somebody says something, it's okay to ask them where they got the information from, and they may be able to tell you. But it's also, you know, part of the process is to go away and research it yourself, or to think about it yourself. You know.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. But as for like personal experiences, I've had weird sleep paralysis experiences that, I've experienced. Yeah, I mean, you could say that they're hallucinations or they're dreams or whatever, like, yeah, but I've seen entities and I've heard them and felt them and all the rest of it. And I've also, I think I've said this before, but yeah, ever since I was young, right before you fall asleep, yeah, for me, I'll hear someone say my name. And it's kind of got that mimic vibe to it where, like, each time that it's happened, it's been like a different voice, like different gender, different tone of voice. I mean, um, a different way of saying my name, and like it's just always my name. It's like rarely ever anything else. It's like someone saying my name, which is really weird. That's a weird experience to have. Like, it's kind of specific for sleep. So, like, this is not like evidence for like external entities or whatever, but it is weird that, sleep paralysis can be quite real feeling. And even like before you go to sleep, you're hearing voices that sound incredibly real. Sometimes they're not even human, they sound inhuman. But that's the thing with mimics. People say that um, that mimics can sound exactly like you or anyone that you know, and there's no that you can't really pick any difference in their voice. It sounds exactly like they can mimic perfectly your voice, your friend's voice, whatever. Yeah, I listened to a podcast recently. I think I was telling you guys about this like a couple of days ago, but this guy like went to the Blue Mountains 2 a.m. He claims that he coughed and it was, the dead of night. No one else was up there. And then, it was 10 seconds delay. And, then he heard his cough mimicked back to him perfectly. And that really tripped him out. And he saw some kind of snake, lizard shape shifting, like, entity and alien. It just kept shifting into different forms in his footage or something. So I don't know. There's people saying, and that was kind of shocking for me to hear coming. But I grew up, near the Blue Mountains in that area he's talking about, and I've never heard anything like that personally. And it sounds very American. I was like, that's kind of strange to come out of Australia. I definitely think he's been genuine, that's for sure. I mean, I don't think these Australians on that Yowie Central podcast are lying when they tell their experiences.
Do you know, speaking of Australia, right? Do you know what the Aboriginal people say about life, and do you know any of the story they tell about existence?
Not a lot, but I do know that they believe in like a rainbow serpent, which actually, and they do smoke DMT a lot or something apparently. But that serpent comes up in certain trip reports, so there could be a link there between, Aborigines using, DMT and then coming up with these Dreamtime stories. They have these Dreamtime stories and what I don't know too.
Where do they get the DMT from?
Well, it's bark, so I'd imagine they get it
Oh, it's
from
on the
nature.
bark of a tree, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's mimosa bark. Well, there's different types. So there's you can get DMT mayo from a toad. So it's like I don't know too much about what in the toad or whatever,
The
but it's like
cane
toad.
toad. You know the cane toad that's all over Australia. Is that lickable? I mean,
I try to. I don't know. I'm not going to do it and find out, but it is illegal to have. I don't know, but yeah, there's different types that you can get. There's ayahuasca and all that sort of stuff, but and I think the bark and mimosa bark, whatever. I'm not an expert in this stuff, but I have looked into trip reports quite extensively. Never done any of it myself, but I've obviously had Mandela effects. I'm not going to get into. So, is there like a background noise going on? Oh, untrackable. Are you able to mute it all?
I'll mute him. Yeah.
Um, Yeah, I mean, I've experienced Mandela effects. Obviously, you can't prove that because it's based off memory, right? So, yeah, when people say that they remember, the Harambe kid being a blonde kid, that's a memory that they can't prove because it's now, an African kid. When I say that I remember in the BBC interview where the kid interrupts his father, um, I remember a blonde kid in that as well, and now it's some Asian daughter, and this he has an Asian wife and whatever. So you can't prove these things. It's just a memory. You remember things being differently, and now in this perception reality that you're in, it's not what you remember. So how could you possibly, unless someone else remembers the same thing? And that's where the proof kind of comes in to some degree when you have someone else who remembers what you do, the exact same change that you do, and then that can give more credibility. But outside of that, if you have a personal Mandela effect, good luck. But you don't need to prove it to anyone. You know what I mean? Like everyone has personal experiences, um, and yeah, and like I guess as long as you know what you've witnessed and you know what you've seen, um, then it doesn't matter about no one else is gonna be able to tell you that you're
Well,
wrong
for
because
sure,
you know.
for sure. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. You're scared of what you are scared of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep being
Yeah.
afraid.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to live in fear, but yeah, I don't see any reason to live in fear. I mean, reality might be malleable and it changes, and that can be scary, but it doesn't. I don't think it means you have to constantly be, in a fear mindset. But anyway, there's different ways
Sorry,
you can look at it.
untrackable,
I mean,
mate.
we don't really know.
Untrackable. Can we mute you when you're not talking? Because there's this weird kind of feedback.
Yeah, for sure. I'll reset.
All right. Go ahead, Pristine.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, it's about interpretation as well. I mean, you can kind of look at it in different ways, but ultimately, we don't know what reality truly is and what's really going on. We're just taking stabs in the dark and taking each day as it comes. So that's all you can do, really. Can't lose your
Now,
mind.
Pristine, Kenny Given comes in and says, I don't know if he's referring to something you said or something. I don't know where it's come out of, but he says, "What utter bullshit! If you're fucking wrong, then you're fucking wrong. Fuck all this postmodernism, relativism bullshit."
No,
So
I
there
don't
you
think
go.
so. Well, yeah, I'm not
Well,
going to
we'd
argue
like
with.
Kenny to come on and substantiate that statement. He obviously felt the need to say that in very robust language. Don't take it personally, Pristine. This is just part and parcel of finding gnosis.
Oh,
People
it's
will
okay.
be, people will have the need to say something in sometimes very strong terms. But look, let's go to brother Dirty Lowlife, who is here. Good to see you again, Dirty Lowlife. Um, this is just a gathering today, the Sunday service. We are shooting the breeze, seeing what comes up. You've been listening for a little while. You've popped on here. I don't know whether you're compelled to say something or you're just along for the ride. But welcome. What would you like to say?
Yes, thank you. Always warmly welcome to the show. Thank you, DNW. Can you hear me all right? Is my audio clear?
Yeah, as usual, you speak in this very calm
A
manner.
little quiet.
Yeah, a little quiet. I don't know if you could speak a bit closer to your microphone.
Yeah,
maybe.
sure. I'll try and
That's about it.
get a little closer. Yeah, so basically, I came on because
That's better. That's better.
yeah, Skyworks in the chat had basically reminded me of something of my own experience. They basically mentioned that the mind has a way of playing tricks on people, especially if they're susceptible to a particular kind of belief. And I couldn't agree more. And what I wanted to say to Skyworks is that as a child, I had a very vivid out-of-body experience, and I forgot about it for about 20 years. And in that 20 years, I got very interested in out-of-body experiences, astral projection, and various other things, and was reading all of this stuff of other people's experiences, thinking, oh, I wonder what it's like to have an out-of-body experience. Having had one. And the reason why I'd forgotten it is because I'd constructed a scientific worldview. And I'm not dismissing science as a strategy, as a technique, as an approach to diagnosis. But science is a set of Lego bricks that you construct a wall out of so that you can't see what's in front of you is it's very easy to do. And so I really strongly believe that science is a belief structure, or can be used as one, like any religion is, or any other belief structure. And yeah, that belief structure can really detach you from your own experience and make it such that you have this requirement for substantive evidence from outside. And I think that's, I don't know what to say about that. It's useful to want to substantiate things from the outside, but I'm not sure that the ultimate nature of your being can be substantiated from outside. I think that's an internal thing. So yeah, you reminded me basically of, I forgot my own experience by having a belief structure, and then the undoing of that belief structure was what allowed me to remember my own life. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Dola. Christine, what do you think of that? She is muted.
Sorry, Jody. I was in a conversation like on my phone. Sorry, I only heard like the first part of that. Oh, Jody, was it like? Can you kind of repeat the last part of that for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was just to sum up. I was basically saying that I forgot that I had an out of body experience as a child, because I became comfortable with a very rigid scientific worldview. And once I kind of cracked that worldview and let that collapse from my mind, I was then free to use science as a tool, but also free to remember my own experiences that can't be described in that language.
Yes. And that's what happens is like you have these experiences that defy logic and that can't be explained, and you're just kind of dumbfounded, and like it's like how can how can I figure this out? Like it's just there's no way to explain what I've seen. Like what is going on here? It just seems impossible. And with the experiences I've had, it just seems impossible that anything could be real in the way that I thought, I thought reality was solid, fixed. I didn't know that it was, the way that I've experienced it. And of course, like people in the chat saying, "Oh, you're wrong," whatever. Like, but when you remember something that is no longer the case, it's kind of hard. It's like you can't really accept that you're wrong because it's like, well, that's how it was. It's like, how are you going to tell yourself that that you're wrong when you know that you're right? So it just doesn't really. Yeah, I think people have to experience things for themselves, and then they'll understand what it's like. And that's what that guy was saying on the podcast when he was talking about his Blue Mountain experiences, is that people really need to experience this stuff for themselves, because otherwise they're not going to be like, oh yeah, I know, that's in my realm of experience, I know what you're talking about. Most people have no idea that reality, there's more to life than what they're experiencing. But before these experiences that I've had the past couple of years, I did notice that there was some off stuff about reality that seemed weird and that I couldn't really explain, but you just kind of brush them off until they become so persistent that you can't ignore them anymore. But yeah, that's right. But I was like leaning into, as I said, nihilism, atheism, and I didn't think that there was anything more to life other than you live and you die and evolution and all that. That was my basic worldview after ditching Christianity. So yeah.
Just to add is people, when you talk about these things, people of a scientific mindset or an atheist mindset tend to go to you're having some sort of hallucination, stroke, psychosis, stroke, delusion as an individual, and it's something wrong with your brain, with your vision, with your perception, whatever. And the bit I can't get my head around is the collective hallucination or the shared trip where multiple people experience the same thing that can't be described in this terminology, and isn't a singular experience of an individual. That's just what you call anecdotal.
Can you give an example of that? Because before, I just want to preempt just to say something before you give an example.
Sure.
But there are qualities in kind of human thought that link up despite our separation. Like, for example, we have kind of what they call genetic memory. And a simple version of that is when we see something snake-like, like a curled up bit of wire or something, or a wavy branch on the ground, we instantly look at it, it catches our eye despite other things around it. And that's apparently an example of genetic memory. We've got an imprint in our brain, in our neurology, like to give us this kind of pattern recognition,
Edge.
despite perhaps never seeing a snake. And it's to do with our survival. So all I'm suggesting is, given that is a simplistic example, is it not possible then that there's also a material reason for these similar experiences, similar visions? And it could be the brain has some kind of, as I said, genetic memory, genetic malfunction, if you want to call it that.
Sure. Or
Something that is common to all of us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could simply be, I don't know enough about neuroscience, but that I learned something recently last year about synaptic pruning. When as you grow as a child, your brain starts, basically neural pathways start being built, and the bits of your brain that aren't utilized in your life experience, they start, basically the pathways to them start dying off, so that you become, because the way it is evolution is basically looking at what makes this individual survive. It's their lived experience, and if they're still alive, that means, well, those parts of the brain aren't necessary. It's kind of wasting energy sending information from those parts, because what matters is what they're doing, and therefore those parts of the brain become more active and more relied upon. Now, so what it could be is firing from different parts of the brain, causes certain things to appear, certain, and because there's enough people, you get enough people having the same experience, so it could be a misfiring from long-term memory with, I don't know, imagination, and something happens and something is seen. Who knows?
Very good.
There may be.
I think you've caused me to pick a different direction. So normally people go down the perceptual vision stroke hallucination avenue. I'm going to suggest people look up Rupert Sheldrake. He wrote a book called it's The Science Delusion, and it's basically a book of 10 or 12 dogmas of science, where our scientific process in the West has certain dogmatic views that mean it can't investigate particular things. So one of the dogmas of science is that a test should be repeatable. And if you can't repeat a test, given different people running it, then you're not actually testing anything. So that suggests that the universe is homogeneous as a substrate everywhere. And you can't actually then test for, does the nature of reality actually change given change in location or time? That you can't actually see that now that you've got that principle. Yeah. So yeah, have a look at that if you want to see some of the direct descriptions of the dogmas of the Western science. To give you the example, he's done loads of tests on sensory perception in the sense of people having the feeling of being looked at. Okay, he basically thought, if a prey animal could sense that it's being looked at by a predator, would it have an edge in terms of evolution compared to an animal that couldn't sense that? Yes. So even in terms of evolutionary pressure, it would actually make sense that a prey animal develops the sensation of being watched.
Is this morphic fields?
Yes.
Morphic resonance?
Yes.
Yeah, we spoke about that on this show.
Oh, right.
Brother, you're onto something. We've all had that experience where we feel like we're being watched. I mean, I literally had that. I spoke about this on the show, and I think you laughed about it, Dirty Lola, because I was walking along, and a crackhead came up behind me and was literally had their paws up about to strike me from behind.
Right.
Literally 10 inches away from me. and for some reason I turned, even though I had my headset on. I shouldn't, you shouldn't do that, but I was listening to something on my um, headset, and basically I turned because I thought something's happening. I turned, and yeah, this person was coming for me. But again, I couldn't hear it, I couldn't sense it because I was looking the other way, listening for something.
Yeah, and yet something you knew. Not with cognitive
And the
age,
person,
sense, but
the person who it was, they recoiled in absolute fear because they couldn't believe I'd done it. You know what I mean? They couldn't believe that I'd turned around at the right moment. And
so
that they recoiled and they looked like as if I was like some kind of, I don't know. They just looked scared shitless and they just ran off because
yeah,
they
caught
couldn't
off
believe
guard.
I'd turned. Now we've all had that kind of maybe not as dramatic as that, but we've had the experience of we feel like we've been watched and we look in the right direction and we see the eyes gazing at us, and that is a very strange phenomenon. But dirty lowlife, they call it, this guy that came up with the morphic resonance. I mean, I would say there is a possibility that our brains, because everything is homogenous, as you put it, yeah, our brains are in the system, and subconsciously we can recognize patterns, changes, and patterns mean something to us subconsciously, and that awakens our conscious experience. That subconscious awareness
Pheromones. I'm giving off
sets,
pheromones.
sends information to our conscious awareness, and basically sends signals to us to be alert. Yeah, and so yeah, if everything is connected, maybe the brain is able to receive and notice subatomical shifts or whatever. You know what I mean around it,
I'll give you a couple
because
of
it,
others.
because if everything is fields, yeah, if everything is fields of energy, well, what happens around me is affecting me internally because the field is within and without me. I am part of it. So I'll give you another example. This is kind of related to that dirty life. I had a few dreams that kind of were very strange and kind of came true. Yeah, and one of them was I was asleep. This was about 2015ish. I was asleep and I had this very strange dream that I was walking along at night in an industrial estate on the edge of town, and basically in my dream, I decided suddenly to. I thought in my dream, look, I'm just going to go back the way I came. I decided to turn around and go back from the way I came. Right, that was the dream, was it? And then as I did that, the lights in this industrial estate, the street lamps, all just suddenly went right down to almost darkness, and they dimmed. Right, and I remember being a bit shocked as I turned round in my dream because it literally happened as I turned round. And I remember thinking in my dream, I was trying to rationalize the experience. I remember thinking, oh, it's probably just because there's nobody around here at night and the council's trying to save money because, there's no one around here at night. That's what I was thinking. Like, there's no need for these lights to be on, so they probably dim them. Anyway, fast forward, I woke up from that dream and I went to my desk as I used to do back then, just upon waking, and I just pressed my computer on, and I was drinking my tea, looking at the news, and literally on the BBC News website, one of the first headlines I see was local authorities save money by dimming streetlights at night. Now that look, bro, that is weird.
Yeah.
But then,
Wow.
and I've had a couple of other dreams like that. Now, part of me thinks very strange. Another part of me thinks, yeah, it could be an absolute coincidence. It's a strange coincidence. Also, it could be that people are reading that story around me. There is a kind of like zeitgeist, if you like, in the kind of public consciousness of this story. And what's happening is my brain subconsciously is picking up on patterns in the kind of fabric of, as I said, this wave energy system that we're within. And it's recognizing the patterns and it's communicating them to my conscious, or in this case my dream state awareness, and then that's making me think about it.
Well,
So
but
it may not be
it's
spiritual, it may have a material reason behind it. Okay.
mm. But why is it so specific, and why isn't it happening all the time though? It's very rare that happens, right? So why would it happen that particular time? very
I don't
specific.
know.
Anyway,
Maybe it's not meant to happen all the time, because maybe you're only meant to know what you need to know. It's a bit like that
okay.
synaptic pruning. Like if you knew everything all the time, you'd be paralyzed. It'd be like paralysis by analysis. You wouldn't be able to move.
You need water
Okay.
to drink, but
Okay.
not enough to drown.
Yeah. So maybe like as a biological vessel for consciousness, you only need to be aware of what you need to be aware of for the biological imperative, which is to survive and reproduce.
I'd also note,
You don't need to know like outside of that.
I'd also note the dream state, dream sleep meditation state of a generalized awareness that isn't focused on something in particular. I think that's the state in which you can hear these things more clearly. Just while I got the mic, a couple of others, they found the being seen thing works through cameras. So if a security guard is watching a CCTV camera, is watching a person walk down the road, that person will feel seen and turn around to where the camera is. So it goes beyond just vision in terms of the direct vision of people.
That's creepy as hell, bro.
Yeah, isn't it? And he did another test, which I found quite interesting. He basically found groups of people that know each other, often from large families, say 5 or 6 brothers and sisters. He would take one of them to a separate location, and the individual and the rest of the group would be given both ends of a telephone line. The group would decide one of them to phone, the one that's been isolated, and when the phone rings, the one that's isolated has to try and work out who's calling, which of the other group is calling them, and they get it far higher than statistical chance, far higher. And basically, the more the group know each other, the more accurate they are. So people know who's phoning. And it relates to things like dogs know when their owners are coming home and all sorts of things like that. So I really think there is, whether you want to call it.
People know when someone's going to phone. Is that it? Wow.
Yes, they know which of the group is phoning far higher than statistical average would suggest. So if you had 5 people in the room,
people do say they have like remote kind of access to other people's kind of awareness, and they have like a remote connection, even though they're far apart. When they think of each other,
thoughts with individuals.
Like they think of each other at the same time, kind of thing. Yeah, and there's some people who say they can send thoughts to other people. I mean, I know in my life I've had a few weird ones where I thought about someone who I hadn't spoken to in a few years, and like I just was reminiscing, and then I thought I'm going to give them a call, and literally, as I called them, they were in shock because like they had like a big chest of drawers, and there's like the bottom drawer was full of junk, and it just so happened they had a small photo of me and them in the bottom drawer, like it would have been amongst other photos probably, but they literally had taken it out and were reminiscing at the exact same time. So they were holding the photo and they'd been looking at it for like a few minutes, like 4 or 5 minutes, and thinking about when we were young playing, and well, I suppose I knew them when I was 17, 18, and when we were like going out and having a laugh and stuff. And she was in shock when I rang her just at that moment, because it was kind of in a weird way. Maybe she brought on my thoughts in a weird kind of way. Maybe
I think a lot of it is intention. I think intention.
Mate, there's some weird shit going on. Look, we don't say this enough, but even how some people meet, the circumstances of people who are in relationships, some of the stories I've heard about those as well are very strange. The unlikely stories of things happening. For example, even my own mother and father, they broke up because my mom, I think there's about 4 years between them or something, but they broke up because she thought she didn't really want to settle down too young, and then she got kind of down because she missed him and loved him. She still loved him and all that malarkey. And basically, she went into herself. She wasn't going out that much in terms of like, she didn't really want. Women aren't like men sometimes. Like men, when they break up, will be chasing other, skirt around the place. And some women kind of like they stay back a bit from that. You know, she was one of those ones. And then one night, her friend said, "Come on, let's go, let's go." And they went to some club, and at the time there was some weird dance where men and women would dance in kind of circles or something in a big group, and then the music would stop, and you'd dance with the person in front of you. You'd do it like a, So when the music stopped, there was the opposite gender was in front of you, and then you had to do like a dance with that person, right? Like a slow dance or something. Anyway, it just so happened this is about a year after they broke up. By the way, she hadn't really been out that much, yeah. Like this was the time where she decided she was going to go out and find someone, like she was going to go on the. So she went to this random club. Music stopped, and it was my dad. Randomly, when the music stopped,
That's it. I think we call it randomly. We call it coincidental. We have all these words that say it's simply two events coinciding in time and space. That's all it can be. And the actual language that we use forces it into mundanity. Right?
But that is weird. That is weird.
DNW, I'm telling you, man, I've come to the conclusion that it's not weird. I can't, when I speak about it, I can't help but say, oh, this is a weird thing, but it's not fucking weird, mate. It happens all the time. People see it all the time. They have shared experiences of it all the time, and we can't talk about it. The language that we use doesn't allow us to talk about what's actually happening in terms of the experience inside, even if we share it. We have to, as I say, turn it into the mundane of just billiard balls knocking about in this chaos, coincidence. That's all it can be.
Again, it may be spiritual, but it also may be like some weird attraction and repulsion thing going on, like charged particles. Subparticles have this weird thing where they move towards and away from each other, and it may be just that. It may be just that the whole way up. It may be like fractal going, from the smallest to the largest.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head. I've been meaning to bring up. I think it's a hologram. I think all of experience is holographic. And if you look at a hologram and how they work, the holographic material, you scan a laser through it, and it's basically a 3D compression of a 4-dimensional object. So when you scan a laser through, you get a projection of a 4D object, which in 3D is something that's able to move through time. So you can make a 3-dimensional moving image in a hologram, right? And the holographic material, when you cut it in half, you don't get half the image. You get the whole image again, but it's half the resolution. So you can cut the holographic material in half and in half and in half and in half, and you'll keep getting the same image. It's just lower and lower resolution. And I think that's what's happening. When you focus attention, you are sort of deeper into the hologram to a higher fidelity somehow. It's only an analogy.
You're basically, what I'm getting from this Dirty Low Life is your thoughts really do matter.
Your thoughts matter, your emotions matter, your state of being matters, and I think I would hesitate, more importantly, your intention matters most.
Wow. I'm getting kind of shivers, as in like it's very deep conversation, but I feel like we're getting somewhere. Yeah.
The reason I have the point out, because the whole point of me coming onto your show was for me to allow myself to have my opinion in the world and let other people hear it, whether they like it, whether they're uncomfortable with it. I've been so protective of my understanding, my creativity, and all of that. So breaking this shell and letting myself out has been a real exercise for me. And you describing your experience in the way you've described them, I can see the same hesitation that I have in me of there's all these little caveats of it. It feels like a coincidence. It's weird. And I've really come to terms with the fact that it fucking isn't weird. I've experienced it all of my life, and none of it's explainable in the language I have. So I know something's going on. I'm not saying it's not physical or it is physical or whatever. I'm not saying it's not explainable. I'm just saying I haven't been allowed the language to describe my life. That's been missing. It's missing from our language. And we can sort of dance around it and paint it, but that's it.
Thank you. Well, we're trying our best, and we will continue to try our best to describe it.
We're doing
I
well.
appreciate you, brother. Kenny, I believe, is next. Kenny, thanks for waiting patiently. The floor is yours, Kenny. Say what you'd like to say, brother.
Yeah, I've also read the Science Delusion by Rupert Sheldrake, and I found it very fascinating, actually. Yeah. So, I'd like to share a video on YouTube. It's only 5 minutes, if that's all right. If you have the time, and
What's it
it can
about?
inform the debate, and people can give their a bit of feedback. And
Yeah, what's it
what do you
about?
think? It's about soy consumption and the effects it can have on one's personality.
Just tell us, Kenny. Come on, you know about this. Go on, tell us.
No, like this is funny though. You know,
All right. Go ahead.
anti comedy, are you?
No, go ahead. And by the way, as you tell me, I'm waiting for a delivery of soya products. So go ahead, go on, show me, go on.
Okay. Is it on the screen? Is it ready to play?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, this guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Remember that whole soy boy thing that triggered a bunch of soy boys, as well as the entirety of the legacy media who still don't understand what a meme is? Turns out there's a new phenomenon where soy overconsumption physically manifests itself on the face of the sufferer.
Walking down the street, spot the Soylent truck, now I'm drinking a sweet chai breakfast.
Soy consumption, soy face. Soy consumption, soy face. Soy consumption, soy face. Photographing something you want to show everyone. Males, females, new males, soy face. It's also known as glory hole face or soylent grin. Here's an entire collage of soy face. The internet's best and brightest online philosophers have come up with an explanation for soy face that's definitely correct. The soy boy is an empty shell defined by his consumerist choices. The more woke the consumerist choice, the better. Although meant to display exuberance and excitement, look a little closer and see what soy face truly represents. Weakness and fear. There's also some weird phenomenon with the Nintendo Switch that causes instant soy face breakout. This guy's soy face is so chronic, it looks like he's about to turn into an edamame bean.
I had a vasectomy yesterday, and when I woke up, my wife's boyfriend surprised me with this.
Soy face. These boys are such pussies. They need bottle openers for plastic cartons. Cartons of Soylent. Let's just say there's no Bryan Adams on their Spotify playlist. Now, did you really think I'd leave you hanging with no actual scientific evidence for soy face? Did you really? You know me better than that. According to the Journal of Nonverbal Behavior, in a study of possible links between testosterone and dominance, 119 men and 114 women provided saliva samples for testosterone assay and posed smiling and not smiling for portrait photographs. Expert judges viewing the photographs found smaller smiles amongst high than low testosterone men, with less zygomatic major raising the corners of the mouth and orbicularis oculi raising the cheeks and crinkling around the corners of the eyes muscle activity. In other words, men who pose like this have lower testosterone. They're soy boys, and they can't help broadcasting the fact on their big soy faces. That's like science and shit, so it can't be debunked. The pattern among men of less smiling with higher testosterone levels fits with research linking testosterone to face dominance. The soy boy smile versus the Chad smolderer.
Okay.
Men who pose like this like eating and drinking soy products. Now, I'm not saying there's necessarily a connection there, but there definitely is one. Of course, it's not just soy consumption that's lowering testosterone. A major study in the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism found that flexible plastic.
We make our own testosterone, do we not, Kenny? But thank you for that. And Kenny, I would say I often wrote about smiling, and it did bug me that people smile for silly reasons. And I often asked, what is there actually to smile about? That was a recurring theme on this channel in the past. If you want, I can show you some of the stuff I wrote about smiling. People said I was being a bit grim at the time. They were complaining. But I honestly, smiling. It was something I was kind of obsessed with in kind of a weird kind of way. In that, you know, I like to ask, what are people smiling at? What are they smiling at in photographs? You know, what are they smiling at on the street? What are they? And sometimes smiling, although we like to think of it as feeling good and looking at like it's a beautiful thing. Someone's smiling. If you look at it through another lens, it can seem quite sinister, you know, because they're smiling despite the hell around them. They're smiling despite the things they're doing to people. They're smiling, you know, and when they look, I made this funny kind of weird fucking like weird poetic fucking film video weird shit a few years back, and it was about selfies and about smiling at cameras in general. And it was like, what are you smiling at, really? You're smiling at nothing, because in the middle of the camera is nothing. You're looking in through the lens, especially in the older cameras, and you're smiling at a vacuum. You're smiling at nothing. And I thought that was very meaningful. And also, with the electrification of photography and the digital age, it becomes the situation where we are plagued by so many photos. There's so many photos, and photos have become less meaningful. Whereas in the past, the Victorian age and such, standing in front of a camera, you might have to stand there half an hour for the fucking photo to be taken.
Yeah, right.
Now, fuckers are taking 1 million photos in 1 minute.
I've got to interject on the camera, DNW, because the Native Americans, when they were introduced to cameras the first time, they didn't want their photo taken because they said their soul is going to be stolen.
Yes. I heard that as well.
That's true.
So in many ways, the digital age has stolen any meaning that photos had, and we're approaching the kind of the photographic singularity where there will be so many photos, it will be hard to kind of find any meaning at all.
And even the
meaning will be lost. Completely meaningless.
The human emotion expressed on your face is lost because people are pulling these fucking faces.
Yes. That's another thing. Yeah,
human emotion is devalued. You know.
I must try and find that video. You might like it, Dirty Lowlife, from the swamp of old videos that I have on private. I might try and find it. But you know, guys, we have a little weasel here. There's no other word for him. Fatima, you little weasel, you two-faced little piece of shit. Why are you here, Fatima? You called the show boring. You're complaining about it incessantly. I have my little spies. What the fuck are you doing here?
I can associate with anyone I want to.
Yeah, but why? Why would you do that to yourself? If you don't like it here, why the fuck are you here?
Oh no, I got nothing else better to do. It's the weekend.
Fatima, I forgive you.
The internet's a big place,
don't think don't like you're mocking the show. You are to be completely mocked for coming back here. If you think this place is shit, what the fuck are you doing here?
I know, right? Yeah.
Fatima, I don't hate you, but you've got to see the comedic effect in what is happening here. You were complaining about the show, saying it's shit, and yet here you are. What the fuck?
Happens to like a lot of people, like, you know, like they complain about like things that they're a part of, and yet they still contribute to them. You know, that's a common occurrence.
Can you polish this turd?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think maybe that's it, Fatima. Maybe weirdly, like we were destined to meet. Like your goal is somehow to, as Dirty Lowlife said, polish the turd. Maybe you have like a self-appointed project within your heart and mind to try and shine this show, make it better, because apparently you think it's terribly boring. So tell us, what is so bad about the show?
What's so bad is just that, you know, it just kind of meanders and rambles about anything and everything. Like, you know, I think you said that before we were going to do readings, right? And like that kind of never came into a fruition. Yeah. Because like you used to do that a few times, yeah, and like it just got like the drama just got like it was like funny at first, but then it just got overboard, you know, like it just became, and then everyone started to leave, yeah.
Well, my little wily little weasel friend, you are here. I see what you are, but I still love you. So
Thanks.
Fatima, We're talking about what is going on. I don't know if you've been listening to much of the conversation. What would you like to add?
Oh, nothing. I only heard briefly what was being discussed, But like, could you refresh on what exactly were you talking about? Yeah, like I don't know, because like, well, I guess I can address what like Kenny showed, right? Because like that's just like false information. Ironically, yeah, like the the feminization of like the freaking chemicals within soy products isn't the same as like hormones as found in like females. It's not the same. Like it doesn't turn men into like women or like have like feminine attributes. That's wrong.
Kenny, he's actually one of you, brother. He's a carnivore like you. So you can't be pulling that one, saying his soy face got lonely. No, Fatima is a cretinous murderer just like you. He's participating in the Holocaust of millions and millions of sentient beings without a care in the world. Sorry, go ahead, Fatima.
Oh yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, but like oddly enough, if you eat meat, you're also eating some soy essence because like animals eat that stuff and it's inside their bodies already. Like their feed. Yeah, so like even the most like starchy,
and lots of injections.
Yeah, lots of
Hey guys, no joke. I've literally just been handed a soya watermelon milkshake, and I'm about to have it. It's chilled, literally just handed to me right now, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Can you put your camera on
my
so
mind?
if it makes you pull the face?
There's no camera on this desktop, unfortunately. But yeah, hello, Chickpea. Are you coming on?
Hey Fatima, we were talking about
the Ratimer. I'm going to call you the Ratimer. Go ahead, Ratimer.
I've been called worse. Yeah.
We were talking about the sort of weird, wibbly nature of reality again, and the fact that lots of people experience it firsthand and with other people as well. They have shared experiences of weird things happening, and they haven't got the means to actually talk about it and describe it other than a scientific language of coincidences. And weird was the other word we pulled out, or I pulled out. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts, I think it's still like in like the field of like development, like it's always under study, it's always going to be under like, I don't know how I feel about those things yet, and I don't know much about them, but like I do think it's interesting to like talk about those things.
Have you had any weird experiences yourself?
Me? Not quite. What weird experiences? Oh, the only one I can think of was one sleep paralysis, which felt very real. I was being choked up by a shadow human with like glowing with purple eyes, and it started to choke me out, and like I started to actually lose oxygen. Yeah.
Wow. Did that feel different to a dream then?
I couldn't tell because like it was kind of a weird sequence of events. Like it was. I'm not sure if it was somewhere inside the space between waking and dreaming, because that's also a real place too. The space between waking and dreaming, right? Is it not?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly the place where DNW was told that the council were going to turn off the industrial lights to save power.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like I do think that there is a state in quotations between waking and sleeping. I do think there's a state between that. But like at the same time, like what was I going? Oh yeah, well I say state in quotations or being quotations because like as I said numerous times, I don't.
Hey, Fatima, will you shut the fuck up, please? Because I don't even know why you're here.
Just keep watching.
But no, seriously, Fatima, I'm only joking. Please, you take things too seriously, Fatima. Sometimes, all right. I will say that much about you, Fatima. I don't hate you. Just so you know, I don't hate you. Never did. Never will. I love you.
Never will. Oh damn.
Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say at this juncture?
Nothing. Actually, I'm just listening. That's okay. I'm just listening. I'm afraid,
okay, darling. Great to have you here.
Thank you. And
We are privileged. Lady Chickpea is in the house. We are privileged.
well, stop being so facetious.
No, I do mean that, Chickpea. I've already said you're part of the furniture. We call her the sofa. Yeah.
Charming, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? On the sofa.
Don't sit on her. Don't sit on her face.
Cats.
What?
No.
What?
Comfy for the cats.
Yes. Here's one. Actually, here's one. Whoopsie day. Just one sitting here. Hold on, I'll just put her on. There's one here.
Yay.
This is Lala.
There you go.
Thingy.
Yuzu here. Yuzu's here as well. Yuzu, welcome. Yuzu, you're not one of these little bitches moaning about the Finding Gnosis show, are you? On LA's channel.
Well, I don't really go on LA's channel. I don't even really.
Oh, there you go.
I've seen him on this show.
A very warm welcome. I extend my cordial salutations to you, sir. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Yuzu. I wasn't accusing you of anything. I was only joking because Fatima has been bitching about me. I think those hormones are having too much of an effect on you, Fatima.
Oh, yeah.
You're becoming a raving bitch.
Oh,
And,
fuck yes. Yeah.
It is what it is.
It's
But
one of
Yuzu,
his.
you're on the Finding Gnosis show, Yuzu. What would you like to say about what has been said so far, or perhaps you would like to break away and say something else? Did anybody hear me? Yuzu, did you hear me?
Sorry, I was typing.
Yuzu, are you there?
Oh, sorry.
Right?
Wait, what was that you
No,
said?
you're not. I said, Yuzu, what would you like to say given what has been said so far? I don't know how long you've been listening. Or would you like to say anything related to what has been said, or would you like to break away with something new?
I don't really have anything to say for now, to be honest.
No problem. Dirty Lowlife, would you like to direct the conversation, maybe ask these people something to help us find Gnosis, related to what we've been talking about, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. How many people have had the weird coincidence experience where they think of somebody and that person just either turns up or phones them at the moment? Or DNW had one a while, it was mentioning one a while back on the show, of somebody had just pulled out a photo of the two of them together from a drawer of bric-a-brac, and at that moment DNW was phoning them after a long time.
Yeah, me and Brother Marcus had one of those.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is a few months back. I tell you, it's a really weird story because I had lost a photograph of myself and myself with this cat when I was a baby, blah, blah, blah. And I've been looking everywhere for it. Then Marcus said something about this book to me. So I went to look for the book that he was talking about, and the photograph was in there. I've been using it as a bookmark. Yeah.
Wow, that's an excellent example.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's cool. When did that happen?
A few months back. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, it was. Yeah. It was
Kenny's
weird, yeah.
calling for Gracie to come in. We all need that like a hole in the head.
Oh, DNW.
Well, he was a right little fucker to me last night when he hasn't apologized. I'm sorry.
We're
not standing for it anymore. Fatima, we're not standing for it anymore. Fatima, you've been put on notice. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I can be a bitch too, you know.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Gloves off.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Gloves off.
Yeah, gloves are
No,
gloves
well,
off.
no. Fatima might like gloves off, if you know what I mean.
Oh, fuck yes.
No, I'm keeping that glove well and firmly on.
No.
Now, Chickpea, we've been talking about what might be going on. Have you got any news for us on that front?
No, I'm afraid the subject you're discussing this evening is something I've never thought about before. The hive mind thing. I've never even thought about it.
It kind of is bizarrely related, isn't it, Dirty Lowlife? That title is kind of related to what we've been talking about, which is the connectivity of everything.
Oh.
I didn't mean for that to happen, but it just so happened that the conversation went that way.
Interesting hive mind.
Oh, so what did Gracie do? Or aren't you going to tell me? have to go back and listen.
Gracie complained because I asked him to stop interrupting and let the Earth Dog say something.
Oh, right.
And he
Oh,
had a real thought about
yes,
that.
I see. You had your Earth Dog on last night because
He
I
did.
had
He
to.
graced us with his presence, yeah.
Yes, I missed it all because I like your Earth Dog. As you know. Yeah. All right.
No, it was a good little. We had a nice finish yesterday. It was a nice little chit chat, you know.
Yeah, I haven't finished.
Guys, Dirty Lowlife was talking about morphic resonance, okay, and he started. We were theorizing that maybe everything is connected, and maybe our brains know it deep down, and we can intuitively recognize patterns, maybe through our subconscious, and maybe these things are communicated to our awareness sometimes. And he gave the example of walking along, and sometimes you feel like you're being watched, and you look, and someone is looking at you.
Oh yeah, that's because our brains know. Our brains know someone's watching us, even if we can't see them. I've read about that.
So we were talking about that as an example, yeah, and how maybe there is because everything is apparently a field of energy. Us being in the field, our biology recognizes that and works with it for our survival. And then we speculated perhaps that it just gives us just what we need, probably because if we were able to sense too much, we would perhaps be paralyzed with our analysis. We wouldn't know which way to go. So it gives us a certain amount of freedom, not to think about too much, but to think about just what we need, just the right amount of information for our biological imperative, which is to survive and replicate. Yeah. Whether you like it or not.
Yes, well, I won't be. Well, I
Hello to the Chatter King, who says maybe you're overthinking it. Do come on and tell us why you think that, Chatter King.
Actually, can I say something about this, about whole life, actually? Right, I'm going to be 72 in a few months' time, and I look back on my 72 years, and quite frankly, I find life very, very hard and confusing, to be honest. It really... I'll be thinking about my life, okay, because I've had so many weird things. It's been quite a hectic life, even though, I haven't worked for all these years. And I look at it all and I think, now, I'm just a silly little meat bag, completely useless. And I've got 1,000,001 needs. So many needs. Yeah, weird. Can't work, and I'm so confused about life at the moment, even though I'm 72 and I really should know what it's all about now. I've got no idea.
Chickpea, do you do any breathing exercises or meditation practice?
Oh no, I haven't got. I'm a head banger. I can't meditating. I'm too head bangy.
As in, it's all racing all the time.
Sorry.
As in, your mind is racing all the time.
Yeah. I mean, when I can't sleep at night, I lay in my bed in the dark. Then I presume I'm meditating. I don't know.
I think it's a form of meditation where you become the thing that's watching these thoughts roll around your head rather than being the thinking, which is it's got like stepping back from what's happening. So I do think that's a form of meditation, yeah. And
I'll tell you something else, Grumps. You know what else I understand about life is, I've got RA and everything. All these years, listen to this, Dirty Low Life, going to like this one. For the past 30 years, I have been suffering really bad with rheumatoid arthritis. It's quite nasty. A few months ago, I met up with what's his name. He told me about a thing called ALA, which is a sort of a food supplement. And it's cured me. I spent 30 years running to and from rheumatologists, taking all manner of tablets and this, that, and the other. And the cure is in a little pot of supplements you can buy from Amazon for £10. But you know what I don't understand about it all is what these rheumatologists do 6 years of training. And what do they do in the 6 years of training for? Because quite frankly, they sit there pushing out their rubbish from Big Pharma. And it's pretty heavy duty rubbish they chuck out. When the cure is there, but they don't use it for some obscure reason because I
You say,
suppose
the
it's
cure is
so
worse than the disease, right?
weird.
Pharmacology yeah, it is. I mean, it is scary, the side
It's
effects of
frightening, isn't
modern
it?
medicine.
Isn't it scary?
Did you hear about Jordan Peterson? He's apparently close to death's door because
Yeah,
of
no, yeah.
his
What's wrong with
dependence on
him?
benzos. They reckon it
What?
has fucked up his nerves all over his body. Yeah,
Yeah.
apparently he's on the way
Oh
out.
no.
Oh well.
I know he'll be recycled anyway, so don't worry too much about it. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
No, he will be
I
recycled. That's what happens. Like the energy inside you will just be like dispersed anywhere else.
They'll just shove him into the next available
He
feature.
does look a bit like one of those Anglo-Saxon kind of princes or kings. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I was,
Athelstan was the monk, though, wasn't he? Wasn't he the one that, or the priest who ran off with the Vikings? The Vikings brought him back, and then he kind of became a Viking. Am I right?
I don't know.
Anybody know?
I don't
Can
know.
you tell me, are you puking? Athelstan. I think he was the one that he was a monk, and for some reason they saved him. The Vikings didn't kill him, and then they brought him back as a slave, and he kind of won them over, and he became like a Viking himself. And then he went back to England with them, and participated in their campaign or something. I don't know what happened in the end, but yeah, he was a cool character actually. Yeah, but yeah, Dirty Low Life. There you go. But I mean, he's off that stock. You know, maybe that's his people.
I finally found home.
Yeah.
Guys running naked up the beach, painted blue.
No, he was more refined than that. He was a Christian, educated individual. He was very stoic, and he was very good at. Yeah, he has qualities like you. He was very good at mixing
I'll have
and
to look it
relating
up.
to people. Yeah. Actually, some quite similar nature. Actually, yeah, he was a good guy. So sorry, as you were, gentlemen, and
I was just going to go around the last of the table. Yuzu, have you had any of these experiences, for want of a better word?
Experiences with what exactly?
We were talking about sort of strange things, like the typical one is a coincidence where you think of a person and they phone you as you're thinking about them, or DNW mentioned earlier a friend pulling out a photo of the two of them together as DNW was phoning them. Yeah, any sort of just odd. I think people would colloquially call them coincidences, but I think they're not coincidences. Is what I'm proposing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, to be honest.
No,
Probably not. I'm not sure.
Not that I remember. I've had quite a few that sort. I'm a bit weird like that. I don't remember any offhand, but I'm a bit weird in that.
I get a lot of like deja vu, like a shit ton of deja vu and synchronicities. Like I've been here before, but like I don't know, like because like our life is, like there's a lot of moments in our lives, and like I read sources from everywhere. Like there's the argument that's like, oh, it's just pure like unexplicable, like occurrences that are just weird, and then there's like the probabilistic one that's like, well, it could happen again because it's always meant to happen again because life follows patterns and sequences and all that shit. The probabilistic stance. Of viewing.
Have you come across the idea of eternal recurrence?
Oh yeah, Friedrich Nietzsche.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot here. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I read that like there's two ways to interpret that. Either like actually believing that's ontologically true, or like more so following what like Nietzsche said in like his works. It's more of like a thought experiment to not dwell in like the pessimism and nihilism of that could creep in your mind during like times of like existential angst and dread, which he talked about in his works, or like, yeah. And you know, like that's kind of the whole thing, because like I think the only people in philosophy to believe in like the ontological true way of like internal recurrence would be the Stoics. They were the ones who came up with that. I believe the first one was Zeno or something like that. The Stoic, he was the founder of Stoicism. And then there was Friedrich Nietzsche, who turned it into like a thought experiment, because Nietzsche was not a metaphysical believer, you know.
You made me think. You're saying about deja vu. You made me think, if it is ontologically true, it would make a lot of sense of deja vu.
Of course, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it would be, right? Yeah, but me being who I am,
all of the experiences that we've been talking about of knowing who's about to phone you.
Oh yeah. If they're ontologically
looking at you because you've seen them.
And this is another. Yeah.
Pristine, I
Yeah,
do head back to heavy metal.
The block universe, though, everything is happening. Everything has happened, is happening, and
don't know, please don't.
Everything is happening all at once. Time is an illusion.
Well, who knows that? You know,
that could explain for deja vu as well.
Yeah,
who really knows what time is? Because like one thing, if you read about a philosophy like me, because like I don't have much of things to do in life, is that there's a lot of theories of time and ontology, right? And like it's a very tricky subject matter, because there are hints and like pieces in daily life, ordinary life, that like any school of philosophy when it comes to time will use. Like there is the presentism, which is like only now exists, the past and present don't exist now, like the past is dead and the future is not yet here. There's the eternalism, the block universe, which states everything is happening all at once. And then forgot what's the other one, but I think those are the two main ones. There was like another one I forgot, but those are like the two ones I remember off the bat, because like they're like the most famous ones. And then there's like the one that's like, oh damn, yeah, those are the only two I remember. The fact that like there's only the present and the past and future don't exist, and the fact that everything is happening all at once. Yeah, I'm still undecided which one I follow. Yeah.
And what about? Oh, sorry. What about the thing? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
What about the theory that things only exist because you see them? You know, that I forgot what it's called. That one where it only exists when you see it, or some nonsense like that. It's
Idealism. That's philosophical.
I don't know what it's called. You know, they use the.
There's like a lot of types of idealism, but that one kind of reminds me of like the a philosopher, Bishop Berkeley, I believe that's his name.
I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. Something.
But he thinks that like the world and like reality is being seen by a God, and that's how we exist. Because if God is not perceiving us, we cease to exist. And he can prove this.
Part of my that's part of the reason I called the channel "Do Not Watch" in the past. My name D&W, it's multifaceted, and it is literally multifaceted. There's probably about 3 or 4 different reasons for that name, but one of them is because of that. I thought if there is an all-seeing eye, and that's giving everything power, I don't want to be watched by it.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Maybe if it doesn't watch me, I'm able to have free will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. And like, I believe that theory of idealism that was posited by Berkeley was called subjective idealism. It's like one of the most radical types of like empirical and idealist philosophy. Essentially that like we only exist and experience things because God is viewing us from like his all-seeing eye, because he was a priest or like a bishop of like the Anglican Church. I believe he was Anglo-Irish. Yeah.
Can I just take us
okay
to sorry, if you want to somewhere else, just to the egregore idea a minute, because the NW brought up not wanting to be witnessed, and I find the idea of the egregore and things in the ego, I don't even know if they're the same thing.
Oh, look at a bird.
This is a cool bird. I love it.
Oh.
Tell you, Lolo.
Beautiful.
You want to make that point in a second? Sorry, this is.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, look at him.
This is Pristine's son. This is Pristine's son sharing this.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Animals are so beautiful.
Tell us what kind of bird is this? Where is this? What is this?
I think it's inside the Costa Rica.
Look at him.
Yeah, I think it's
Conspiracy theory. Birds are not real. Have you heard of that conspiracy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're only robots,
Oh my
drones
God.
that
You've
view
never
us.
seen
Yeah,
a baby pigeon.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Never seen a baby pigeon. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
They're all produced in a factory somewhere.
Yeah, factories to spy on people like anywhere in the world. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Do you know they're putting microchips? Somebody's putting microchips in pigeons' brains
Bill
and using
Gates.
them as
Bill
drones.
Gates.
Huh?
That would be the Bill Gates.
Was it Bill Gates? Is it?
Yeah, yeah. He's
No,
the
I
one.
know someone's doing. They're actually putting microchips into pigeons' brains and using them as drones.
Oh yeah, they. Well, unfortunately,
They're cruel.
yeah. Putting chips inside humans too, as well. They're trying to.
Well,
they're
that's
gonna-
well. They won't be doing mine. I'm afraid I'd rather do or die. I'm afraid I'll be
What about
dying.
Elon Musk? What about Elon Musk? He's apparently trying to put
Of
chips.
course. Oh yeah, he's
Well,
doing
yeah,
that
he needs
too
chips.
with
I was
Neuralink.
going to mention it's going the other way as well. There are human brain cells in a petri dish wired up to a computer that is part of the processing network, and they're basically using white noise as a negative training stimulus. So they give it a problem, and if it gets it wrong, they give it white noise so that it learns what the right
Oh my
direction
God.
is. So yeah, they're plugging computers into humans and humans into computers, and they're hopefully meeting in the middle in this weird sort of picture.
That's horrific. That's horrific.
Isn't it? Terrifying.
Gracie won't like that. They're literally traumatizing the poor fucking brain cells in these computers with white noise. That's not a good way to teach people.
Well, they should learn what the fuck to do, shouldn't they?
Well, Gracie won't like that.
Crazy.
But, that's horrible. Have you got a link to that, actually, Lana?
No, I'd have to do some hunting, but yeah, if you search up,
do.
brain cells and computer matrices.
I knew they were teaching brain cells or neurons to biological neurons to play like Doom, the computer game Doom. Do you think that's how they're teaching it?
It wouldn't surprise me, yeah, because white noise is just it's no signal. It's so much noise. It's noise to signal ratio, and white noise is just pure noise, so you can't have any signal. So it's
noise.
blind basically. So you blind it for a moment, then off it goes again. That's the training negative training stimulus that I've come across anyway. Maybe they'll play some Bach one day and give it a good feeling.
Maybe.
Yeah, on the egregore point, I was just you mentioned about witnessing, and I mentioned intention, and I think intention is paired somehow with attention. So attention is the watching, and intention is the motion in the direction of the looking. And I think we were mentioning egregores and how a thought pattern becomes this thought structure in the world outside of any person. I think that thing can then desire attention, in the sense that if it has no attention, the egregore doesn't exist anymore. In the sense of, if you stop believing in this mythical god, it doesn't exist as an egregore in reality to actually shape what happens in reality.
Right, yeah.
So
it has power, but the power is in the imagination. But it's the imagination
yes.
real world effects. Yeah, I get it.
So the desire for the witnessing, you can see it in your own ego. There's characters in your ego that want to be witnessed by you so that they actually live on. I'm such a good boy, or I'm such a horrible person. And you can retell yourself that story over and over again, and it needs to be watched in order to exist. So I think there's a lot to be said in what you're saying of do not watch. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, egregore.
Thank you.
Very interesting topic. It's like a type of, I don't know, thought experiment concept. Yeah, you're always being watched. It's kind of true.
I thought if it is watching us and it's letting these things occur, maybe I shouldn't let it watch.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's not gonna have a choice. Yeah.
There's an idea in. I'm sorry, I meant to bring up something earlier because we were talking about this.
It's impossible, like from a realistic perspective. Because if it is outside of us, it can watch at its leisure,
Yeah, of course.
I've got to tell you two things. I watched this martial arts guy who does lots of different martial arts with people all around the world, and he just goes to their school and learns random stuff and gets beaten up. One of these guys was doing some knife defense, and he was talking about intention and the intention of the mind. And he does a stabbing motion towards this guy, and they practice a movement, and then he intends to stab him. Yeah, and this guy just feels the difference, and you can see it in his face. You don't need to hear his words to see that he's felt a difference in this moment.
Wow.
Yeah, the instructor's intention to cut him. Yeah. I forget my second point. Forgive me.
But he was able to communicate to that guy when he knew he was being serious and when he knew he wasn't.
Yes, he could feel the difference. Yeah,
correct.
The difference between the motion of the arm and the intention to cut somebody. Yeah, that they're two different things, and your body will resonate with that going on, just as you resonate with somebody watching you from behind, and you turn around and there they are looking at you. The other one I was going to bring up is that there's this idea of in esotericism of becoming invisible. And I don't know how to do it, but it's somewhat akin to a meditative practice where you're not quieting the mind for your own internal quiet's sake, but you're quieting intention so that you're not putting intention is a torsion, it's twisting, it's you're bending the environment around you, and everyone else feels that twisting if they're sensitive enough. So it's a sort of it's not engaging with it enough to become invisible to the extent. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah. In fact, Dirty Lowlife, I think one of the first philosophers to talk about being invisible was Plato, because he in his dialogues, The Republic, there was an object called like the Ring of Gregorius, and it's like a thought experiment. If you could turn invisible, would you be doing bad things? Because you could never ever get caught, and it was like a debate, whether humans would naturally do that or not, or there could be some men that could be invisible and still do hidden good things. It's like a test of like who's going to be virtuous with no one staring at them.
Yes, right. Wow, I didn't know that was Plato. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Good. It's in the.
But then you have to look at the intention and the consequence.
Yes.
How do you remember
What is
all
good?
this? Oh.
How do I remember? I don't know. I just have like a autistic brain that just like takes.
It's holographic.
Yeah, I have a photographic and visual memory.
He's 25. She's 25, and her brain hasn't died because of alcoholism or nicotine addiction.
It hasn't stopped the pruning.
Oh yeah, I don't take any like alcohol or nicotine. Like I don't know how anyone can do that. Like I tried them and it tastes like shit to me.
Lucky thing.
It's easy.
I was horribly addicted.
Right? Yeah.
By the time I was your age, Fatima, I'd been drinking for 10 years. I think I gave up.
Wow! Oh my god.
I started when I was 14.
Damn.
I started
when I was 14. I started getting drunk when I was 15. And I gave up I gave up a month after my 25th birthday. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Of course.
I started when I was 14. Both things.
Yeah. The reason why that sorry, Chickpea.
I smoked for 36 whole years.
Wow. Damn.
Yes.
Well,
and I still miss it.
That's a feat to me because I can't even smoking just like one.
You're lucky.
Just one.
Oh, you're so lucky. I took to it instantly. Instantly.
We all have our vices.
Of course, absolutely.
Fatima's no saint.
No, oh hell no, I'm not.
Still, I wish I had
vices,
that.
I'm sure,
not smoke.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
How can
what's
you
your vice?
Smoke dirty. How
what's
can
my
you
advice? What's my? I have a lot of them. I guess.
I'm only telling you. You don't have to tell us, Fatima.
Okay, yeah, but like, yeah. I everyone has their individual, unique vices. Everyone has them. It's just that you just have to be open about them, or like open to a degree that like you're willing to like talk it out and not be just yeah, I think
okay. So Pristine, you've been very quiet, darling. I hope you're not getting bored shitless.
No, I'm okay. I'm just busy doing stuff. I'm all good.
Okay.
So
he says he doesn't have any friends or close relationships. anymore. It is what it is. Sorry to hear that, Yuzu.
No, that's
Yeah.
I mean,
common. That's common nowadays. I wouldn't
how
feel
old
too
are
bad.
you, Yuzu?
Same here, mate.
So
Wait,
Dirty,
what
how
was
many
that?
do you smoke a
Yuzu,
day?
how old are you?
Ooh.
I'm about what, 24?
Oh, you're still young. Okay. Well, you can make new
Oh, well.
friends, new connections if you want to. That is.
Your worldview doesn't help you, Yuzu.
My worldview.
Mm.
Yeah, everyone has a worldview. I think.
I mean, I suppose.
That's not a detraction at all. Simply an observation that if you see things differently, people find it hard to allow their ego to be comfortable around you because you're constantly triggering them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Good
yeah.
point.
Everyone. Yeah.
It's not a reflection of you. It's just the nature of having there is a common view. Not everybody is the common view, but there's a bell curve of the majority of people are roughly aligned with the statistical belief of what's happening. And
Yeah.
I think the people on this panel don't fit within the
No,
majority
of
of the
course
bell
not.
curve.
Yeah.
But
I found
but dirty. Actually, people think that because like I dismiss like certain like traditional metaphysical views means I trust the science wholesale. They accuse me of being like a materialist. I am not a materialist. Like I think that most of our actions are not done out of reason. They're done out of like emotion and passion and like habit, and like a custom, and like pure instinct. I don't think reason is like driving like the ship. I think those things I just mentioned, like emotion, passion, instinct, animalistic urges, those are driving us. Survivalism, reason is not driving us at all. Actually, reason is there. We can use it, but it's more of like a slave to the passions. That's what Hume said. Hume said that reason is a slave, or ought to be a slave, to the passions and the emotions.
So Dirty,
Nice.
sorry, how many do you smoke a day?
Depends on the day. Somewhere between, if I'm honest with myself, 5 and 15.
Oh, you're doing good then. That's not. I wish I could do that. If I could do that, I'd go back to smoking because I still miss it.
Right.
21 years ago, I still miss it. But
yeah.
if I go back to it, I'll be back on 30 a day in no time because I smoke very heavily and I can't afford it.
My late grandmother, bless her, she quit, and 40 years later, she still had an unopened pack of fags in the cupboard, and she'd still smell people smoking and want a cigarette.
Yes.
Yeah,
it never goes away. I still want to do it. It's awful.
And it's strange. I find it strange that some people quit and suddenly find it very disgusting and horrible, and other people quit and still just love it and have this feeling for it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I must remind people that the Native Americans treated tobacco as a very important medicine.
A sacred medicine to
Yes,
them.
it is.
Yeah.
We've been conned by whoever.
Also, it's been found that it disrupts parasitics and nanorobotics.
Yeah.
Just in
because I tell you something, Dirty, the world was a better place when we smoked than it was.
People talked.
Yeah, because we used to, if you had a row with somebody, you'd sort of say, come on, let's go and have a cigarette.
I heard you say that before, and I thought, wow, what a change in the world. People
change
go talk about something.
When they brought it to the workplace changed horribly, and it really changed. Yeah, and
then all the smokers had to go out to a little chicken pen outside and be locked away.
Yeah, so tell me about it. I know, I used to do it.
And then all the pubs started smelling like a piss instead of fags.
Yes,
that was a nice change, wasn't it?
No fun anymore. I personally think, I know it kills people, but then we all get killed off by something, and
by life itself too, by the natural. Oh yeah, we're all gonna get killed by something, and the majority of humans are gonna die because their bodies just end. Their bodies just give up on themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Chickpea, I'm surprised you smoked for 36 years, and like you're like into your 70. That's something I noticed. Smoking can either like kill you fast or actually like some people like live long.
No, it
because
didn't do me any harm at all. I was told by doctors. A doctor said to me, "No, I can't believe you smoked for 36 years because there's no damage done, literally."
wow, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but my mother was the same. My mother smoked for 50
oh wow,
years.
50 years.
It's all very relative whether it kills you or not. It's
Yeah,
very,
that's why.
and
Yeah,
it's
that,
different
yep.
to me, the whole thing, because I tell you something, and I find this whole thing with drugs, like with weed and everything, this stuff we should have a right to it by simple definition that it grows on the planet. And we should have the right to just be able to pick it. But no, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Mm,
And the nicotine and the whole thing with cigarettes, it really bugs me. It really does. Because I can't afford to smoke anymore, because I tell you something, I miss it terribly, dreadfully. And you know what else I miss from it? It's like a little companion, it's your little best friend, isn't it, Dirty? Yeah?
It's
Best
a companion, a best friend. It's a ritual. I think it's a meditation practice because you go
Yes.
through emotions so many times. It's
Yes.
one bit of meditation. It
Yeah.
makes you focus on your breathing because it's a
Yes.
breathing exercise.
Yes.
So yeah, it's got some
Yes.
strange overlaps with lots of different things.
Yeah, and it used to just give me a bit of a lift, that lift that I need all the time. And I miss it. It's been, it'll be 22 years, and when I'm 70, I stopped my 50th day after my 50th birthday. So it's 22 years, and I still want to do it. And whenever I see someone smoking, I ask them, I go up and have a little sniff at them on the street. I don't know what people must think of me. And,
oh my god, you just like walk up and then you just sniff like
yeah,
the
just
air. Like,
hello, can I have a sniff of yours? Yeah, I
oh
actually,
my god.
yeah, but I live in that sort of an area. Fatima, I live in that sort of an area. It's that sort of an area anyway. I wouldn't do it in most places, but it's that kind of an area. So you could do that sort of thing. But yeah.
Okay, then yeah. I
Yeah,
also live in an area.
nobody minds. Nobody minds, So
I live in an area where like you don't smoke tobacco, you smell weed a lot. Yeah, in my apartment complex, a lot of people smoke weed. It's very, very strong smelling weed. Like there's like one girl that lives like on like the third floor, like above me, and like whenever I walk outside for like gym time or jog, yeah, it's always like she's always like blazing it up outside on her balcony,
Wow.
with like her hookah. Yeah, because that's what she uses.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because at the moment I could do with some. I really could.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people do that here, and a lot of there's just a lot of types of people that live around here, and like we have those people. I have this one dude that lives above me, like right above my area. He also like sometimes does it too, but I actually had to file some complaints because it was coming down the air vent from his floor to mine, and I was like, bro, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, okay, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but at the same time, like, have some freaking a courtesy, man, because I don't want to smell that stuff every morning, because it does have a very overwhelming scent if you yourself are not used to it and don't smoke it like me, it does get a bit overwhelming, the scent,
Right.
So that's why I'm like, hey bro, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna have to call the leasing office,
Oh look.
Oh, it's fishy. Wow, yep.
Yeah, pretty cool. I like it.
You know that fish recognise people. Do you know that?
Yes, they do.
A friend of mine's got a tank of fish. And when I go upstairs to see them, there's one particular fish. It's a pink and blue fish. And when I walk in the room, he covers the edge of the tank so that I can stroke him and everything and communicate with him. He actually recognises me. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, he actually.
Yes, that's very cool.
I'll tell you a story of an animal.
What?
Me and my ex, we were up in Loughborough, near my nan's house, and we were walking around a lake one time, local little lake, and there was a swan in between the two lock gates.
Yeah.
And we went for a long walk, and 45 minutes later we come back and see this swan still in there. We happened to be on the phone to my father at the time, and he said that often swans in and between two lock gates, they need so much of a runway to actually take off. The lock gates trap them and they can't actually get out of the water. And apparently swans, they have to preen themselves to stay buoyant. They actually sink and take on water. So we had a lot of fun and games trying to get the lock gate open. It happened to be winter. The swan got out after fanning about and got on the ice. It was just immediately dead knackered and slumped on the ice. And we stood with it for about half an hour, and it slowly kind of regained its energy and came to, and then waddled down the ice and started preening itself. So at that stage, we thought, okay, it is all right. It's just exhausted. We walked a little further, and at a little V in the canal was another swan. It was the partner just waiting for it. So we reunited them, or helped them reunite. And we went home and thought nothing of it. And then a couple of weeks, 3 weeks later, we went back to the lake and stood at the lakeside, and this swan just came straight towards us.
Oh, wow.
Thought, is this the same swan? We weren't really sure. And it came and just was with us. And then we went home, and then we went again, and this swan came up to us again. 3 or 4, 5, 6 times. We were still, we think it's this swan, but we're still not sure. And eventually we started bringing seeds and feeding it. Feeding this swan, and the swan's partner would come over every time. He'd never get close to us. He'd always stay in the water and be a swan, and this other swan would just come straight up to us and eat out of our hands. Eventually this went on for a year, and the next season we didn't see them for a while. We went one more time, hoping, we hadn't seen them for a good 2 months or so, and we were hoping that we'd see them again, but kind of had said goodbye in our minds. And then, we turned up one day, and there was the 2 swans. We named them Penny and Fred, and 3 cygnets. And we were able to basically be within arm's reach of these cygnets, and the parents would stand on the other side of the cygnets and just let the cygnets be with us.
How gorgeous.
I've stroked this one. Thank you. Just to show you a picture.
Oh, wow.
So I've
my goodness, that's gorgeous.
I stroked these swans, and
that is so amazing. Oh my
turned her head and looked at me and looked back over the lake. Absolute trust. I think she recognized that we saved her life, and at that point,
they remember, don't they? Yeah, no, they do remember. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, how beautiful.
That is amazing.
We never saw them again. So I helped a generation of swans on and made a good friend and said goodbye. So it was a whole complete tale. Thank you.
That's gorgeous.
That is a beautiful story, brother. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I've not told anybody else, so thanks for listening.
Of course, absolutely, man. Your story matters.
I feel strange saying that this swan knew who I was.
Of course we knew. They're not stupid. What makes you think they wouldn't know?
No, that's true, but
they know.
Yeah,
animals know more than we give credit for.
Yeah, that's it. Chief.
I think animals do know more than we know in some instances. Like what I mean by that is they're connected to an essence. They're not necessarily thinking about it, but they're connected to something.
So they
in many instances,
fish
more than us.
Me.
Have you ever heard of, like, I remember my uncle used to talk about something about hares in March meeting in the moonlight, full moon, like they'd all meet up at, like, on a March night or something, and just like gather in a field with a full moon. Apparently it's what hares do. I don't know. I'm gonna look that shit up, but I'll be back in a while. I'm gonna research that. Hares having a little meeting. It's probably something to do with breeding, though. I got followed. I remember I couldn't sleep one night, and I left my house and I went for a walk. It was like 3 a.m. or something. And this is years ago. This is like when I was like 20, I suppose about 20. And I just went for a walk for about 40 minutes or something. And a seagull followed me in the sky for the whole walk.
Oh, wow.
Like literally flying over my head, like a drone.
Yeah.
It was probably about an hour's walk, by the way. It just followed me the whole way.
You go back
It
to
was
the
kind of it was kind of spooky, guys. I'm not going to lie. It was actually a bit spooky because it was late and there's no one around, and there was just this, there's just a seagull flying above my head, like,
Gorgeous.
just like following me. But then again, they followed dumpster fucking trucks and shit like that, so maybe it just thought I was a load of rubbish.
They love trash.
Oh, Dirty, why have you got that pole behind you, the grey pole behind you? Why? That looks. Why have you got stuff around it? Why? What
That's
is that?
a didgeridoo wrapped in a towel.
No, didgeridoo.
What's
Wow.
a didgeridoo?
Australian.
Oh,
Australian
right.
instrument.
Because it was so. I thought it was a scratching post that you covered up with a bit of cloth. Because it.
Not even I recognised it. That's cool. That's
I have
cool.
budgies. We had a cat in our house once, but I don't need another one.
I thought for some obscure reason you covered up the scratching post.
No, so I just sat amidst the clutter, is all.
Wow. But this fish that this guy's got, and I'm allowed to stroke her, and it's so weird that she knows me and she lets me stroke her. Tiny little fish. She's only small, about 3 inches across. Tiny little thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, I agree with DNW talking about the we've put several names to it: morphic field, what are some others? Akashic record, the ether, the Tao, the Matrix, I suppose, is one of them. There's a whole load of these labels that sort of point to some sort of substrate that everything is wobbling in. And yeah, I think you're right, DNW. Animals are sort of immediately in that, and we have to do some weird quietening of the mind and feeding the gut before you can actually listen to it. I mentioned the other day that what do you think of this, Chickpea? My budgie is already a complete budgie. She can't get any more of a budgie.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
But I'm postulating that the human is a different type of animal where there's this potential for it to become something more than it is currently.
Yeah.
It can become more human, whereas a budgie can't become more budgie and a dog can't become more dog. Would you agree with that?
Never thought of that before.
But like another way of looking at it is we don't necessarily become more human. We age and we carry out the role of a human with experience, and that's evolution. So the longer that you stick around, the basically you fulfill a role at different ages. You know what I mean? And it's to do with your longevity rather than becoming more human. You're always a human.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just at some points you're a young human, like in the playground, who maybe doesn't know as much, and you're innocent. You're playing around. Then puberty happens, and you start competing.
So your purpose shifts rather.
Your purpose shifts with age, yeah,
and
experience. So the older you get, perhaps the more empathy you get, and also perhaps the more experience you get, and you want to pass it to others. But also your hormones go up and down at different ages. So as you get older, they start going down. So then you're less consumed by your gonads, and perhaps you're thinking about different things. But it's not because you're becoming more human. It's literally you were always human, but you're just at a different point on the spectrum because of mere happenstance, the fact that you've lived longer.
You know what else you get, Dirty? Your brain becomes totally stuffed full of rubbish. My brain is completely stuffed to the brim with absolute rubbish because I haven't learned anything of any use in my life. You know, it's all stuff for the corporation.
I hope you're not talking about the Finding Gnosis show.
No, DW, of course I'm not. But no, my head is full of junk. And it's absolutely 70 years of absolute crap. Because I tell you something, when I look back on my life, I was never taught anything of any value. I was just taught how to be a good little corporate slave, basically. And it's only now that I'm getting older I look back on it all, and like I knew nothing about herbs, or I knew nothing of any value at all. Nothing. I mean, I could type 90 words a minute, but I don't know how to plant a bloody dandelion if I wanted to grow one. And it really saddens me, actually. That's how we're conditioned to be, completely conditioned. And the real me, I don't even know what the real me is. I suspect the real me is probably a herbalist, some kind, who wants to live in the country. Instead, I spent my whole life on army bases and in the corporate environment. I've completely lost in it. I'm only finding myself now. It's a bit late now. And I suspect this happens to most people. I'm a bit pissed off about it.
I mean, I'm just riffing off what you said there, Chickpea. And I think from my life experience, one of the things I found was I always found school perplexing and to some degree because they were teaching us stuff and there wasn't any unifying principle behind anything. In the past, maybe we used to be religious. Now I went to a Catholic school, but it more or less was secular. You know what I mean? There was no unifying philosophy in my upbringing. There was nothing to say trying to bring people together, a vision to move towards. You were just brought to school, taught things, and there was no sense of occasion either. There was never a sense of occasion in school, in my schooling. It was never like, this is important because you matter, we're in existence, and this is us moving towards something. It was just this monotonous droning about stuff, and they didn't relate it to you. They didn't relate it to existence. They didn't, as I said, there was no unifying philosophy.
Yeah.
It was just churning out facts and figures without giving you a directive on it. Now, part of that probably is because I went to a substandard school, and I was part of the proletariat, as Chickpea would call it. They were just churning out future tradesmen, factory workers, policemen, nurses, and that was it. They just wanted people to. They were just churning out people to do the work. They didn't want us thinking things. But yeah, definitely, I was at a loss a lot of the time in school. Like, I just found it really bizarre. Like, people were getting serious about things without thinking about the deeper things. You know what I mean? Like, why are we doing this? Nobody seems to ever ask, why the fuck are we doing this?
Exactly.
Yeah. Why am I even here experiencing all of this happening?
Yeah.
And
I think that could be a failure of my own family as well, in that they didn't give me a unifying philosophical direction.
I learned nothing. Nothing.
But I think that's the case for a lot of people. They don't have that. They don't have that directive from their parenting, from their parents, or from their school, or from their community.
I learned nothing.
They just plonked into the world and told things without having any meaning ascribed to it or any vision given to them. And it's just like, learn this, do this, but they're not given a vision of why it's good to do it or where it will lead to for them and for humanity. There's no kind of motivational speech given to them in school, at least in my experience. There probably is if you go up to private schools.
What's the Rockefeller?
No, private school's no better, Grumps, because I went to private school for 18 months. It's just as bad.
They train middle.
You remember being a kid? You just go from one classroom to the other, right? Like when you get to middle school, or early high school, like secondary school, and you're moving from classroom to classroom, and you're finding yourself in different subjects. But it's just like you're on this fucking conveyor belt, and no one has explained why it's happening or where it's going. And it is a really perplexing experience. It really was for me. It was bamboozling. But everybody around you seems so invested and so sure of it, and you're there. You're on this conveyor belt. You're looking around, thinking, "What the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Why the fuck is everybody so serious about this? Why is our technology teacher or whatever it is, or whatever lesson you're in. Why is he so sick? What the fuck is going on? You know, it's just this like frustration. Well, at least that was my experience.
Yeah, well,
There
yeah.
isn't.
I don't know anymore.
The famous Rockefeller quote. It's something along the lines of, "I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a
Yes,
nation
exactly.
of
Yeah,
workers."
it's all designed to ensnare us and entrap us, and by the time you realise what's happened, it's too late anyway.
Exactly.
Because that's what's happened to me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Yuzu. He says he hated school because he got outcasted, humiliated, and made fun of him. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
He should have been
I
homeschooled.
used to get bullied because I was a teacher.
Well, it's not necessarily that you should have been homeschooled. It's just like maybe education systems should be different. Maybe they should get real about education.
Look, Grumps,
because it is such an important part of people's life. And I've often spoke about it on this channel. And it's like your teenage years, such important years, and you're put in a classroom where your peers form much of your appreciation of your own identity and your outlook. And the truth is, you're surrounded by hormonal maniacs with behavioral problems, psychological problems,
and that's just
all manner of fuck. And yeah, that's just the teachers. Yeah. I mean, them too. And it's like, yeah, it's obviously a recipe for disaster. For me personally, I think the best kind of schooling system would have been something like they did for the old tradesmen in the past, where there was a master tradesman, and he had his like team of youngsters that he brought around showing them how to do stuff. And the adult was there, the kids were there, and there was never like the kids were left to their own devices. There was always an adult around. Like it was part of the culture. The children did the men's work, and the men showed them how to do it. But there was no separation. Because I don't know about you guys, but my schooling it seemed to be leaning at least 70-80% towards the children running the shop. You know, as in like we were like, even though you seem to be in lessons, the culture was mostly run by the kids.
Yeah, and you make me realize not a child, but the children as a mob, like a mob rule type.
And then that becomes like this messy situation where sometimes it's the darkest psychologies of that mob. You know,
it's
I've
like
never been a kid,
the
and it's like, sorry.
I was just gonna say the sense of belonging. Sorry, Fatty, go ahead.
Well, you don't know what's going on, so you at that age you have no idea what's going on because no one's ever told you. Well, I'm speaking from my own perspective. No one ever told me what was going on, and so you're surrounded by kids who are crazy, and you're trying to fit in, and but you have no idea why. You have no idea why anyone is as crazy as they are. And believe me, my school was crazy. There was fucking people getting beatings. Now I never got. Well, I got into a fight, but I never got beaten up randomly. I got into fights, but there was like random attacks and beatings, people spitting on each other,
lovely.
greenies on their backs and stuff,
isn't it? Yeah,
all manner of shit. Yeah,
the psychological torture of it as well, not always just physical, but the psychological.
Kind of it is. I think school is a form of child abuse, actually, when you think about it, how horrible it is.
Absolutely.
If I may put a name to it, I believe it's called just from my research, the Prussian system of education, and it was taken out of Prussia, reused everywhere, where they found that a lot of people weren't pulling the trigger. So you basically have to remove the ability to think for the individual to think for themselves, and the way they found to do that was to remove the trivium. And the trivium is the teaching of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. And they seem to fit together in a bit of a spiral. The grammar is the definition of words and their meanings. The logic is the use of those words in a coherent fashion. And through rhetoric, you can find where the logic is contradictory. So the rhetoric then feeds back into the grammar because you can adjust the meanings of your words, have a new form of logic, and then speak about it again. So through the trivium, you can actually determine what somebody's saying to you. You can watch a politician and know they're talking shit.
Yeah, but they basically don't teach that to normal schools. That's the high-end private schools.
And the Prussian model of education remove the trivium, and that's it, and then implement a whole load of groupthink, you're in a mob type mechanisms that he's talking about.
Yeah, they make a neurotic kind of glob of people competing with each other with their own insanities,
And
because they don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to describe what's going on. They don't know how to formulate ideas and communicate them. But the other kids do. The posh kids do, and that's why. And then what happens is, as you go on in life, because these people are coherent in their communication, they're seen as sane. They're seen as the people to trust. But the truth is, it's just a matter of circumstance. They got the right teaching. It doesn't. It's no measure of their saneness, as we well know. Because the simple people can't. The people with the simple education can't appreciate that. Just because someone's speaking coherently and seems like they're and is confident, doesn't mean you should trust them. You know, and that's a big problem, because you've got to learn analytical thinking for that. You got to be able to compare and contrast your thoughts to theirs in a very detailed manner to try and get to that point. You know, and not everybody gets to that point, and that is because of the failure of the education system. But again, this is what makes the world go round. Unfortunately, that's the darker aspect of this. If everybody was well educated, perhaps nothing would get done, and that's a dark aspect of this. You know, in the past at least. Maybe now when we're moving towards AI and robotics, maybe AI and robotics will be able to do things for us. But maybe there was a period in human history where, you know, it needed to be this way, because if everybody was educated and thinking deeply about matters, nothing would get done. There would be nobody to say, yes, sir, okay, sir. You know, just because of authority, just because someone else had authority over them, you know. So maybe it was a necessary, as I said, as is the case so much in human history. Some of the unsavory things that happened, and there are many of them, were actually a necessity for us to get to where we are. As horrible as that is to say, if they didn't happen, we wouldn't be where we are.
I can apply the same to my own. Yeah.
Now, Yerfdog says, "Why is Fatima here? If forgiveness is that easy, then you have no need for honor." Yes, we did give Ratima a roasting earlier, and Ratima did explain that they were sorry, didn't you, Ratima?
Yeah.
And you won't be so two-faced in the future. You won't go around bitching about the show, because you have no need to be here if you don't like it. We already went into that, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
You have no need to be here if you don't like it. You don't have to be here. You know, I know you follow LA's slave mythology, but you are not my slave. You are a free man.
Well,
You're
I
free
will.
here.
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't consider myself an anarcho primitivist as he does.
You are free to go at any point. You are not beholden to me. But I was most disappointed with you, as I already stated. And you do realize it was a bit weird to come on here being all nice and then to go away bitching like behind my back, but yet in public at the same time. It was a bit weird, right?
Oh yeah.
Why do you think you did it, out of interest?
Oh, I like do this to like even members of my family. That's why we have like a love-hate.
Well, I think it. To be honest with you, Fatima, it is what it is. But it's up to you. I'm not going to crucify you for it. But many people would say that's a negative character trait.
You know? Oh yeah, even I know it kind of is. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll move on. Good to see Yerfdog's here. Care Bear says she has to Google how to help her kid with maths homework because they teach differently than what she learned in her day. Yeah. Are You Puking says it would be global Tiananmen Square if everyone was educated to think outside the box and question all narratives. Yeah, I mean, there would be a greater number of people realizing there's like perhaps being paralyzed by their analysis of reality, and perhaps there would be a lot of people saying perhaps there's nowhere to go because you know, the more uneducated you are, perhaps. I mean, it's funny because it's a bit like IQ. The lower IQ you have, I've seen a meme about this. The lower IQ you have, you realize your limitations. Perhaps I don't know what's the meme. There's a meme where there's a series of these memes where the low IQ and the extremely high IQ, the genius level IQ, are kind of think the same thought, but it's the ones in the middle that are problematic, like the midwits. And what is it? What is it about again? I'll have to look it up because I forget. Good to see you, Earth Dog, says Soap. Nowhere to go, yeah. So I think having an uneducated people gives them aspirations, and people with aspirations are good to motivate and good to whip into a frenzy to work for you and to do your bidding. They're far easier to manipulate, perhaps. And it's not just about manipulation, but well, it is kind of about manipulation because if you're doing it for reasons of social engineering, then it is manipulation. If your reason is to literally create some people who are disadvantaged because you want disadvantaged people who are easier to control for your, reasoning, as in for your directions, then yeah, it is social engineering and it is malevolent, I suppose. Even if the alternative is to have everyone educated, and then that means more people are demotivated. Again, I think this is probably an old world problem. Now that we have AI, now that we have all these things, this will be less of a problem. Perhaps.
Just to give kudos.
AI will be doing the work of people now.
Just give riff on something you said earlier.
Give it another 20, 30 years. AI robots will be unbelievable.
Oh dear, W, you're such an optimist. I give it 5 years. 5.
No, I didn't. Okay. Well, I didn't say it was going to be good, Chickpea. I'm just merely talking about work. I'm saying that robots will be doing the work of humans. I didn't necessarily say that will be good for humans.
I was being.
I don't know what type of a world. I don't know what type of a world we're moving into. You know, I don't know what type of a world we're moving into.
I know. I believe. I believe. Yeah, I believe horrible things. What's your take? Must put my glasses back on. Can't see.
Oh yeah. Dirty Lola. What's your take on the future?
What's your take?
AI and robotics and all that.
It's looking very bubbly to me, actually.
What do you mean?
Like it might be about to burst.
Yeah, I think I'm personally, I'm very worried about it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be worried about. Absolutely. When you've got people being arrested based on AI systems, assuming they're guilty based on digital evidence.
Yes, that's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some things to be scared about, and that's the thin end of the wedge. I mean, if we're going to talk about other places and other events that are happening in the world, there's a lot of AI being used for other things that I won't go into the details of.
They want to get rid of juries and have AI be the jury, and it's only a matter of time before AI is doing the judging. It's just a matter of time.
I mean, I believe. Okay, here's a little window into my worldview. I believe most of these technologies that we're using are military technologies.
Yes.
Okay, so from the cameras to touch screens to wireless technology, you name it, it's military technology first.
Yeah, I know.
Technology only becomes civilian technology many decades later.
Can I tell you a story, Dirty?
Just finish the point, Chickpea, and then please do. If we've got AI now, like it is as a sort of noddy, let's play around and have a chat with this robot type thing or make a video, it means this technology is several decades old at least. Yeah.
Yes,
So-
I've said this about mobile phones. When I was in the Wrens back in 1970s, I was in the Navy. The Navy had mobile phones, and I could phone ships anywhere in the world just using the telephone. So mobile phones already existed back in the early 70s. When I was living in Bahrain, I was living on board, I was living on a American Air Force base, and they had holograms of military vehicles. I was at my boyfriend one night roaming around the base, and there was this big parade ground, and I think the guys, the soldiers must have been having a bit of fun with these holograms and everything. I don't know what was going on. They didn't know we were there, but there was all these different holograms of military vehicles, and that was in 1968, 69 time.
Right.
And what else was in the Navy?
Nobody in the West knows about holograms at all. It's because they're being used by the military at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's the point, is that basically we only get the technology when it's been superseded and now somewhat redundant or superseded by something else.
But the mobile phone existed back in the 70s. 70s.
I believe that there is some form of AI running that is using the internet itself as its memory bank. Do you follow me? It's essentially the eye to the memory bank that is everything being pumped through the internet. And it'll have a whole lot of optimization of most of its noise, and I don't care, but it'll be reading a good middle proportion that gives it a very high fidelity insight into everybody's behavior as individuals. So yeah, I think
something's happened. Good, dirty. Hello, cooey, everyone.
I
Hello,
can hear you.
Chippy. I don't know what happened. Dirty Lowlife froze, didn't he?
Oh
He
yeah,
looks
he
like
did.
Jesus Christ. Dirty Lowlife, you look like Jesus. You froze. Yeah, I forgot you do have a startling resemblance to the Caucasian version of Jesus. You know, the white supremacist Jesus.
I told that. Yeah. My dad got that as well.
Maybe you are the second coming. Maybe.
My dad got thrashed by a black lady in Bristol for looking too much like Jesus.
Really?
Why are you trying to look like Jesus? And slapping him. Yeah.
Oh, Bristol, yeah. Okay, yeah, I've been there. Suspension Bridge.
Yeah, City of Pirates.
Yeah. Do they still have that little kind of communist roundabout there, where they all hang out, the anarchists and the communists? That little roundabout. Yeah.
Another one you're on about. Yeah.
DW, look what I've got.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Tastes, yeah. They are nice, aren't they?
Yes, I love them. Yes. Hey. But I don't know why you're so worried.
Usually, you can come back on if you want.
I don't know why you're so worried about the calories. Actually, it's not that many calories in dates. It's only 213 calories per 100 gram. Grump guts. Grump.
A lot of sugar, though.
That's all right. It's all right.
I think it was the fact that calories all came from sugar, and if you ate the whole box, then you're having a problem. Or the pack, in my case, was a pack of dates. Yeah.
I eat loads of them, but there's loads of fiber. I mean, 12 grams of these are 200-gram box. Get 12 grams of fiber. I mean, I don't worry about getting too much sugar. I never have.
Look at in 100 grams, how much sugar is there? Is it like 35 grams of sugar or something like that? Was it more?
Energy, carbohydrate, sugars, 46 grams of sugar per 100 gram of.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of sugar, Chickpea.
Oh, doesn't worry me.
That's a lot of sugar.
Oh, that doesn't bother me.
That's a lot of sugar.
No, that's all right. I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't. But you eat rice, don't you?
Some prunes as well, Chickpea. You can tell us what it's like in the morning.
But you eat rice, don't you? Because white rice, you may as well just eat a bowl of sugar. You don't know that with rice, yeah?
Yeah, so they say. I like my basmati. Yeah.
That has to be cooked. Cooking. Yeah, these are nice. I do like them. Yeah.
Sorry, dear, you set me off on the teaching thing earlier about the two different types of schooling, and we were talking about the trivium and how it's taught to the upper class for management purposes, and that they're given the tools of the language, and the other schools aren't. I was going to say I agree with you a lot. I think you're absolutely right, in fact. But there's an aspect about it that's the same that Gracie mentioned, which is that both systems only teach the ego. They only talk to the ego, and they never mention the existence of the ego. So you do a lot of the ego development is the thing that's being cultivated within that, whatever you want to call it, system. Neither of them mention the ego and say, oh yeah, by the way, there's this thing going on where you're an illusion of yourself, and you'll kind of keep creating this idea of yourself in your mind and imagine that you are this thing, and you'll talk to each other from these positions, but it's all right, you know, it's all an illusion and we all do it, but that's what's going on. You know, something else is here. There's this thing witnessing it all. and we don't, you know, there's no direction. We're all allowed to continue to just be the ego and believe in it very vividly.
But then you have to ask, what good would it be if they told them that? What good would it do? Because to give a child an existential crisis, is it a good idea? You know,
I just think if it was cultural that we talked about these things, it wouldn't cause an existential crisis, and it causes an existential crisis in our current situation because nobody's allowed to mention it. We'll have to pretend we are an ego, and we are what I think of myself, and I am Jamie, the name, and everything everybody's called me all through my life. I am a good boy if I do all these particular things to please my mum. You know, all of the story, just the endless embroidery of what my actual life is, my experience. There's no distinction between those two things, and it allows the individual to just be lost in this embroidered illusion for the rest of their lives.
I mean, the other side to this is dirty, is that's very highbrow thinking that you're doing there, yeah? And not everybody perhaps is capable of that, you know? I'm struggling to keep up with you, you know? Because you're obviously a very intelligent man. And this is another problem. I don't know whether you believe this, but do you believe that, like, for example, they talk about IQ, the average IQ is 100, it's not really that high. Do you believe that's the case, or do you think IQ is just a representative not of someone's natural ability but of their conditioning, how their natural ability has been stunted perhaps or conditioned to flower or flourish or not, you know?
Yeah, I don't really know, but I get the feeling. Well, first off, you remind me of the George Carlin bit where he says, think of how stupid the average person is. Now realize that half the population are more stupid than that person.
and in actual fact, he may be wrong there. It might be more than half, because the really smart ones might be bringing the average up.
Yeah, Pareto distribution. Yeah.
By the way, I just want to. There's a newcomer here. I just want to bring him on. I don't know who they are, so just give me a second.
Sure.
Jeffrey, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. Jeffrey, would you like to say something? Or you're getting kicked off? Jeffrey, you got like 5 seconds to talk, or you're getting kicked off. 5.
To show you his willy.
Probably. Anyway, Jeffrey, you're getting kicked off. Oh, we got Black Hole here. Black Hole.
Lovely.
Hello there.
Black Hole, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Hello there.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show, Black Hole.
How's the conversation going, guys? Happy Sunday to everybody. It's been a while since I appeared on this show.
I know, and you were sorely missed.
Thank you. I'd like to stay tuned for like the next 15 minutes and observe the conversation and see if I'd like to give any further comments. So how's everybody doing today on this fine Sunday?
Fine, all right. I
I'm doing
suppose.
okay, thank you. I'm doing okay. I'm
Awesome.
enjoying these fine people.
Alrighty then. I'll just stick around and add further comments. And it's
How
been a
are you
while since
doing?
I've been
How are
on your
you doing,
panel.
Black Hole? Black Hole, how are you doing?
I'm just chilling out here at the park. Went to church again, and of course I'm from Oklahoma City. It's been the Murrow Building anniversary, April 19th, 1995. This is the 31st anniversary. I'm just trying to gather my wits. The Oklahoma City Thunder is playing their first playoffs games
Sorry,
today, and
the 31st anniversary of what? Sorry,
of the Oklahoma City bombing. Are you
I
aware of
remember
that?
that.
No.
Is
Yeah.
it McVeigh, Timothy McVeigh, or something? Was that his name?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course I have the Oklahoma City Thunder basketball team playing their first playoffs game today. So I just felt the need to stop by and see how everybody was doing since I haven't been on your panel in a while.
Thank you, thank you. Now, as a
You're
man
very
from
welcome.
Oklahoma, can you tell us about the Oklahoma bombing? I mean, that was more or less like 9/11 in terms of its
Yes.
effect it was like obviously 9/11 had a global significance, but
It was
Oklahoma had far-reaching significance in America, didn't it? The
it
Oklahoma
was
bombing.
it was like a miniature version of the 9/11
Yeah,
bombing, and all of us
yeah.
Oklahomans have pulled together and helped each other for so long, and it's just a great demonstration of how proud I am to be an Oklahoman, and how many people have just pulled together for so long and just changed their thinking around this whole area, and you can just sense it on this day as I sit out here at the park, and it's just you can just
Would
you
you
can
like
just
to
sense
tell
how.
people about There's people here who've never heard of the Oklahoma bombing. Perhaps they were
Yes, of
born
course,
after it happened. Would you like to tell
of
them
course.
what it was, what it entailed, and the effect of it?
Of course, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols were the culprits, and of course they were captured. And they had it was a long time before they actually went to prison, and I think both of them did get sentenced to death. But I don't think the museum's open other than for anybody but families today, since it's Sunday. But yes, it is definitely something to remember every year. Last year was the 30th anniversary, and it just goes to show that everybody needs to be aware of the how much evil there is in the world, and how you need to you need to make sure that you understand how wonderful it is when you have a good friend next to you, and you need to embrace them with all your heart and soul. And it's like, if these people are going to be like these people are going to do everything they can to take care of you, because there's so much evil in the world. We need to embrace ourselves against that as much as we can.
Yeah, so a lot of people died, didn't they, that day?
That was
Just to think about it, for
168
those of you
people.
who don't know, it was two
It,
anti-government extremist lunatics, wasn't it? The guys that did it, right?
It was 168 people, and as far as I know, it's just two guys that just had that truck out in front of the building. It just kaboom. My father was like 2 blocks away, maybe, and he might have been one of the culprits. And I'm just lucky to even have him alive today. So my heart goes out to all
You,
those
you mean
souls.
you mean he might have been one of the casualties, not culprits?
He might have been. He might have been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully he stuck around, because you were a wee
Yeah.
chap then, were you? What age were you when it
That
happened?
was. I was only like 13 when that happened. I'm 44 now, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My heart goes out to all those people every year on this day, since I'm an Oklahoman. So that's just a message I want to give at this time on your panel, and I can
What
stick
about the
around. And
aftermath? What about the aftermath? I mean,
yeah, they had like there was like months and months before they were finally ready to demolish it, and there's firefighters and everybody going through there and everything. And it's only when it's on a Sunday when you really just feel like, yeah, there's a lot of people out there really mourning people, and I'm just glad my father survived. That's all I can say about that.
okay, brother. Well, I'm glad your father survived as well. For
Thank
you,
you.
and I'm sure he's happy about it, is he?
Oh, he takes care of me. I mean, we're all going through crazy times nowadays, and he's taking care of me. I mean, it's hard to get a good job and get out there and do what you need to do, but yeah, if you visited my channel, it's like a lot of people are having to live with their parents for prices and job market and AI and everything, and we're just doing the best we can, man. And it's just my heart goes out to everybody today.
That's very nice of you. So,
Well,
what
thank you.
did you pray about? And did you pray at church about
I
anything in
always pray
particular
at
that you
church.
especially? Yeah.
I have my prayer language. They even have baptisms today, man. I just, I pray in the holy language. Hashanamo, Sinamo. I bless everybody on Finding Gnosis channel today. Hashanamo. It's a wonderful church, great faith church in Oklahoma City that we have right here across the street from where my parents live. And I go to it almost as much as I can. I've been going there for almost a year and a half, man. And I just saw your
Amen,
panel.
brother. You know
I
what?
had to come
You know
on.
what, Black Hole? Black
Yes, sir.
Hole, you sound in good spirits, brother. It's good to hear it.
Well, thank you very much, sir. It's just I'd love to be on your panel as much as I can. It's hard nowadays, but you got to be brave and just step forth and just say hi to your brothers on the StreamYard channel, just like I used to do with Thoughtful not so very long ago.
Good to hear from you,
So,
brother.
thank
You
you.
sound like a man who's come back from the brink. I mean, when I spoke to
I
you
do everything.
before, you were very depressed, very down,
Yeah.
had a very bleak mindset. Your username
Yeah.
is literally Black Hole, and that is because of that time.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
have you turned things around in terms of
Well,
your outlook on life?
I believe that I am a conscious being, and I believe that I serve Jesus, and that Jesus is the center of all of that, and we have the right to turn anything around with any given moment at any given time. All we got to do is pray in the Holy Ghost, and we can bound anybody in the Holy Ghost as much as we can. And I'm just the black hole of YouTube, man. That's just what I call myself.
Well, you see,
And I have.
guys, this is very powerful testimony, whether you believe in testimony or not. This man here was a
Thank you.
man who was Black Hole was on his knees. He was existentially, let's just say, on the floor, weren't you, Black Hole? You were a man who seemed very, very lost in dark thoughts, and you didn't see any utility in anything.
We all go through our dark times, and of course, we have to always find a way to light. But at the same time,
that's what is so amazing about talking to you today. Is
we
now
fluctuate
you seem
between
to
that.
be.
We fluctuate
Mhm.
between that every moment of every day, and we need to always make sure that we always head to the light in every moment of our life, because we're always going through dark times in our life.
Nothing
And
to
I
be
really think
ashamed about.
I think that's what my channel is all about. My channel is all about anything, the rabbit hole matrix, and we're always trying to avoid that black hole. I really think that's what my channel is all about.
So, are you saying there's always a light to reach for, and we should always be trying to reach for it?
Correct.
And
Correct.
you believe the light is, you call the light Jesus?
I believe that Jesus reigns above all, and all we got to do is reach for him, and we will be saved. And if everybody did that, the world would be in a better place. That's It's as simple as that. Have you ever heard of Occam's razor?
Would you like to describe to some of these people here your thoughts in the past where you were at your most downtrodden and downbeat?
Of course, I would always like to say that everybody's always going to be at their downfall in life. Always just stay motivated and just keep moving forward. Like I was trying to say, Occam's razor, the simplest explanation always tends to be the right thing. Always move forward and head toward the light.
Okay, what do you say to people here like Chickpea, who's worried she's worried we're in a reincarnation trap, and that when she dies, there might be entities trying to trick her into coming back here?
D and W.
And of course, you wouldn't want to come back here, would you?
No, loads of place.
Why? Why is that? You always got to ask why. I always say that on my channel. You always got to ask why. Why would you not want to come back here?
I don't like it here. I don't fit in. I'm very, very anti killing animals for food, basically. It's something I loathe, I despise, and this world is got it go, I just don't fit in.
Mm-hmm.
And
why?
hate the place.
I'm sorry. What? I just said, why do you not fit in?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I've been a vegan. Vegans are the most hated minority group on the planet. I'm also a radical antinatalist. I think we should go extinct. So those are just the two. And something about me just don't get me wrong, I don't, you wouldn't know it because I dress, I look the same as everyone else. I behave the same way. But I just don't like it here. I never have. Even as a little girl, I've always hated it here. I think it's a dreadful place. Dreadful. I just think it's a real bloodbath. A stinking, nasty, polluted, blood-soaked bloodbath. I'm sorry to be so negative, but, you know, DW did ask me to say why, so I'm saying
Yeah.
it.
No, it's good. It's good to get it all out. Vomit it cathartically into the virtual abyss. Do it. Feel better.
Things
Black
Black
Hole,
Hole,
what do you have to say? What do you have to say to Black Hole? You're the resident motivational speaker now on the Finding Nation
Well,
show. You do know that. What do you have
like I
to say
say,
to Chickpea? What do you have to say to Chickpea?
I know how miserable it is out there, and just keep, like I say, keep moving forward and just try to find the light as best you can, because there's so many people that are suffering with no meaning behind it out there, and
yeah,
only
no,
for the
yes,
reason.
I do know. Yeah.
And it's only for the people that are just trying to be greedy and trying to be above everybody else. If they would help everybody else, it would be better. But it's just not happening.
That's
So
not going to happen ever.
if there was a lot of people that would unite against them, then the world would be a better place. But it's just not happening. So
That's not
just
going to
all we
happen.
can, what can I say other than just try to be as positive as you can and head toward the light and
You
go to
know,
church, man.
Black Hole, I read a lot of history books. I tend to read social history, and entire history it makes for really grim reading. You know, it's just I don't. Yeah, I'm afraid and I haven't had a hard life, Black Hole. I'm not moaning about my particular life. I'm okay indoors when I protect myself from the whole wide world, but I don't like what I hear. I don't like what I see, and I have this Gnostic belief. I believe that, the God of this earth, I'm afraid you may like him, but I don't like him. And I believe in the Archons, and I believe we're reincarnated. And yeah, I haven't got a good word to say about the place.
I also believe that we exist beyond this world, and this is a hell realm, and we don't belong here, and we're conscious beings, and we're not. We shouldn't have ever come here in the first place.
Yes, that's what
another
I think.
response to that. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
So you do
the fact
believe
that we're even here is a mistake. We should never have fallen here. The best thing to do is to not have children and bring them into this realm.
Oh, hooray! Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
You see the same thing I see.
You know me. I'm Black Hole. I always believe that.
I've never
There
spoken.
is no reason. There is no reason for anybody to birth children here than to become slaves against these greedy motherfuckers that do not want us to survive. And they want us to go to church every day, and they want to make sure that everybody just keeps praising this Lord, which is definitely beyond this rabbit hole matrix. And that's why we need to keep moving to the light, because if we keep continuing to worship these motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about us, nobody's ever going to revolt against the forces, and the millionaires will continue to be rich and the poor will continue to be
You think
poor.
the same things that I think then?
Correct. I'm the black hole. Anything about the rabbit hole matrix in general, wormhole matrix. I now call that. I now put that on my channel.
You're a Christian antinatalist then.
Correct. I guess you could call me that. Christian antinatalist. I'm a Christian, but yet I do not believe in bringing children into this world.
Wow. So Black Hole, you must believe in the mark of the beast then as well, yes?
I believe that anybody and everyone should have what they want and what they need at any given time. And anything else against that, which is the enemy, money, should be extinguished immediately. I believe that all money in the world should be burned in a flame at any given moment, because money should not exist. We can do so many things by simply helping each other.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I just find it all. Yeah, I just find it's just a weird place to live in. I've always had this. I don't know. I'm a bit weird. Plus, I've been here before, and I had a weird experience back in the 80s, and I discovered to my horror that I actually existed prior to being born into this dimension. I existed.
Yes,
in
reincarnation. You're talking about reincarnation.
Yeah, basically, yes. So I know I've been here before, and I haven't, I love all the animals and I love the trees and the flowers, but when I look at what us humans do, but then I don't think we should be here anyway. So I have that belief. I don't think we're meant to be, we shouldn't be here, because this earth is far too, we are such stupid, pathetic little weak things with our pathetic little bodies. We shouldn't even be here. Oh, you agree with everything I say?
Well, I believe that we are definitely conscious beings that have been forced into a humanoid body by two people having sex. And any parent that thinks that the child owes them anything needs to be drug out in the street and shot.
Ooh.
Because there's not a child on this planet that owes their parent anything.
No, we don't.
The parent had the child. The parent had the child. They owe them everything. They made the vow to take care of them by bringing them.
Sorry, I missed that. Can we go backtrack and say I do not condone anybody being dragged out onto the street and, you know.
I may have gone too far there, D&W. Is that okay?
You did. No, well, what did you say? Sorry. No,
I
please
said
don't say that here, guys. That's not good.
I shouldn't say that. I'll say I'll put it better this way. I'll put it better this way. Every parent needs to be understood that once they have a child, they need to take care of them. Does that sound better, D&W?
I think most parents believe that.
Yes. And if the child has problems,
And
they
you're
need to
being
understand.
taken off. You're being taken care of, aren't you?
Yes, I am. But if a parent brings a child in the world, you need to take care of them. And if the child has problems, yes. But understand that once you bring a child in the world,
maybe society needs to take care of people as well.
well, yes. But the thing is, I don't plan on having children. And if you bring a child in the world, you need to understand that you owe the child everything. And if all parents need to understand that if they're suffering, you don't need to be acting as if you owe, the child owes you anything. You don't need to be doing, what. You don't need to be scolding them. You need to understand that they were brought here on your terms and they deserve to be taken care of in any means necessary because you brought them into this matrix. Does that sound better, D&W? I'm sorry, I went too far a little bit a minute ago.
Dog says to say Bubbles, there is an argument to be made that if you believe in hell, then you shouldn't have kids because you're risking sending your child to eternal damnation. But that is see, the problem with hell is depending on what way you look at it. Some people believe hell is eternal. Some people believe that we're in hell, and that actually what's actually happening is there is this universalism. So every soul is being turned towards God and is going to make it out of hell eventually, back to source. So although it seems you're bringing a child, what I'm saying is some people don't believe hell is eternal. I've heard that said by some Christians, that it is a state of souls being turned towards God eventually, and every soul gets saved. That's universalism, isn't it?
Yeah, but D&W, I don't.
But the mainstream Christianity, hell is eternal damnation, hellfire for all eternity, because you sinned too much, and you were judged to it was just necessary to have sent you to hell, or because you simply didn't believe in Jesus, and grace was therefore not extended to you because of that. Depending on what type of Christian you have had.
D&W, I didn't mean to go that far. Are we still good? I didn't mean to sound that.
No, of course, it's good to talk.
Yes. No, I don't mean that parents. I don't mean that parents need to have that happen. I just mean that
I wrote something a while back about like atheists have an argument for pronatalism because if it's all down to us, then maybe we should continue as the most intellectually endowed life form to try and find out what is going on and how we can help life through time and space. But if you believe in a higher power, if you believe in a loving God, then it may be an act of faith to let God sort it out, and you choose not to bring anyone here because like the atheist view wouldn't make sense that it's down to us. If you believe in God, let God look after things. You don't need to bring people here to sort it out. Let God do it. So become an antinatalist. So that for me, antinatalism is actually makes sense more from a kind of religious perspective than an atheistic one. That's my view. Like if you truly believed in a loving God, then I would say there's no need to bring children into this world because God will, look after everything and make sure everything, is sorted out and there isn't
Yeah,
any more
right.
suffering. There's no need for humans to get involved in that.
That sounds good. I like that.
But if you
God,
don't believe in God, then it is down to us, and therefore we need to be here to sort things out and to better things.
Very good. Very good.
So yeah, often people say, I've turned it on its head, because often people say antinatalism is atheism, but it could be viewed that it's actually a belief in a loving God, because you're leaving it up to God rather than saying humans should have anything to do with solving the problems in the world, or anything like that.
It's just like I say, everything definitely goes beyond this realm. I believe this to be the outer
But
part
of
of the
course,
universe, and we
as
are
is the
conscious
case,
beings.
they can turn it all on its arse and make some other point. But I
There
just
we
thought
go.
that was interesting.
Well, thank you. That's what my channel is all about. I try to be interesting.
What's your channel
Sable
called?
says she's going to get a coffee. Good luck with that.
Oh, anyway, I would never want.
Black hole.
Yes,
You should come back here more.
I would never want anybody to be drug out. And you know what? I didn't mean it like that. You know what? I'm just kidding around when I say things like that, right? We're still good, all right? Yeah. I'm just meaning that parents need to understand that when they have a child, they owe the child everything. And there's a lot of people out there that are gonna try to make their life difficult.
I think most parents kind of realize that. Most parents.
Yeah, most parents do.
Most.
But at the same time, you need to understand that. Yeah. There you go.
Even they say that most births are caused by accident. Even the accidents, I think, they realize that when people have sex, they kind of realize, yeah, this could result in a pregnancy. They know it's a risk. They know it's a potential. Maybe not a risk. Some people aren't bothered by it. Some people would see it as a good outcome.
Very
They're
good.
not really bothered about preventing it or not. But I think most sane people realize that children are precious and they need to be looked after, right?
Yes, that's exactly what they should do.
Which begs the question, D&W, why are so many children sexually abused then, and all the rest of it? Because I've heard some.
I don't know what the stats are. I mean, I don't know what the stats are.
Quite bad. It's quite bad.
Oh, just from my experience.
And
I heard before it's 1 in 4 children have been in some way.
Yeah,
I think that's
horrible numbers. The numbers are horrible. And almost every person I know, if I get really talking to them, didn't have that great a time of it when they were young. And they didn't. I'm only saying.
Things surely must be getting better, mustn't they? I mean, parents are talking to their kids now. They used to talk to their kids. They used to check up on
their kids.
I
No,
think
they don't.
They are doing that now. They are doing that now, aren't they? They are.
I don't know.
They're making their kids streetwise. They're asking questions.
Making their kids streetwise. DW, the average child
questions
never
about what
goes
is going on in their
outside.
life. Sorry?
The average child never goes outside.
I don't know.
I
think that depends on where you are. I think that depends on where you live. Not everybody lives in dystopian UK.
Well, I wouldn't like to be a child living in India, I can tell you, or some other country. You know me, I don't have a good word to say. I'm miserable old
I mean, there are parts of the UK where people have more idyllic lives than other parts,
I don't know, DW. You know me, I haven't got a good. Oops. I just think get a dog or a cat or something.
But who's gonna help? Who's gonna be the hero that we all need, Chickpea, if we only have cats and dogs around?
It's going to take one hell of a hero to sort this bloody mess out. That's what I can say. Oof.
Every day there are heroes doing remarkable things.
We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine.
I'm sorry, DJ, but I look at the world and I look at all the cars, and more cars. And I look at the skyscrapers. And quite frankly, in my eyes, it's going from bad to worse. Grumpy guts.
Tell Chicky why the world is getting better, guys.
Stop it, Grumpy guts.
No, but you need. I'm not saying it is, but you need to be challenged somewhat.
No, I don't. Right, we live in a world where you trip over cars. You can barely. The air stinks. There's bloody skyscrapers everywhere, and I'm sorry, but I do not think that skyscrapers are very good for our mental well-being because they're such
But
ugly,
they look pretty though.
buildings, huh?
But some skyscrapers kind of look pretty though.
Do they?
Yeah, not you.
Really?
Yeah, and like I don't think the world's getting better, but like,
So
my life is like. Of course, I don't think the world's getting better, but like, my life kind of is. My own individual life kind of is a bit just going to be attacked.
I'm not moaning about my individual life. I think you'll find I've never really moaned about my individual life, but I find the world in general is going from bad to worse.
Of course, in general, yeah, but like there's sometimes.
I look at the skyline of places like New York, and quite frankly, if I went to New York, I'd have a massive panic attack.
Oh yeah, well, you're talking to someone that was born there. I was born exactly in New York City.
New York wasn't always a shithole like that.
Oh actually, New York has always been a shithole.
Yeah, but it didn't look so as grotesque as it does now. I find it. Well, I'm sorry.
Would highly question.
I'm a grumpy negative thinker.
Of course, no. I'm saying that like New York has always been kind of a grummy place.
Sharing her thoughts now. She's just sharing her thoughts now. Continue.
Of course, yeah. No, I know, yeah. But no, I think that NYC has always been a shithole as a person who was from there originally, because like that was like the epicenter of the world, like the migrants from like Italy, Eastern Europe, Africa, Asia, they're all there, and like it was just like a lot of like poor whites also went there from like the South. It was everywhere in America and in the world went to NYC to like make something of themselves there. Yeah, that's Harlem Renaissance.
There's ugly buildings. There's buildings. I tell you, oh God, no. Well, I don't. I just find it so. I don't like skyscrapers.
Some of them to me look nice. I can't lie. I'm a very visually aesthetically person, and some of them, like in Asia, they look all right to me. Like
really, lovely.
Yeah, compare them to ancient architecture though, and it is just a brick. It's just a big square monolith.
Oh yeah. Ancient architecture is like I think, but I like both. Honestly, I think both have their own unique merits and stuff.
Oh no, I think they're ugly.
Oh yeah.
I tell you, the City of London used to be back in the 70s, the City of London used to be such a nice place. They pulled all the old buildings down. All right, it was shabby and a bit ugh, but they put up all these horrible, horrible buildings. And now, walking around the City of London, there's no pleasure in it at all anymore. It's just a massive, ugly, ugly buildings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, yeah. I think all cities in the world have their like ugly parts. It's just some have more uglier parts. Yeah, because like it's human filth just cramming itself together. You're sharing like the same sewage.
Yeah, exactly. They're piling us all. They're piling all us proles. Do you know, Fatima, in the UK? And I don't know if DW knows this, 92% of the land is out of bounds to the proletariat. Do you know
of course,
that? 92%.
You guys,
and we're all being pushed into cities. This is happening everywhere, of course. It's global, this sort of thing. I'm sure it happens in America too. We're all being shoved into cities, lovely, while they have all the land.
Oh yeah, that's happening.
Dog says cities look incredible at night from a distance.
Yes,
not
exactly.
so great in the daylight. I do agree that the cities and towns look better at night because you see the lights and the shimmering of the light on glass and such, and you can't see the dirty buildings and such. But some parts of town do look nice in the daytime as well. Depends where you are, I suppose.
No, sorry, no, I disagree with you there.
No, some of the buildings look nice. Some of the horticulture, landscaping around them is nice. Some of the stonework is nice. Depends where you are. But for the most part, I do agree. Cities look better at night. Towns look better at night. Yeah. No, those days are over. He says even worse when you stumble out of a club after sunrise. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a club in about, I don't know, a few years now. The last time I went to a club was when I started vaping again.
Ooh.
What?
Then I
Vaping.
vaped for 9 months. I can't remember. It was about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe. I went out one night and I was in the smoking section of this club, and I was chatting to this woman, and basically she was doing this vaping, and she gave me a go on it. It was peach Melba,
Right.
peach Melba
Yeah.
vape, and yeah, I was like a crack addict after that for the next
Well,
9
is
months.
it nice? I've never tried vaping. Is it nice?
It's not. It's. I wouldn't say it's that nice. It's worse than smoking.
What do you
It's
mean worse?
highly addictive. It's so addictive. It's because it's pure nicotine hitting you. It's
Ooh.
pure. It's so addictive.
I
And
could
I
really
was like
do
a crack
some of
addict
that.
for like. I was like a crack addict for 9 months. I was just like needing my hit. I gave up. That was actually really, really hard. I gave up that as well. So I've
Is
given
it
up
that bad then? I've
smoking
never tried
twice.
it.
I gave up, and I've given up vaping once. I haven't smoked since 2014 or something like that. Yeah.
Because I feel so forlorn. I
But
want some
I
nicotine.
gave up smoking first in like 2009 or something, and then I went back on them in about 2013, I think. 2014. That was it. I went back on them in 2014, and then I came off them in 2015. I went on them in 2014 just because I was so stressed with work, and I just started smoking again because there was just one day when I was really stressed. There was someone else around me smoking, and I had one, and then that was it. I was smoking. Really hard things to give up. But I did give them up. I only did it for about a year that time, and I gave them up then. But bloody hard. And the only way the only way that worked for me giving up was cold turkey, going completely cold turkey. Because I tried prior to that a few times to give up with, the patches and the fucking those inhalator things they have for fucking taking nicotine in. But none of that shit worked. I remember being young when I did smoke, wanting to give up, and I remember having a patch on my arm, smoking and drinking a pint at the same time. So yeah.
Jesus.
You're not
Because I
that,
want
by
a
the way.
cigarette. I tell you something, I'm thinking about going back because I'm just feeling so forlorn. I need some nicotine to cheer me up.
No, it's a horrible. It's a really hard drug to give up.
Yes, I know.
Nicotine is
I
really
do
hard.
know DW, but does it really matter? I've only got a few years left anyway. But the vapes.
No, it will make the ending worse than it needed to be. Perhaps.
Make the ending worse. Well, I'm planning on going to Switzerland for the end game. You know that. But I'm just feeling so forlorn. I'm thinking maybe I should just have, because nicotine used to give me such a nice little hit. I haven't had that brain feeling for years. I don't go fisting. What's fisting? Oh, giving up vaping.
Nibble says she's had trouble giving up fisting. I can't say I've ever had that problem, Nibble.
Damn.
Nibbles.
So D&W, what do you do to get a dopamine hit then?
Laugh, maybe a bit of exercise.
Maybe I should do some of that.
Yeah, and that's it, Mandy.
I just can't get. I can't get it. I don't know. I could see why so many people take drugs nowadays. Because I tell you something, I really feel like it too, and I've never felt like that before. So are vapes expensive?
Not really.
Are they cheaper than cigarettes?
I wouldn't do it chickpea. Don't even think about chickpea. It's horrible. They're horrible.
Yeah, it's not good though. You can get
They're really hot. Chickpeas. They're not enjoyable at all. You're under this illusion that it's going to taste of fucking peach Melba, but you don't even notice the taste after a while.
No, I'd want to.
You don't even notice the smell. It doesn't mean
Oh,
anything to you. All you're doing is trying to take in that nicotine. You don't give
yeah.
a fuck what it smells like.
No, I don't want
So,
peach
so
flavored. I want nicotine
no,
flavored.
that's all a fucking That's all just a ploy to get you to, take a drag. It doesn't mean
All
you have to
right.
take any.
Yeah, chickpea. I went to the trouble of making my own vape juice to make it tobacco flavored, and it
Yeah.
still doesn't taste like tobacco.
All right.
It made me cough more than cigarettes.
No, it's horrible. It's putrid.
It's
shit.
quite
Yeah.
expensive. There's a
All
cheap end of the market, but there's an expensive end of the market as well, just like cigarettes. And the problem I have with vape is that there's no end to it. At least there's an end to my cigarette, and I know I've had one cigarette, and I can very easily count them.
Yeah.
With a vape, no end.
That's
There's no
right.
edge. You can
What do
just
you mean?
stop that thing all the time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour
Yep.
until the battery's flat. You can just keep dragging on it. So there's no like delineation of how much you're having.
All right.
Mm.
Because I'll tell you, at the moment, I just can't seem to get any dopamine from anywhere. I don't know. I don't know. I'm feeling very about life at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's right. I'm a miserable old bag anyway. I've got it bad at the moment. Really bad.
You're right, though. It's finding something that gives you some inspiration or some sort of, yeah. I mean, I find this show does it for me. I get very tired doing crap throughout the day, and then I come on the show and I feel very energized because the conversation.
Oh yeah, it does. Oh yeah, helps. Coming here helps. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you do for
Yeah,
living?
it depends what's going on. Sometimes I lose the will to live on the show. Other
Yeah,
times,
not the same for you, mate.
Yeah.
yeah. Other times I feel like falling asleep. But sometimes it is energizing, and it is. Yeah.
So Dirty, what do you do?
Well, I'm trained in IT, but
right.
I'm actually out.
What?
I'm between work at the moment. I quit my job at the end of last year.
All right.
Had 4 months off. Basically, my father passed away about a year ago,
sorry
and
about
I'm in the process of selling his late mum's house and his flat. So they're, I think, 250 miles apart. So it's been a really new country and doing lots of tip runs, basically. So yeah, I took some time out from work just to sort of finish things off and get everything sorted. So yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Well, where's the flat that you're selling?
The flat is in the West Country in Somerset, and the house was just sold. It was in the Midlands in Bristol, Leicestershire.
Because I'm thinking about moving house, but finding it very, very hard to find anywhere I could take my 7 cats. I've got 7 cats.
Yes, that's quite a constraint, isn't it?
Yes, finding it very difficult indeed.
I suppose you'd have quite a job of moving them all and having them settle in differently.
Well, the thing is, my cats like to go out in the garden, so I need somewhere where they can go outside. And of course, it's very, very hard to find that. It's ever so strange that it would be so hard. I suppose if we buy a big house, it's okay, but I can't afford a big house. That's the sad reality of it. Yes, because I've taken 7 of them.
Yeah, property with land is pretty extortionate.
Yes, I know. I do know, yeah. So I don't know. Because the air quality in London's so bad now, it keeps giving me asthma attacks.
Really? Well,
shocking. What's it like where you live, D&W? Or doesn't it bother you?
Not bad.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I mean that has to get better soon as well with all these electric vehicles. Chickpea. You keep saying
it's electric vehicles causing it. It's electric.
Not if they keep catching fire.
D&W, it's electric vehicles causing it. I'm allergic to nickel, and electric cars emit nickel, and I'm allergic to nickel. Haven't heard that before, have
Allergic
you?
to nickel. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, lots of people are allergic to nickel.
Just, you're allergic to whatever you're allergic to.
Yeah, but have you never heard of nickel allergy? There used to be a time when nickel used to be in zips and studs and everything, and they stopped all that because so many people were allergic to it, and now it's been released into the air by these batteries.
I see.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, so you guys never heard of it? Gosh.
Not
I'm a
quite.
weirdo.
You're fine.
Yeah, no, I've come across it. Yeah.
What?
Nickel poisoning.
Thank you. Oh, that really helps to hear that because there's something to think. Why does nobody know about this? Yeah, I wonder what the future holds. Because I was talking to a woman a couple of weeks ago in the chemist, and her 28-year-old daughter had an asthma attack on the street where I live, and she was dead by the time they got her to hospital.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It's something very, I don't know. I suppose it's fine if you're not allergic to it, but if you are, but it's everywhere. It's not just London; it's everywhere. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. Never mind.
No, you're fine.
But yeah. So have you got any pets, Dirty?
Yeah, I've got 2 budgies.
Ah, can we see?
I might be able to find a photo. Yeah, if give me a minute. Oh, I might be able to join it on my phone actually and show you live. Bear with me. I'll rejoin the show.
Love budgies.
I'm still at 27%. I'll be good for a while. I still
Sorry?
got my charger. I just got to go back home to get it. I will have to get off of here in about 5 minutes, D&W. It's been a real pleasure, and I hope to see you again as soon as I can. And I
Thank you,
very much.
Black Hole. Before you go, I hope you'll say a prayer for us all.
I just want to pray for everybody in Jesus' name to do the best they can. I'll be leaving the panel about 5 minutes, and I hope to come back on the panel again soon. And
Yeah, I do.
thank you very much. I'll stick around for 5 more minutes, and
No,
then I am going to
Black
have to
Hole,
get
you
out of here.
didn't tell me. What's your take on the mark of the beast? Sorry, you didn't tell me, did you? We never
The
got
mark,
that
the
far.
mark of the beast. The mark of
Yes.
the beast. Well, it would have to be just avoid it as best you can.
Right.
That's
so
all I
you're
can
like
say
me
about
then.
beauty. Beauty and the beast. Let beauty tame the beast. I don't really know what else to say to that.
Yeah, no, it's a
What do you have
difficult
to
one,
say
isn't
about
it?
it? Can you inform me exactly what you mean by that?
Well, the mark of the beast, if you don't get yourself marked, you won't be able to buy or sell anything, which doesn't sound that bad. But of course, if you don't have any land, but even if you have land, you can't pay your land tax. They can throw you off. So you won't be to buy or sell anything, will you? So how are you supposed to get your food? Things.
Well, of course, I don't believe in money. I believe in everybody helping each other. There wouldn't be a beast if everybody just helped each other. So just
Yeah, well,
avoid the beast as best you can.
That's where we are, isn't it? That's where we are.
Animals are definitely eating each other every day. Some are more
Well,
financial.
was the Book of Revelations written by John as well?
Yes.
Yes. Of course, you need to understand
Yeah,
that if everybody.
I'm taking some stock in the argument that you should kind of just ignore everything. That if you're going to be a Christian, ignore everything except for the Gospels.
Yeah, that's
Because,
about right. That's about right. You're very good there.
Why would you listen to something that was written by a man many years after Jesus?
That's exactly what people are doing. That's what they've been doing for the last 2026 years.
2,000 years ago, D&W. The
Sorry.
Revelation was
No,
written.
but the Gospels are. I know it's Jesus didn't write them, but they're written by disciples, aren't they?
Yes, his disciples. Yes.
John wasn't a disciple, as far as I know, was he?
No, he wasn't. But he was a Christian who imprisoned on Ipsos.
I know he was an anti-Christian at first, wasn't he? He was a Roman, I don't know, soldier or something, and he used to feed the Christians to the lions, and then he went on the road to Damascus and had that turnaround. But the point is, why is so much emphasis given to him when he wasn't even around when Jesus was around? How did he end up in the Bible? Probably because of the Romans, I suppose, because he was a Roman.
Paul, you mean Paul?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah, so Paul, isn't it? Yes, Paul. So I got that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, I'm talking about the guy who wrote like all these letters to the.
That was Paul.
The letters to the rope. Paul, yeah, Paul. Sorry, I said John. I'm very sorry. Yeah.
Paul the Apostle. Yeah, he wasn't
So
part of the.
I'm starting to take the view that maybe we should just ignore. And I think that's not the Gospels. If you're going to be a Christian, just Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is all you need.
You're gonna have to go up against.
Why do you need what Paul said?
Why? Because he was the one that spread the gospel. He was ones that like the first.
Well, I
triggers.
mean, is he written about in the Gospels? Do they
No.
say there'll be someone afterwards who'll spread the message? We
Well,
should listen to him.
in general, they had faith. That some people would, they had faith, and he was willing
Yeah,
to
I know,
do
but
that.
his whole Revelation stuff. I mean, did he write the Revelations?
I believe
John had
no.
the revelation, an old
John wrote the
man.
Revelation. Yeah,
Who wrote the Revelations then?
John.
Someone
John.
called John.
Oh, right. So John wrote one of the Gospels as well then.
No, it was a different John.
Yes, another John entirely. There's like it gets a bit confusing with the names, but like there's a John in New
And was
Testament.
he a disciple?
No, John of the Revelation was not a disciple of
No.
Christ.
John the Apostle. Okay. While exiled on the island of Patmos in around 95 AD. So about 60 years after Jesus was crucified.
Yeah.
So why would you want to listen to that guy?
Why not? Oh,
See, we have
look
another
what
gift.
it's Oh, wow. Aren't they beautiful?
Wow. I used to have
look
these.
at
Used to have these guys
them.
too when I was a kid. I used to have birds.
Oh, little dolls. They are adorable.
No, beautiful, Dirty Lola. What's their names?
Oh, what's a... Is it a boy and a girl?
But they have their own little cages as well.
Huh?
Forgive me, I just joined the other call.
What's that?
Welcome.
Oh, is it a boy and a girl?
Yeah,
Oh, how adorable. They are gorgeous.
the blue one's the male.
Ah, sweet. What a beautiful couple. They are
They have their own little
gorgeous.
cages there.
They are lovely.
Lovely. Thank you for that, Dirty Lola. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
No, the point is, guys, if when Jesus was alive, which the Gospels are based on that, yeah, and if he didn't say anything about these fellas that came after him, why pay any attention to them? What I'm saying is, you may be ascribing value to something you don't need to, like the Book of Revelations. Did Jesus say anything that in any way, like you could say, is demonstrative of what the Book of Revelation says?
Well, he did speak about future events, So there's that,
Yeah, there's other books that talk about future events.
Well, he spoke about future events, but did he say anything that aligns with the Book of Revelation?
No, and I guess your critique is kind of like strong because I would agree like he only vaguely talked about future events, but like he didn't describe them in like how the Revelations wasn't a one-to-one. Yeah.
Let me look it up now.
It wasn't a complete one-to-one, yeah, but like Paul is considered like a foundation of like Christianity, even though he never met Jesus.
How do you remember all this, Fatima? Your memory never ceases to amaze me. I wish I had a memory like you.
It's photographic memory.
You're lucky.
60-year gap, guys. Yeah. There is that apparently apocalyptic teaching in the Gospel of Matthew, Gospel of Mark, Gospel of Luke. These are called the Olivet Discourse, so on the Mount of Olive, on the Mount Olive, yeah. When Jesus went to Mount Olive, that sermon, apparently, Jesus did talk about end times and chaos. Jesus spoke of wars, earthquakes, deception, and tribulation. The Revelation speaks of seals, trumpets, plagues, global upheaval. It's on the Olivet Discourse. So when he went to Mount Olive, Jesus spoke of, in terms of final judgment, Jesus spoke of separation of the righteous and the wicked, the sheep feeds the goats. The Book of Revelation speaks of a lake of fire and new order.
Yeah.
The coming kingdom. Order. Jesus spoke of the kingdom of God arriving after upheaval. And in the Book of Revelation, it talks about the new heaven and new earth.
Yeah.
So this is an example of some of the overlaps In Jesus said in Matthew 24, nation will rise against
Against
nation. There will
nation.
be famines and earthquakes. False prophets will deceive many. In Revelation 6-16, it says war, famine, death,
Yeah.
the four horsemen. And it says natural disasters, mass deception, and false worship.
Yeah, well, that's all
You
happening,
can see
isn't
the
it?
same, you can see the same themes, the same skeleton. Revelation is obviously more symbol heavy. And in the Gospels, Jesus is often metaphorical, moral, human focused. He says, "Be ready, stay awake, love your neighbor." So, but the revelation is symbolic, surreal, and almost psychedelic. Yeah, Jesus was simpler to understand. You know, he gave you simple instructions: be
I
ready,
find
stay awake, and love
Revelation
your
very
neighbor.
easy to understand.
Um,
Came back.
Many scholars think early Christians preserved Jesus' apocalyptic expectations. John of Patmos, that's the guy that wrote it, expanded them using Jewish apocalyptic tradition, like the Book of Daniel.
Yep.
So Revelation isn't random; it's more like Jesus' warnings plus later symbolic amplification plus
Yep.
historical context. Roman Empire pressure. Okay, so yeah. Jesus equals ethical awakening under uncertainty. Revelation equals mythologized collapse of a world system. Jesus points to a possibility of transformation. Revelation imagines what it looks like when a system refuses to transform and instead collapses. Jesus didn't directly speak revelation style imagery, but he did teach apocalyptic ideas that strongly echo in the revelation. Okay. Interesting. I mean, do the Jews have an eschatology as well? They do, don't they? So
Of course they
No,
do.
not
Yes,
like
they
we
believe
do.
in
they talk
No, not
Messiah.
about
like we do.
the Gog and the Magog and all that, don't they? So
Not
we've
like
got
Yes.
to
we
go
do.
back to that as well. Yeah,
Yeah, and so does
we've got to go
Islam.
back to
Islam
that.
has their own.
Jesus is following that lineage, isn't he?
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
not like we do. There's nothing about the mark of the beast in the Jews or the watch me flip writings. I know that because I've talked to people about it. It's only the Christian Bible that talks about that.
Yeah.
The Orthodox says reading the scriptures in English is like watching the shadows in Plato's cave. Same with Buddhism. We miss a lot of meaning and fill the gaps with perhaps a lot of erroneous assumptions. Is that because you have to? You're talking about how when they were translated into Latin and then into English, we lost meaning. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I would
Like the old
assume. Yeah.
Bible was Hebrew, and what is it? What is it Jesus spoke again?
Greek,
Forget.
Aramaic, Greek,
Greek,
Koine
yeah,
Greek.
Aramaic,
Yes.
yeah.
Koine. That was his natural language, but the Bible was written in Greek.
In
Koine
Greek,
Greek.
yeah. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Guys,
is that the point
guys,
you have to make it when you read it in English, you lose something. It's a bit like what me and you were
Yes.
talking about before. We were talking about how these German philosophers, when they're translated into English, maybe it loses something.
Of course it does.
You know?
Yeah, German words
Like
operate.
we were talking about Nietzsche. Maybe Nietzsche's better off read in German. You know.
That's the common consensus with German philosophers like Kant and Hegel and Nietzsche. They're better read in German, yeah, because like German words operate much more differently than English words. English words are highly descriptive, while German words actually have more meanings than just describing the concept. It has like a double entendre.
Yeah.
You said,
so maybe you do need to be, if you really want to get to grips with a philosopher of high renown, maybe you do need to speak their lingo.
Mr. Dean W., I'm gonna have to leave you now. I hope it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll stick around and mute myself for the last minute, and I hope to be back on your panel again very much. And it's been very insightful.
You make sure you do, Black Hole. Make sure you
Thank
come
you
back
very
soon,
much.
brother.
I will mute myself.
yeah, take care.
I will
Black.
mute myself, and I will leave the panel in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Night. Bye.
Good night, brother.
Just to take you back to something you mentioned earlier, DW, you were talking about teaching through the apprenticeship person to person. I think even within the English language, if you communicate just in the language, that's open to misinterpretation. Not as much as between languages, I agree, but I still think that's there. And there's something about the directness of teaching person to person over a long time that kind of removes that ambiguity somehow.
Yeah. I think you're right, brother.
Fatima, does having your fabulous memory help you in the workplace?
Oh, I don't have a job. I never did. Yeah. I would imagine.
So he reckons. says so he reckons it pays to refrain from expressing anything with certainty if you only read the English. Yeah, that's interesting because when I did a little study of Nietzsche and I listened to and I read some of his work, and then I read the English translations, and then I listened to some of the so-called experts. And the thing is, when I listened to the so-called experts, they took the same book and they gave different meaning, and it was like wow. And then because he is a complicated guy to read, and he wrote a lot of aphorisms and such.
Yeah, for
and it could be quite hard to, people complain because people who write like that poetically and such, they can be problematic to get to grips with what they're saying. And so yeah, you got this kind of situation where you got English speaking professors of philosophy who can't speak German telling you what it means, and they're all coming up with different fucking versions.
Oh,
Maybe we should be listening to the Germans, what the German speakers, and what the fuck they can tell us,
Can tell us a lot. Like I met one German dude years ago online, like 5 years ago, says that most English translations of like Nietzsche and the German philosophers are kind of bad because it just that German is the language. Oh shit. Did I make the dog angry? Yeah, it's just that
Oh man, the wolves are out.
Yeah, Wolfman.
That's why there was a guy wandering around in the AEN sphere. His name was Lenny. He was a German guy. He seemed to know what's up, and I think part of that was because he was German. So when he was talking about Schopenhauer and such, he was coming from source, He wasn't.
I actually know him. I actually spoke with Lenny and on Discord thanks to brother Marcus. I don't know.
He was a very clever dude.
Yeah, very smart. I don't know his whereabouts.
He did benefit from literally speaking the language of these guys.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, he was very smart. He was into philology, not philosophy. He was into philology, which is like the study of how language is formed now. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, from last time I remember, he wanted to have some time off online last year so he can study on his degree in that philology degree. Yeah, I spoke with him a few times on like the voice call. Yeah, he's a very smart dude. Yeah.
Social Prosperity Charter says, "Hi D&W, took your advice and changed my name." Yeah, that's Robin. I think that's better, brother. I think that will give you more oomph. People will see what you're about rather than trying to guess. Social Prosperity Charter. Yeah, that's better than calling yourself Robin, in my view. What do you think, guys? Is that better? If that's what he's about, he's about spreading his message on how to change society, govern
it's on the
society.
face. Yeah, it's on the ball. Yeah.
Romans had a phrase,
it's better to use that name than his own government given name.
Romans had a phrase, nomest omen. Your name is your destiny.
Yeah, your name is your destiny. Your face is your destiny. So many things are just out of your so many things are outside of your control in this life. The nominative determinism. I've thought about. We've spoken about that here before. The fact that how your name sounds to you and to others has a huge effect on you. Because if you're a bloke, having a girly sounding name isn't going to be an easy life for you, is it? I mean, when they do the old roll call, First of all, if the kids don't know who you are on the first day, or the teacher, they hear this name and it's feminine sounding or whatever. The first instinct they have is one of disrespect. So, or not, maybe not disrespect, but like, or they don't see you as strong. Yeah, like, uh, but if they hear like a Bruce or a Hunter, or I don't know, give me another macho name. Can you give me any macho names?
Ivan.
Brent,
Ivan is pretty.
Brett,
Ivan. Yeah.
Ivan. Yeah, a lot of their kind of Viking names are quite, yeah, masculine sounding.
Ivan. Yeah.
That would be a Viking name, wouldn't it?
Yes,
You're very
it would.
talkative tonight, Grumps, I
Ivan.
must say.
Sorry?
Said you're very talkative tonight.
Oh, there's no Gracie.
Always talkative.
Gracie is usually here taking over the show. No, I have no problem with Gracie taking over the show if that's what if that's what people let him do. That's what people let him do. In many ways, this is like a lesson in groups forming and norming. And if people let Gracie take over, they let Gracie take over. But clearly, yesterday he had a fit. And he fell off his perch for whatever reason. Yep. And no, we're not talking about you, Yvonne. Although your name, Yvonne, is a woman's name. Yvonne comes from a French, isn't it? Yvonne.
Yeah.
And although possibly, maybe Normandy, maybe Viking as well. But it comes from Eve, isn't it? It's another feminine name that comes from Eve.
Yvonne, Ivan, Johan, and John are all the
Eve,
same.
Yvette, Yvonne, Yvette. No, these are all from Eve.
Oh, yes, right. Okay. Yeah, right.
No, I don't think Ivan comes from that. No. Fatima, why is there a place in Portugal called Fatima?
Oh, that's because a alleged miracle happened there, where some lady named.
Oh yeah, the thing is, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
yeah, no, I know that, but sorry, I know about that miracle, but I thought the place was already called Fatima.
No? Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it was named after that event. Yeah, that event like.
Oh, so the place was named after that event.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So you had the secrets of Fatima. So tell me, who is Fatima?
Fatima, I only briefly know about it, but it's supposed to.
And I want to know in the Christianity, who is Fatima? Is it Our Lady?
Yeah, it is Our Lady. Yeah, but in like another form. Yeah, in like another form. This is like one of the most like controversial parts of like aspects of Catholicism, because it's essentially treating like as saints that can like change forms, or like people from the time of Jesus coming and changing form. It's very interesting, and reappearing.
Like
yeah, exactly like that. Yeah,
oh, wow,
and people thought that the Lady of Fatima in Portugal was like the Virgin Mary, manifesting itself above like the town that's now called that Fatima, which is my name.
The first, second, and third secrets of Fatima. Apparently, that's to do with the apocalypse, the end of the days. Apparently.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about the miracle? Because I haven't heard that before. I don't know what you were talking about.
We've spoken about that on this channel before, but I'm going to leave it up to someone else to tell you about that. I think Fatima might know about it. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay. Fatima, what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah.
My screen froze. Could you repeat what you said?
I don't know what you're talking about with the miracle. Like, I've never heard of that event.
The miracle. Yeah, that happened over like the Portuguese town. They saw like an apparition of her, and it was like a sunny day, and like it was like a very, very beautiful day. Yeah. And okay. Yeah, some people, and there was like rainbows, and like all of the green started to grow faster. Yeah, like the grass and the flowers and trees.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's very interesting.
Yeah, but originally, Fatima is actually an Arabic name, because it was one of the names of the wife of Ali Ali is the prophet of Shia Islam, and she was considered like a martyr. And like a theologian herself, she was killed for siding with her husband against the family of Muhammad. Because in Islam, there's Sunni and Shia. She was of the Shia tribe, and she was killed for being Shia by her Sunni clan. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just another example of
Now,
religious people. Never mind.
the interesting thing is there was a spate of visitations by Our Lady in Europe in the late 19th and early 20th century. Actually, one of them was much later in the 80s, 1980s. But I remember growing up, we'd hear about them, and there was Our Lady of Medjugorje in Croatia, Our Lady of Knock in Ireland, Our Lady of Lourdes in France, and then Our Lady of Fatima in Portugal, right?
And also, don't forget, there's like another famous one, the Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico. That's a very famous one down in Mexico. Our Lady of Guadalupe. She's a very.
We never really spoke about that. We never spoke about that. I never heard of that one. But I mean, I heard that they appeared in nearly every Catholic country or whatever.
Of course, absolutely.
We in Europe we didn't really talk about that one much, but I do remember hearing about the others, and the most recent one was the one in Bosnia or in Croatia, was it? I don't know. Medjugorje.
Well, sounds familiar. I'm gonna find out where that is now. Is it in Bosnia or Croatia?
Our Lady of Medjugorje.
Okay.
In the 1980s at some point. We can look at that if you want. I'm going to look it up now on Wikipedia. 1 second. Yeah, I got it. Initial events on the it's in Croatia now. Yeah, on the 24th of June 1981, around 6:30 p.m., 15-year-old Ivanka Ivankovic and her 16-year-old friend Mirana. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. Mirana Dragicevic were out walking. According to Ivanka, she noticed the shimmering silhouette of a woman bathed in a brilliant light on nearby Mount Podrodo. She told Mariana, but Mariana scoffed at the idea and they continued walking. The pair met 13-year-old Milka Pavlovich, and later all three reportedly saw the apparition. They were then joined by Vika Ivankovic, a 17, who also reportedly saw the apparition and ran off in fright. Vika later returned with Ivan Dragicevic and Ivan Ivankovic. One was 16, one was 20, who were picking apples. Ivan Dragicevic was so frightened that he dropped his apples and ran. Later, they said they all saw the same apparition. The author, T.K. Rousseau, has noted that the Medjugorje visions began only days after Orthodox Serbs commemorated the 40th anniversary of mass killings of Serbs by the Ustazi at Sermanci during the Second World War. The six seers told Franciscan friar Zobko, who was the parish priest at St. James's Church in Medjugorje, that they had seen the Virgin Mary. Father Zobko was initially skeptical. He noticed that the seers became agitated if anyone hinted that they were lying, and that their physical descriptions of the Gospel, which is the Virgin Mary, were consistent with each other. According to Randall Sullivan, they described her as a young woman, about 20 years old, with blue eyes, black hair, and a crown of stars around her head. They said she wore a white veil and a bluish grey robe. but that they could not see her feet as she was hovering above the ground on a white cloud. They said she spoke in a singing voice. In early July, Zovko abandoned his initial skepticism and embraced the apparitions. Yugoslav officials condemned the reports as a clerical nationalist conspiracy on the part of Croat extremists. The Mostar Cathedral of Mary, Mother of the Church, was completed in the summer of 1980. In order to create the cathedral parish, it was decided to split the parish of Saints Peter and Paul. The Franciscans objected to this as being unfair. I don't know what that's got to do with anything. Anyway, Vika allegedly received a message from the Gospel, that's Our Lady. She received these messages from the 19th of December 1981 until the 29th of September 1982, and she recorded them in her diary. On the 15th of January 1982, the bishop invited the alleged seers to his residence to ask them if they had received any messages from the Gospel on the issue, and they replied that they had not. However, on the 3rd of April 1982, the seers came to tell the bishop to tell him that the Gospel scolded them for not telling the truth, and that she requested that the two friars remain in Mostar and continue to celebrate Mass and hear confessions. The Gospel allegedly told Vicar and Father Ivan Prusina and Father Ivica Vigo that they are not guilty of anything in the matter. Tomislav Vlasic took responsibility for the lies of the seers, telling the bishop he instructed them not to tell the truth because the bishop might dispute the authenticity of the apparitions. On the 21st of June 1981, one of the seers, Ivan Dragchevich, sent a threatening bishop message allegedly from the Gospel to the bishop, in which she requested the bishop's conversion regarding her apparitions. Otherwise, he would be judged by me and my son, Jesus. Oh my goodness me. On the 6th of February 1985, Ivan Dragicevic sent somewhat more tolerant messages from the Gospel with her, stating that he did not believe in her apparitions. At least he should not persecute her priests who believed in her messages and promoted them. So it sounds like they were using it for some kind of political issue here.
Oh yeah, of course, DNW. It's the Balkan regions of Europe. That's like one of the most like politically hostile places, at least historically, right?
No, but it sounds like a ridiculous parochial issue. It wasn't even national politics. It was some weird parochial thing about splitting a church or something, right? It wasn't. I mean, it sounded like it was mainly to do with this. The sighting of a church or something, right?
Yeah.
It sounds kind of ridiculous that Our Lady would appear for that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I don't. Yeah, that's why like I'm agnostic on like the miracles thing, because like these cultures were like deny miracles for like other religious traditions and cultures, right? Like the people inside Portugal would probably deny the miracles of people who live in like India or Thailand with their own like animist and Buddhist or Hindu stuff, you know. So yeah, I don't really know.
So Spec Adventures on his channel, Social Prosperity Charter, says he's got a new comic for people to look at. So go and have a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what people talk about the Huguenots for. What's that got to do with anything?
The Huguenots? That's how I say it. Weren't they like French
Huguenots.
Protestants? Oh, French Protestants,
That's
right?
what I thought.
Yeah. The Calvinists.
So Social Prosperity Charter is saying that the Moors from Andalusia, which basically the Muslims from Andalusia became the Huguenots.
Really?
Never heard that one.
I never heard that one before. I always thought that like the Huguenots were
I don't know if that's true.
I think the Huguenots were primarily a French people who historically
they were persecuted for their religious views, and they escaped to like England and Ireland, I think.
And America too. I actually had a teacher who was of Huguenot descent. Yeah, his name was Mr. VR. Yeah. 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 I know. I don't think the Moors became no. Well, a lot of Moors that they converted to a Catholicism. I know that that's a fact. A lot of Jews and Moors, they stayed in Spain, but they became crypto Christians or crypto Moors or crypto Jews. They were outwardly Christian, but in secrecy, they still practiced their own specific religion that their ancestors followed. Yeah, because the Inquisition was pretty brutal, you know.
Yeah, the Huguenots, sorry, uh, are a religious group of French Protestants who held to the Reformed Calvinist tradition of Protestantism, the term which may be derived from the name of a Swiss political leader. The Genevan burgomaster, Besancon Hugues, sorry, was in common use by the mid-16th century. Huguenot was frequently used in reference to those of the Reformed Church of France. They were concentrated in the southern and western parts of the Kingdom of France. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the kind of Moorish influence in Spain didn't come up to
France,
the north of Spain, northeast of Spain. That's where the actual original Spaniards remained, and that's where they came from to basically defeat the Moors and bring back Christianity as the ruling force in Spain, right?
Yep, that's true. Yeah, and
that was the stronghold of the original Spanish.
Yes,
you know,
Asturias,
northeastern Spain. Yeah.
Yes, Asturias.
So when the Muslims took when the Muslims took over Spain, the very region that the Huguenots are from was actually the Spanish part, and that's the part that eventually became emboldened and strong enough to go back out into the rest of mainland Spain and take it back.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say the Moorish people would have remained down south, but they just would have been subjugated by the returning Spaniards.
Yeah, or they would have just converted to Christianity and played it safe. Yeah, that's what a lot of them did.
So I found an article here saying, "Did you know the French Huguenots were really Arabs?"
Really?
So,
wow. Okay. So this is actually a real thing.
It's a very short article. No, it doesn't mean it's very real. It's very short.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But people thought this.
I can see no sources for any of this. Do you want me to send this to you and then you can read it while I'm going to make a cup of tea? Is that all right?
Yeah, you can send in the private. Yeah, because I'm curious.
I'll send in the private chat.
The Huguenots were Arabs? That's weird. Never heard of that one.
But sorry, I've got to send this again. 1 second.
The Huguenots.
Oh, sorry, Russ. I see you there, brother. Let me just send this comment and then I'll be back. So it's in the private chat there for you. Hello, Russ. Good to have you back, brother.
Yes, guys. Good to see everyone. How's it going?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. We're just researching the Huguenots, where the hell they came from. So
what the hell is that?
In fact, they were like a French people who were persecuted for their religious beliefs, and they basically became refugees, and they went to England and Ireland, and Fatima is saying France, America as well. I didn't know.
Yeah, they went to America.
Okay. At the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. At the same time as when they went to England and Ireland, they went to America. During that same time.
Oh no! Well, later on, because the Huguenots were always there for 300 years, but as soon as I think I'm talking about the colonies of America. Yeah, the colonies of America. That's where they also settled, because the colonies of America were what? They were Protestant, right? And they had strict laws against Catholicism. So they're hey, there's a colony inside the New World that we can go into. They share our values or being Protestant. So we'll just head there.
Okay, I'll leave it to you to read that article. Maybe do some other research on the matter.
Okay.
How's your day been, Raz?
How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
Yeah, so good to see you, Fatma, as well. What was I going to say? So, yeah, what's the hive mind thing about? I just had a quick look at the title. I saw something about hive mind.
A hive mind is like a shared like mind for like a group of people. It's like there is no individuality. It's like a shared like a collective consciousness, but actually like in the most literal sense, everyone shares the same mind. There is no like individual or independent thought. Yeah.
Oh, no, fuck that, man. I'm all about hyper-individualism these days.
Yeah.
Individualism.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Fuck groupthink. Yeah, fuck that, man. No, I hate that.
Yeah, groupthink. Yeah, it's a cancer almost, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
hive
all of the people all the people we've come to like respect and adore and revere in history are the people who actually went against the mold anyway. So,
Yeah, very true.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, like of course, like you had to be daring.
yeah, as you say in America, the cookie cutter, isn't it? You don't. I don't tell. I tell people not to be a cookie cutter, as you guys say.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, don't be like a cardboard box too. You know you know those like people that are like shaped as like cardboard boxes. You know, like unlike, yeah, don't be like that. You know, but unfortunately, what's ironic is that a lot of them do end up being like that. Like the shining example are my, I think, parents. Right, parents, they want to be something else, but then they had kids, they settled down, and they have to work, and now they think work equals life. You know, like that's exactly like my parents. Like both my mom and my father share that sentiment that work is life and life is work. You know, it makes sense. They're like ethnic parents that had to like, you know, make something of themselves. I'm like, wow, you know, like it's kind of, and then you want to like place all that on me. Yeah, that's not really cool because I want to do something else than just that, you know, live by the work equals life principle, you know?
Yeah, I get you, man. I fully get you on that. And the thing is, like, that's what happened to me as well. Like, because when you're young, you get indoctrinated on so many different levels. Like, oh, you need to get married one day. Or, you know, that when they tell you, oh, you need to settle down. What the fuck does that even mean? What do you mean settle down? What does that even mean? I've never understood that, even though I ended up doing the fucking said thing. But there's no such thing as settling down in life because life is uncertain. So where is this like checkpoint you hit where it's like, okay, guys, you know, happy days from now on, settle down now? It doesn't work like that. Like you still have to deal with life and the problems that it gives. I've never understood that concept. Yeah, and religion is a big part of it as well. Marriage, children, all of it. It's all fucking bullshit, man. Like it's just indoctrination. Like. Because the system needs you to believe in all those things so you can keep perpetuating the system. That's all it is, like you said.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say, I think you've hit the nail on the head where it's giving you this illusion that there's some like win condition, some end point, some crossing the finish line as if you're done. And that, yeah, that's such an illusion to give a child.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's one thing I like about nowadays. Even though a lot of things have gone to shit, I feel like people, you can kind of tell people are just kind of pursuing their own sort of reason for existence. And I do kind of find that praiseworthy, to be honest. When people are just doing whatever they want to do, you know what I mean? Rather than just following like what society tells them to do, what their parents or their culture or what religion tells you to do.
Yeah, lights in the dark.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's especially worse, you know, if you're from ethnic parents like me. They follow the old mentality of like work equals life, because like they came from like a very, you know, impoverished background. Well, in my it wasn't even that bad, to be honest. They just came here because family was already here, and they wanted to have the taste of the American dream, quote unquote, even though you have to be asleep to like understand it, you know, like what the
George
fuck.
Carlin, sorry to interrupt, George Carlin.
Absolutely, there you go, George. I was quoting him, George Carlin.
I love that guy. I fucking love that guy, man. He's a legend. He's one of my most favorite comedians of all time, George fucking Carlin.
Yes, yeah.
Fucking love that guy. Do you know what? Did you hear that? he was going to release his special about how he likes it when loads of people die, like, but it just so happened it coincided with 9/11, so they had to cancel that for obvious reasons.
Perfect timing.
So, yeah, like what the fuck? Can you imagine? Like, yeah, that would have been too controversial, man. But fucking
Yeah.
But it's a shame we never got to see his last piece. I also like Bill Hicks as well. I like his style of comedy as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bill Hicks. All rest in peace. Yeah, he was a very
He
good
was a great
comedian. I love his freaking comedy. I think he's my favorite comedian, Bill Hicks. He was just extremely cynical and nihilistic, and in like a very humorous way. My favorite quote by him is that like, "Money is true freedom in the world," because he said later in that quote, "Try to do anything in the world meaningful without any money on you." Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah.
I like the bit. It's just a ride, but you got to remember that some people are making money on this ride.
Yeah.
We're just a ride. It shut him up.
Shut him up. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he's like, you know something that you never hear a positive drug story? He's like, you never hear, I can't do his accent because he's got that fucking accent. But he's like, you never hear Fox News say, today, somebody on LSD realized that all matter is just energy condensed to a low vibration. He goes, you never hear a positive drug story, which is true, man. Like the guy was ahead of his time, man. Bill Hicks.
What was the rest of it? And we are simply awareness observing itself subjectively, or something like that. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. I actually feel like I was born in a shitty age because I'm a millennial, right? Like, because all the people that that actually made an impact in this world, they're all fucking dead, man. Like, what the fuck? We're living in some weird time now where all we have left is fucking influencers, like whatever that means. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they call it the apocalypse.
Yeah, like Michael Jackson, fucking Tupac. All of it, like those are just some that come to my head now, to my brain now, like Bill Hicks, George Carlin, all of these guys, man, legendary. They're all fucking gone, man. Like, who do we have left? No wonder this planet. No wonder we're so fucked at the moment, like, because there's nobody of substance left. Like, it's just full of idiots, bro. We're outnumbered by idiots, man. Yeah.
I also noticed that pre-2000s, each decade had a very particular flavor. And since, well, it was 2000s, everything's become a sort of homogenized mix of not being able to tell what it is, to my mind, anyway.
Yeah, like everything's gone to shit. Like even the rap music is fucking bullshit now. It's like this mumble rap, and it, like, I was even watching a video of like guys like Run DMC in those days before my time. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, look at what it's come to now. Like everything is trash. Even, but there was a time when pop music, like, is that Dirty Lowlife? I know you're in Britain as well. So do you remember? I used to watch Top of the Pops. Do you remember that?
Oh, Top of the Pops. Yeah. The reason why I know that as an American is because I used to watch a lot of like classic English rock bands on that show on YouTube. Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Nice. Okay, so you know about it. Nice. Yeah, like
I think part of the problem is, although it's both, as usual, it's a yin and a yang. Okay, because in the past there was the means to publication was in the hands of a few, and you had to go and dance with the fat man with a cigar, sitting down at his desk to try and get your shit out there.
Like Looney Tunes.
Now you can get it out there yourself quite easily. But that's both, as I said, there's both a yin and a yang to that, because what's happened is everyone is putting shit out there, and the quality perhaps isn't as easy to find, but it's still out there, and perhaps there's more of it. Perhaps there is more quality than ever out there, but it's just there's so much shit out there, it's lost in a sea of bullshit, you know. Whereas in the past, you know, there was a quality checker. Now he might have been a fat bastard with a cigar sitting in a polyester, a shiny suit, you know, and he might have been a cunt, but you know, he had ideas about what worked, and sometimes, yeah, he understood the market and stuff, such like whatever market he was in. So there was a sieve. Now, in terms of popular music and stuff like that, yeah, it was the real quality sometimes that got out there. You know what I mean? Sometimes, but as I said, we're now it's just become this cacophony of bullshit. You know,
But
and
even
it's not just in music. It's not just in music. I think the only place that this may be, I'd like to think this, but this may not even be true, because you could say sport is one of the only arenas where it's really, you know, you can't do this. You're either good at sport or you're not, you know. And so would you say that, for example, sport has been affected in the same way as like music and I don't know, comedy and all these things have been the popular culture? Would you say sport has been affected in the same way? I don't think it has. I actually think some sports are getting better.
Yeah, no, sport is probably grown.
I think sport. I think athletes are getting better because they're more aware of nutrition, and also
And
I think some
PEDs,
sports.
don't forget PEDs. Don't forget PEDs. Come on, the elephant in the room.
Oh yeah. But even like you look at some of the football players now compared to like the 80s and 90s. Although I actually kind of preferred the rough and ready football of like the late 90s. Yeah, and 90s. But now you have got like Messi and Ronaldo playing at the same time, and you've got loads of other stars, and we've had other stars in the not too distant past. You know, it's just been getting better and better. You know, in my view. I mean, we've had some great footballers over the years, and it has been. I think there's been more and more of them consistently.
Yeah,
but maybe
but
I'm
even
wrong.
stuff like,
I think also rugby has generally got better as well. Rugby player, the quality of rugby players has improved as well. I don't know
yeah,
about
but
much about other sports, but I
no,
presume
but I'm saying
I'd say the same in sprinting as well. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying like I understand sports, yeah, but like I used to be somewhat of a gamer, right? So there was really good fucking RPGs. Like it's just shit now. Like I was thinking to myself, oh, I'm in a mood where I just want to kind of go hikikomori a bit, you know, kind of close myself off, get into a
Hell
nice
yeah.
RPG. I can't fucking think of anything except for titles from the past. Like where is the creativity? Where is the fucking like the gaming industry's gone to shit now. It's like fuck.
Maybe.
Like I
I
no, it
will say
has,
one
man.
thing. I don't know much about the gaming industry of the present day. I really don't. I don't know much about it. I'm not a gamer at the moment. But I will say one thing though. Boxing, I think, is an example that may be against what I've just said, because I think boxers nowadays are shit compared to like boxers that were in the 80s and 90s. You know.
Yeah, because now it's all about image. Mike Tyson said it.
I actually think good times create weak men, and I think men are maybe a bit. They're not as fucking. But then again, a lot of people going into that UFC, I suppose you could say that's another thing.
I mean, the good times made me.
No, but D&W, even Mike Tyson said in his day, everybody wanted to fight the best. Like, if you were a number one contender, you'd be gunning for the fucking champ. But nowadays,
Now
it's
they're
all about...
dancing to avoid them. Yeah.
See, I don't want to throw shade on Anthony Joshua and that, but this generation, that's what they like, Deontay Wilder. It's all about trying to stay... It's almost like, do you remember Rocky 3, the movie?
Well, it might be that they're too savvy. It might be that the boxers are too savvy now, but back in the day, you used to have like Don King and the promoters who were the savvy ones. Not necessarily good people, but they, yeah.
Do you remember Rocky 3, though, the movie I'm asking?
I can't remember which one it is, but I remember the Rocky movies. What happened in that one?
So, for everyone listening, yeah, so in Rocky 3, Rocky's kind of in his peak, and before Clubber Lang comes and kind of dethrones him as a champ, his trainer Mick drops a black pill on him, because up until then he's been defending his title so many times, and he's like, Rock, I picked your opponents for you. And like when I look at modern day boxing, that's what it's like everything is like it's designed to try and it's like a brand, you know what I mean? They don't want this guy to lose because he's the brand of heavyweight boxing. So what they'll do is they pick his opponents, and like in Mike Tyson's day, like you had guys like Joe Frazier, you had like animals, and they all used to fight each other. Like, So yeah.
Yeah, I
But
think that era was probably the best.
yeah, it's not like that now.
Or the best of the television era. I mean, if you go back to like the Dempsey days, you know, did you ever hear of that Jack Dempsey, the American boxer? Back in the day, they used to fight until they used to just keep fighting. They didn't have a limit of rounds. You know that? They used to just keep going. Look up Jack Dempsey. He's one of the oldest. Like if you can look him up, there's videos of him fighting, and they used to just keep going until the last man standing. There's no limit on rounds.
Yeah, one sec, guys. I'll be back.
Anyway, anyway, things, are they getting better or worse? I don't know. I don't know. It might just be harder and harder to spot quality amongst the sound, amongst all the noise. Not that it matters. Maybe none of it matters. Maybe it's good that people are given a conduit to express themselves. It makes them happier. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Christine, you're very quiet.
No, I'm talking in the chat.
Okay, darling. Chickpea, are you thinking or wanting to say anything? I guess Chickpea is away with her cat fairies somewhere else.
I'm learning about. Oh, so sorry.
You were meant to be telling us about the Huguenots.
Oh, I was supposed to read that now. I was going to save it for later, TNW. I was doing something else on my phone.
Oh.
Huh. Well, I am learning about something else though in my free time. I'm learning about the. It's gonna sound boring, but like I find it interesting because like I'm into like a decline of superpowers and empires because kind of like what's happening to America. So I'm researching the fall and decline of the Ottoman Empire because I see a lot of parallels between Ottoman Empire and the United States. And one of the reasons why it fell was because like a group of like Western minded people called like the Young Turks, they like stage a coup and they ousted the emperor or the sultan of the Ottomans, and they like made it weaker, and they gave up territory. They gave up Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and they just ruined it. And like their fall kind of like contributed to like what's going on now in the Middle East, like all the wars and shit, because the Ottomans like they were like very strict with like their laws against like uprisings of like different cultures.
I'm glad they lost the cunts. They should never have taken over Constantinople. It will always be Constantinople to me. And one day we'll get it back.
DNW, it was always called Constantinople until 1923. Right after that, it was called that up until 1923, after the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
The Turks changed it to Istanbul, did they?
Yeah, in 1923. Yeah, the Ottoman Turks actually respected the name Constantinople. It wasn't until Ataturk, like the first president of the Republic of Turkey, he changed it to Istanbul to like make it like.
Oh, we're gonna turn it back one day.
You guys have been saying that for 600 years. Keep dreaming.
You know what, Fatima, that's a really good topic that you brought up. The whole thing about the Ottoman Empire and stuff like that. It was interesting because they were betrayed by the Arabs. They were betrayed by the Arabs as well. That's how. So the Arabs conspired with Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah.
And that's what actually brought down the Ottoman Empire in World War One. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of things. It was them. It was the chaos that happened after the Young Turk revolution to make the Ottoman Empire like a more secular and like
Secular.
Western
Yeah.
oriented country instead of like an empire like the Islamic State as it was before. Yeah, it was just a whole bunch of things that went wrong. It was like the worst. It was like anything that could happen wrong to a country or an empire happened all at once to the Ottomans. I'm like, damn. No wonder why it fell like so hard. No wonder why they lost like Africa, the Middle East, Ukraine, even North Africa, Europe. They
Palestine.
lost a lot of it. Yeah, Palestine. Yeah.
Do you know what? When I went to Turkey, I went to a place called Alanya, and Alanya, beautiful place, yeah. So before the Ottomans was a civilization, or people called the Seljuks of the Turks.
Yes. Seljuk Turks.
And they built this fucking massive fort in the mountains in Alanya. You have to go up there in a cable car. And he was actually telling me, if it wasn't for the betrayal by the Arabs in World War One, then they would have protected Palestine.
Yeah.
So his theory was that the Arabs are Palestine, and the plight of the Palestinians is the punishment for the Arabs. He actually had that view, so it was interesting theory.
Oh yeah, it's a punishment for a lot of things. Yeah, and of course, like the freaking Turks have themselves to blame because they brought over like chaos by studying in France. Like they learned like French like topics such as liberalism and secularism, and they brought that in like a culture that was not familiar with that. The Ottomans were a Islamic empire, religion and state were one. Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of friction if it's not done through like a gradual reform over there, right?
Yeah.
So that's
I actually visited Topkapi Palace as well.
Oh, really? Nice.
I've been to the Sultan's harems. I saw it. It was fucking out. It was spectacular. Like, as in, I was actually shocked. Like, people used to live like that back then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So like the harems used to have like.
Come here, guys. Guys, I'm still waiting on Fatima to do something useful and tell us about the Huguenots.
All right, fine. I'll bring it up. Okay, the tab. Okay. Give me like a minute. All right, it's here. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read the from genealogy.com, right? Dean W.
This is according to Robin from Spec.
Robin. Okay,
maybe
here we
a lot
go.
of bullshit. I don't know what it's about. So.
All right. Did you know the French Huguenots were really erased by Jean Lala, July 16th, 2007? Okay. The Basque will most likely disagree, but they did not have had have gone somewhere. I would think most just went home. El Murabit Sultans created a Berber empire which converted a northwest African as far as Algiers in southern Spain. The El Murabitin, led by a Tashfin, these are Arabic names, I'm not Arabic, swept up from the desert, founded Marrakesh in 1060. They captured Fez in 1069, and they pushed that all on into Spain. Muslim Spain at the time of the Romantic Cid, Rodrigo Diaz the Vivar, was divided into 23 taifas. I think that's or principalities. Okay, thank you. The El Murabitin had little difficulty in dominating them on the pretext of helping to defeat Christian armies, as they did at Zalika near Badajoz in 1086. They took Granada, Córdoba, y Sevilla in the south, and finally Valencia and Zaragoza in the north. Although they were unable to hold them for long, Tashfin's son Ali ruled the empire from 1120 to 1143, and it was with him that the once fierce and astute Almoravides abandoned the veil to become luxury-loving. I can't pronounce that word. Putting it in Andalusia, I can say that word. In a short period of
it's a load of bullshit. But please stop reading. It's all a load of bullshit. The Huguenots were not Arabs.
Yeah.
Unless Robin can come up with some definitive source on the matter, we're going to have to forget about it. So, Robin, it's down to you. You made the claim. Bring up the evidence, because this is bullshit.
Sorry if my voice was hard to understand.
Dirty Lowlife says he's going to relax and listen. It was great to have you on, brother. I enjoyed our talk earlier on. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, and thanks for showing us your budgies. That really cheered me up. I didn't know Chickpea could actually be happy. So there you go. You did a miracle live on the internet.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to address Robin's claim, I think some of them did, but I don't think it was like a mass exodus of Moors into France, because a lot of the Moors either stayed in Spain or they went to like North Africa. So yeah, that's what happened. Like I think he's citing a false claim, honestly, because like maybe some of them went to France, but like they weren't welcome in Europe though. They were Moors. They were the Muslims, right? So I don't think there would be a lot of Arab people in like Europe at that time, especially, right? So they either stayed in Spain or they went to like.
Robin, come on and tell us what the hell you're going on about.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I think
do
it's.
You want me to show you something again? Oh God, he says he has no definitive proof. It's just a story he heard in Andalusia.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, it's not true. Yeah, because it wouldn't make any sense for Moors to actually go into the heartland of Europe even more when they were being expelled from like the region of it, the corner of Europe, Spain, right? Well, it's not a corner, but it's like at the end of it, at the tip of Europe, Spain and Portugal. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but. El Cid, like when my dad moved into Spain, he actually had a shirt that had like El Cid on it. It's pretty cool. And then I also went to Spain last year, and it was very nice. Yeah, I even went to like the stronghold, Asturias. That's where like the Spanish were like stationed to fight off the Moors. Yeah.
What's it like in Spain, Fatima? Like I've heard. Like one of the cities is going to shit. I don't know if it's Madrid or Barcelona, as they say.
It's Madrid. It's I mean, all cities are gonna have their problems, but the ones I noticed were pretty big was Madrid. Like Barcelona was okay, but like the capital, Madrid, yeah, that has a lot of Latin Americans there, like a lot of Colombians, Venezuelans, Peruvians, even. Yeah, there's a lot of them there.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, well, it makes sense though. Like they were colonized by them, so like actually, yeah. Oh yeah, there are a lot there too. I saw like all of the flags of like Latin America and like in like in like their neighborhoods over there. Yeah, it makes sense though. Like they'd rather have them than like other types of like migrants there in Spain, because at least they have like
many Argentinian people living in Spain.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, but it wasn't as much as the one group I saw a lot of were the Colombians. I saw so many of them, of their flags and like their like their food. Yeah, I saw so many of them there, and like their restaurants and stores and like their towns. So many of them there. Yeah, but there's like a few Argentines I saw there. Yeah, and there's also like a few Turks there. A lot of Turks were in Madrid. I saw they were like selling stuff on the street. Yeah, Turks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember one time on the show you said something so funny, and I forgot to bring it up. It was like something about how you can't, like, what's your take on the UK? Like, because I remember you said, I just don't understand how people can live there.
No, I swear to God, like who would want to live there? Both like people who want to move there and people who were born there. Like, I don't understand. Like it's unbearable. Like, I'd rather live in America than in the UK. I know that's crazy for me to say, but damn, man, whenever I hear news from the UK, I just get even more depressed. Like, I get sad for you guys,
What is it that you've heard, or what is it that you know
the
about?
economy? The economy is going to shit. Like, the mental health crisis is bad. The NHS is like almost going extinct. Yeah, like a lot of like political radicalization, polarization there. Like, there is no trust anymore, like in like the UK. Like the social life there is like shit, there. And and biggest one, the
freedom of speech. Yeah, that's starting to go away too. I hear you can't say anything mean online to anyone there. Like, or if you do, you'll go to jail or like you have a fine. You know.
Yeah, you're pretty much right about everything you said.
Right? Exactly.
The funny thing is, I got a friend who's actually gone over to where is he? I think not. He was in Albuquerque, but I've heard Albuquerque's a bit of a shithole because it's by the border with Mexico, isn't it?
Yes, that's in New Mexico. Yep, that's Albuquerque.
Yeah, but no, he was in Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, and he was telling me how he fucking loves it, and he's a Brit as well. And he was like, because the thing is about here in mostly London, right? In the big cities, Manchester, London, Birmingham. Is we're so fucking over-regulated. Like if you drive your car in the wrong lane, that's it. You get £80 fine. Like it's a very high stress environment. Like whereas in the United States, in certain states, like he was talking about Phoenix, Arizona. Like he said, it's so open and free, and like the people are nice. They have customer service, and
Yeah.
So,
And and that's like another thing about like the UK. It's so crammed. It's crowded. Like everyone lives in like the city is like in like those small townhouses that are like close to one another. They're like blocks, you know. Like damn, guys are so clustered in there. It's like it's an island, right? Like how many people live there? Like 80 million.
60 to 80 million. Yeah.
Damn, Jesus Christ! Like, how do you guys like not have a war already? Like you guys did, like in like the 1600s with like Parliament and the King.
You know what it is though? You'd be surprised, yeah. Like London is a shithole, as are the major cities. But if you go to certain places, yeah, like a bit more rural, where it's a bit more quote unquote English, basically white English, you'll actually enjoy it. You know that because it's more like it's more of an authentic experience, man. I'm not gonna lie, like because when I go on my hikes in summertime, I go to these areas and like the people are so much nicer, you know, like whereas in London it's just like a fucking mishmash of all types of shit, bro. You know what I mean? And people are just nuts regardless because it's a big city, innit? I mean, but when you go to the rural areas, it is quite nice, man. The English countryside is beautiful, man. Trust me. Like,
of course,
if you were to come to visit, if you were to see the English countryside, you'd probably change your mind, man. It's fucking amazing, bro. Honestly.
Of course, yeah. I think that anywhere in the world, countryside and like the more natural side is going to be nice. Same thing applies to America. And I think America has like, a lot more advantage because we have a lot of space. So we have like the mountains to like the fucking deserts to Alaska to like tropical, like a place like in Florida. Yeah, one thing I'll say something about America that I can't take away because it's geography is that it's a very, very biodiverse place, and that's really cool. I love biodiverse countries. Like biodiverse countries are so cool to me. Like. Yeah, like Brazil is biodiverse. Even my home country, Peru, is biodiverse. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel like London now. The problem is like there's been so many waves of See, I'm not against immigration because that's a natural human thing. But the problem we have is we've had fucking mass migration, and the worst kinds, like people coming over on boats. Basically, these they're referred to as the boat bastards. The boat bastards. But it's just fucking crazy. Like, you'll go through certain places in London, and like, there's not really like a good cultural cohesion because what you have is you just have first generation, like literally people who've just come like for 5 years ago or whatever, and they're all doing their own thing. And it's kind of weird, like in that sense. So that is a problem with London. I'm not gonna lie, but if you go out, not too far, but if you go out, it's much nicer. It's much more calm, relaxed. Same thing with Scotland. Don't let fucking Kenny put you off, bro. Because I swear to God, Edinburgh is amazing. If you ever get a chance, go to Edinburgh or Aberdeen or Dundee.
Of course, absolutely. Actually,
the Scottish, bro, their culture is so nice, man. So relaxed. Edinburgh is a small city. Very small population,
Absolutely. And one thing I noticed about Scotland is they actually have more of an open space than the UK. There's more like highlands, like mountains, the seasides, like the cliffs. Yeah, they look very nice.
Yeah.
The highlands, Scottish highlands look nice. And they have a
Yeah,
lot.
Scottish Highlands beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of
I
culture
actually
too.
climbed. Yeah, I
Yeah.
actually climbed Ben Nevis when I was 19, long time ago.
Mhm.
So that's the UK's highest mountain, is Ben Nevis.
Of course.
So I was able to go up there. Yeah, Scotland is beautiful, man. Oh my goodness! If you want to get away from it all, Scotland.
Yeah,
as well,
and then there's Ireland. Yeah, Ireland is pretty nice too. I've always wanted to see Ireland.
Yeah, Kilkenny. Yeah, Ireland. I've been to Dublin. I stayed a bit in Dublin, but I want to go see Kilkenny. But with all the shit that's going down in Ireland right now, I don't think I'm fucking going there.
Oh yeah, Ireland is Ireland has always been like kind of like the wild child in like the Isles, the British Isles. Yeah, because you guys had that war with them, the Troubles. Yeah.
The Troubles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still hold on to that shit as well, Like they don't fuck around, the Irish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly,
they still hold on to that.
Yeah. North Ireland, right? Like that's still a part of the UK, even though it's on the fucking mainland of Ireland. Like make that make sense. Yeah, like that's always going to be an issue, Like I'm surprised that shit hasn't started again yet. Like the Troubles 2.0, because like a lot of people are still kind of mad about that.
Yeah, the IRA and that, they were a serious fucking threat, man, when they were active. My God.
Oh yeah, it was like a terrorism on the UK already, like it was like car bombings on each side of the islands. Yeah, a terrorism essentially on like both sides, did acts that were like pretty bad. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Yeah. Why is it that nobody's talking in the chat? It's only me and you. So we got Chickpea, we got Pristine. Fucking hell, Pristine, you're always quiet, man. Pristine.
Yeah, sorry.
Don't be a sad cunt, be a sick cunt.
Well, I was trying to share Gecko, but Dean W must be AFK because like I was trying to share a video of this really cool gecko that I found. But anyway.
Ooh, nice. I love reptiles.
You guys' lingo is fucking funny as well, man. You guys have some funny words. I was fucking parched, mate. I was fucking parched. When they're thirsty, they sound fucking parched.
Oh. Parched.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just an American, a Hispanic American. Like what's weird is,
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
And like what's weird is that like I was born in New York, but like I don't have the accent. Like I'm not from there. Like who's a good example? I don't have like the Robert De Niro accent. Like are you talking to me? Something like that. I don't have that. But like you know who does though? My freaking dad has that, and it's weird because he was born in Peru, but he spent like 10 years in NYC, and for some reason the accent merged with his accent, so it's so fucking weird. It's like I'm talking to an Italian trying to speak Spanish and English, Yeah, it's so jarring. It's like, oh my God, just speak Spanish to me, bro. I cannot take you seriously with that accent.
Americans mainly sound the same to me. They come from like Texas and Tennessee, like any like kind of how do you say it, outback country bumpkin, kind of like Bergen, American Bergen type of accent that is really stands out. I don't like that, but other American places, I can't really tell the difference because I'm not American. It's kind of like, oh yeah, they all sound like, they all say Bath or whatever. Like I don't even know how to do it. It's like it's so much effort to say it like that. Instead of Bath, they're like Bath. It's like
Bath, man. Let's go down to West Virginia. Yeah. Oh, I hear that a lot because I live close to like the redneck country, West Virginia. Yeah, you're gonna hear that a lot. Yeah, like. The money, man. Where's the money? Moonshine, man. Hell yeah, man. I'm from fucking Charleston.
Oh, actually, I think anyway. Go.
I tell you what, though, Fatima, there's one song I listen to. Yeah, so when I go on my hikes in the countryside in summertime, it's John Denver's fucking "Country Roads," man. Come on.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a
Country
classic.
Roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have noticed there's like a few distinct regional accents in America. There's the one I gave, like the southern accent, like hey, what's up, yeah, hey, yeah, and then there's like the African Americans, who was like, what's up, guys, hell yeah, man, yeah, man, you got $5, man, hell yeah, man, fuck shit, man. Yeah, like fuck shit, fuck, man, yeah, exactly like that. Yeah, that's how they talk. I'm not trying to be, but like. No, not all of them. There's some who speak very, very sophisticated, but like the ones that like go to the bus whenever I get like my stuff, like they all say, "Hey man, you got $5, man? Hell yeah, man!" Yeah, they just talk like that to me. I'm like, what the hell? No, I don't have $5, man. That's fuck shit, man.
Australian accent is like a mix of English and American because like sometimes we say like plant. It is natural to me, which is more American. But English people say plant, or they'll say dance, but I say dance. So it's kind of mixed up. But like I don't always say, I don't speak in the American way all the time. So it's like I think Sydney is a mix of both with the A's. But in Brisbane, they're more English, I think. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah,
Aussies are weird. Aussies are weird because they call everybody with O's. Fucking abos, mate. Fucking lebos. Everything's O's.
Servo, Bravo. Yeah. Going to Servo. Here to Servo. Yeah, well, it's not wasting time. It's just shortening things so we don't have to talk as much. It's easier.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When I hear an Aussie person get mad, it's fucking funny, man. I'm not even taking the piss, but it's like, you fucking cunt. Like the way they speak, man, it's too funny, man. Like it's just too fucking funny.
You know who has like a distinct English accent? White South Africans. Their English is very, very unique. It's like, yeah, so like, yeah, I can't do it, but like whenever I hear them, I'm like, damn, that's kind of like a mix between Dutch and English, but it has like a Dutch twang to it. Yeah, it's very unique, you know. Yeah, the Afrikaners. Yeah.
Only bogans talk like that, the whole cunt thing. My parents raised me that word is disgusting. So yeah, I got told not to use it. But my adoptive mum is New Zealand, so she's a Kiwi.
That's because the Afrikaners were Dutch, weren't they?
Huh?
That's because they were Dutch. That's why it sounds like they speak Afrikaan. Afrikaan is like a kind of derivative. It came from
Dutch dialect, yes. But there's also a lot of English people of descent inside South Africa.
Yeah, but they're not Afrikaan. They're something else.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah.
Call them Afrikaan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a mistake. Yeah, but like generally, like white South Africans are like lumped together because they're European descent. So they mix in Afrikaners and like the British descent, and I think there's even some Germans in South Africa. Or there was Germans now.
Yeah, what do you call it? That place, Namibia was
Namibia. Yes. Yeah, German province, so German territory. Who else was there inside? Oh, inside Angola and there's even some the Portuguese.
Wasn't Angola Portuguese?
Yes, Angola, and there's some like half black, half like Portuguese people there. You know, the Malawi.
Oh yeah, I told you. I fucking saw one of the most beautiful women. Sorry to interrupt. Was a half Portuguese, fucking half Angolan girl. My goodness. My fucking goodness, bro.
Some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen have been Eritrean women. I don't know if you've ever seen Eritrean women, but my
Eritrea.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Yeah, they got those. They got those funky colored eyes, isn't it? They got like green eyes and shit.
I don't know. I don't know. They just got Bathsheba. If you're listening, darling, I still love you. Yeah, they're unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My neighbors are from Ethiopia, which is like on the border with Eritrea, and yeah, they have. But
like there are beautiful women all over the place. All women are beautiful. Yes,
yeah. It just depends on what tickles your fancy, innit? That's all it is, really.
Yeah. A lot of people have like something for like Latina women, and honestly,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but honestly. Honestly, I don't see it because I grew up in that environment, and I'm not like attracted to like my own race. To be honest, I'm
That's
not.
what it is. That's what it is. Because I used to date a Venezuelan girl, innit? She was a
Oh,
transfer student, uni
oh,
times, and
okay.
she had family in Caracas, innit? And
Yeah, Caracas, yeah.
I was actually she wanted. Yeah, we was actually serious for like 2-3 years, but she wanted me to go to Caracas, and when I researched this place, I was like, "Fuck that, bro! This
Oh
place is
yeah,
too dangerous."
that was during Hugo Chavez or like a Maduro. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting kidnapped. So they'll be like, "Look at this gringo, let's fucking kidnap him." You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I was like, "No,
exactly.
fuck that." No, but she was fucking beautiful. Do you know what? Yeah, she literally was like the real life version of Pocahontas.
Oh
Um,
really?
so I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what it is, but I've always liked those Latinas that they have that kind of Chinese look to them, but they're not Chinese, and they got the nice tan skin. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's called the what's their name called again? That's called like the cholas because they're like more indigenous than like Hispanic. Yeah, they're like more in they're mixed, but like they're more like native Amerindian than like Spaniard or European. Yeah,
I
that's
just
like
say Indian woman. Priyanka Chopra is pretty hot.
oh yeah, Indian women.
Especially when she was younger, like when she was Miss World. Yeah, she's fucking hot, and she's Indian. So yeah, but I don't like Latina women. I don't find that attractive.
Me neither. Well, I shouldn't be too harsh because like there's
Well,
one. Oh, sorry. What's up, Raj?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
The only country, weirdly enough, I find like a Latinas attractive are you're not gonna believe this in my experience. Like the ones that caught my interest are Cubans. Yeah, I think Cubans are pretty attractive.
I'll have to look it up.
Pristine, but you know, like a lot of Indian women and Latinas, there's certain archetypes of both groups that kind of could look the same. If you didn't hear them speak with an accent, you could mistake them. Certain types.
I think they look distinct, in my opinion, but I think women have a better.
Latinos have a nice ass. Sorry to put it out there, but yeah, that's true. Indian women don't have ass like that. I'm sorry, man. Latinas, they got like they're well.
Anyway. Okay, I think we're getting off topic a bit. Let's bring it back to something else. Okay, D&W. What else we're gonna talk about here? Anyone?
It's Fatima's fault. He shouldn't have brought up Latinas, man. You triggered me.
Penis size. We can talk about penis size, ass size, vaginal.
What?
Let's just say.
What?
The vaginal tightness.
Correct, you can't.
Vaginal tightness, maybe as well.
What the fuck? I just stepped out and I came back hearing this.
How pert bosoms are. Perhaps we could talk about that if you want.
Yeah.
I'm only joking. Sorry, Christine.
Okay, how about this then? Let's take it away from being so crude. What do you guys think about the idea that soon that a lot of the world will just be all mixed race, like because of globalization and stuff? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I'm already like kind of like a product of that. Hispanics are a product.
Well, it will be, but then it will take a long time to become. I mean, I think we're headed that way. I've said it before, and I think
we are.
Off. Yeah. But then, as I'm thinking of it now, I'm thinking there may then be pockets of different mixes, and then they'll start clashing with each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. Yeah.
So unless it's like unless it's globalized mixing, it might become like regional mixing, and then they'll start clashing with other mixes. Like
that happened in.
I don't think that will ever happen. Honestly, I think there's too many racist people like that are really into like the whole blonde hair, blue-eyed genetics, like the
Nordic. Yeah.
What is that? There's a word for it when they're like eugenics.
Aryan.
No, the eugenicists.
I think that will go with. I think modern media like gives people a window into life, and they see that people. It kind of breaks away the racist kind of tropes, you know. Because
I've never understood why they. Yeah, I've never understood why the white supremacists put blonde hair, blue eyed at the top when it's one of the most recessive genes. I'm not even trying to be racist or
I
anything.
think that's why. I mean, I think it's weird because I'm being honest. I used to be attracted to blonde women, like they used to turn your head.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
No, they used to, but like now I like a bit of something coloring in the skin. You know what I mean? But I think part of the reason why I think blonde women are attractive to males is because exactly that. It's because you see what you're getting, you know, because when they're very pale and such, you can see the flaws show up easier, so you can see what you're getting. I know that sounds controversial, but I read an article on that, and that is, there might be some truth to that. That's why maybe they do turn heads.
Yeah, well, in high school times,
they don't all turn heads. So when you see a good one, it's like it's on display kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, in high school, I dated
they kind of shimmer in the sunlight, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, in high school, I dated a Polish girl, and she was like super pale. But that's kind of what I was into at that time. But yeah, no, I think it's down to your preference at the time, really. Like,
Yeah, it is. It's all like.
I think it just also it's down to chemistry. Like your chemistry, it's down to your chemistry. I don't even think it's psychological or it's chemistry. If the chemistry's there, it's there. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a lot of that is pheromones and shit. You know.
Yeah, true.
You know.
I think blondes just look better, like you know, blonde hair, blue eyes. Like blue eyes look better. I definitely think that blue eyes look the best, and then there's green eyes, which come in second, and then everything else after that. But
I've got blue eyes, and I like brown eyes. You know, I like dark eyes. It's what you like, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
D&W's got that jungle fever. No, I'm joking.
Oh my god. Wow.
I can say that. I got Kenyan ancestry, so I'm allowed to say that shit. But
Kenya. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pale as like I'm like
No,
vampire.
I get kind of the older I got, the more freaked out I got by going out with someone who kind of looked like me. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you want to go out with your sister? You know, why would you want to go out with someone with blue eyes and fucking
I don't have.
and all that? I mean, I think
I agree.
I think that comes from living in a big city, though, because when you live in a big city, it becomes. I almost think it becomes really weird if you want to go out with someone from your same background.
Yeah.
Like it becomes like there's so much choice out there. Why would you want to go for someone that looks like your cousin or your sister?
Not all white people have blue eyes, though. Like I'm white and I don't have blue eyes.
I'm just saying. I'm just giving that as an example. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go out with someone with.
My eyes are very dark brown.
Traits similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that actually is, for the most part, what happens with human beings, whether we like it or not. Men like they like different things.
Yeah.
Yes, it's our genes, isn't it? We're seeking out the strongest possible pairing of our genes, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's called evolution. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why that's what the whole race thing.
All these white supremacists and black supremacists and whatever supremacists, they're all idiots, biologically speaking. Now, they're doing themselves a disservice, biologically speaking.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because if you keep copying the same genes, then they won't be strong.
No.
Oh, I don't know. I think that people can't help it. They're attracted. What if it's natural to them? Though I don't think there's any. I don't believe in evolution, and I don't believe in a god. So I don't believe that there's anything that's supposed to
I'm
be.
not laughing,
anything.
but you don't believe in evolution. I did laugh. So
Yeah,
you don't believe in evolution, and you don't believe in God. That's really interesting.
Okay,
so I've got anatomy Mandela effects, and I've got like animal Mandela effects. So I've seen our anatomy change without like evolution. It's more like magic. Shit just changes magically. That's what I've seen. So that's what I believe.
I will admit that.
There's lots of other people who remember the same anatomy as I do and the same changes and stuff, but you obviously haven't looked into Mandela effects, so you still believe in evolution.
No, I have. I mean, I remember thinking your heart was slightly on the left-hand side of your chest, and now it's in the center of your chest.
There's more than
like, guys, I remember growing up, everyone used to say your heart was just ever so slightly on the left-hand side of your chest, right? Just very left,
Center.
left of center. And now they're saying it's center, right? Am I right, Christine?
Yes, they are saying.
And a lot of people, I don't know, Rust, what do you remember? Do you remember them telling us it was on the left?
Yeah, I always did. And anytime I had a fucking, or if anybody had a sort of pain in their chest on the left, they were like, "Oh shit, my fucking heart." They just went into hypochondriac mode and started saying, "Oh
But
shit,
now
I
they're
probably got a
saying,
heart."
Christine, are they saying it's in the center now? Is that it?
Yes, they are. They are. It is in the center. Yes, they are saying that.
I always thought it was in like the right side or my. I don't even know if it was my
Right.
left. Oh, okay.
Maybe in some reality. I had that response as well from
Is
a
that a big Mandela effect then, Tristan? Do a lot of people talk about that?
The heart one is one of the main ones they talk about, but there's many others that people have pointed
So,
out.
and what is people have tried to debunk that? I'm sure. What's the debunking for that one? Tell us what the efforts
of
are
course,
to debunk
people
that.
who, if anyone hasn't experienced it, of course they're going to just say that you were misremembering and you're just ignorant and you didn't know, or you got taught the wrong information or whatever. But if you have an empty
I
memory,
mean, maybe it was we were talking about. I was definitely taught that when I was very young. I don't know about you, Ross. Be honest, Ross. Were you taught that?
Yeah, of course. The heart being on the left side of your chest. Yeah, I was taught that.
So it is. Look, it's in the center, but more towards the left. It's like it faces towards the left side as it goes down. So most of it is on the left hand side. Is that right?
But
okay.
But yeah, like even the skull looks way different to me. It's like angled down, like we've got no cheeks anymore, just like sucked in cheeks, massive cheekbones. Looks like people have been hit on each side of the face and they've got like these swelling issues. But that's all new to me since like 2023. I started noticing changes, whereas most people have been experiencing this since like 2016. But yeah, everything looked normal to me until someone told me about Mandela effects, and then suddenly everything was fucking topsy turvy, and everyone looks like a fucking alien now, and yeah, it looks ridiculous. No offense to people here, but yeah, they look like
So
freaks. No
Dirty Lowlife says it was on the left for him too, but Fatty says it literally is leaning on the left. Most of it is on the left. It starts in the center, but it turns towards the left. So maybe it's a bit of maybe it's someone stretching the Mandela effect, like maybe.
Or it might just be going
overreaching.
I think it was like for a while it was more centered, and I think now they're just changing the storyline again to going back to. It's probably going to go back to who knows what it's going to do. It's up to them. It's up to the designers. They are the ones who come up with the decisions and come up with these storylines. They're just chucking whatever storyline that they think is suitable, whatever, to fuck with people. I don't know what the reasons are. I'm just taking stabs in the dark, as I say. But yeah, my point is that because of what I've experienced, more than just that one Mandela effect, with anatomy and animals as well, there's many changes to animals and everything in reality. I don't believe in any solid evolution theory like that. Like it's more like magical evolution, not like over time or whatever. It can change whenever they feel like it can change right now, and we can look like completely different. It's just up to them. That's what I believe. I don't care what people say. Like you can believe it or not believe it. I don't give a fuck. That's just what I believe. So it's my experience.
So,
but yeah.
Do you reject like natural selection and all that stuff?
Yep. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't like it. I don't agree with it.
It's not like a religion.
That's not what I've experienced. I remember a whole different anatomy. So that's what I believe. So.
Side point, D&W, I have to fucking say, you are very talented with that music you made about it. I was literally brushing my teeth to that shit in the morning. I swear to God, D&W, man, fucking hell, that was, I like that video you made.
Well, I wrote the lyrics, cool. And then I wrote the lyrics. That's all I did. I wrote the lyrics, and then the AI played. I put it to AI music, But I was hoping he wasn't going to say, "Oh, you're racist." It was obviously
smooth West Coast.
Yeah, but that was just me prompting the music, brother. That wasn't my music. Do you understand? So I prompted the AI to make the music to my lyrics. Do you understand? But yeah, it
No,
came
but
out
like,
well actually.
yeah, the fact that you put it together and you let AI do the dirty work, you let AI do the dirty work, but the fact that you conceptualized it is what I'm saying. Like, you're quite talented
All
when you
right,
put
you
these
liked
things
it, yeah.
together in your head. So
Yeah. The
yeah, it's
lyrics
fucking funny, man.
were
Like the
meant
whole
to.
West
The
Coast,
lyrics were meant.
like yeah, it's a
The lyrics were
West
meant to
Coast
be
shit.
close to the bone as well. Yeah, the lyrics were meant to be close to the bone. You already said it. Me in LA, you think he's my shadow and vice versa. It is quite funny. I don't hate LA. He might, but I do find him wrong, about certain things. But it is what it is. Yeah.
Do you know, in an alternate universe, if you two were like lovers, like this shit
Oh God.
it would have
What
been
the?
a best-selling like story, bro, because the energy of like no, I'm
If
just
he
saying, like
was,
the
if he
energy of
was, an, if he was a,
like it's like
if he was an Eritrean woman.
if he was a big booty Eritrean girl. Yeah.
Yeah. If he was an Eritrean woman,
Especially
he
at
might
the
have a
end, I was
chance.
laughing when you're like
Missing.
yeah,
I
especially at
called
the
him a
end when you're
bitch. I
like
said he's not my boy.
you
He's my
said all
bitch.
that and you're like
Yeah. Oh man.
oh man.
Yeah.
What's happened to Chickpea? Is she AFK?
She's probably sleeping.
Oh, she's asleep, probably. Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah, no, it was a good video, man. I thought it was quite cool as well, the music and that.
Yeah, the cool was obviously the music was. I'll be honest, it was kind of Snoop Dogg.
Funk, G-funk.
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Fatty, it would be great to have you on, darling. Fatty's a very clever lady. I wish she'd come on.
She came on once, right? And then she stopped coming on, if I can remember.
Yeah.
Come on, Fatty, don't be shy. Get on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah, but DMW, I thought it was funny how you used like stereotypical like African American like a cartoon characters as like the thumbnail. I was like, whoa.
Well, they're actually hip hop artists.
I know. Yeah, like like there's a Slick Rick. I saw Slick Rick, Snoop Dogg, Notorious B.I.G. Yeah, all
because
those
that was
guys.
the whole point. Because he accused me of being racist, and that was the whole point. I said in the title, apologies for any possible cultural misappropriation. That was the whole joke.
Yeah, I was like,
I didn't laugh.
damn, he's being daring. Man. He's daring. He's bold now. You can make a song about me, and it has,
you know, he's called me some terrible things lately.
Of course, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He has.
Everyone
But the
has.
thing is, I don't mind. I know what I truly am, and I'm not what he said. So I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And also, there's years of fucking content to show that I'm not what he said. He knows it himself. He is a little bit. He's making the most of this in terms of like. He's so funny because he does all these things and then he accuses me of doing it. I'm not talking about this guy, and then he goes, "This guy keeps talking about me." No, you were talking about me constantly. He talks about me more than I talked about him in his lives. Yeah.
I
Leader
don't even
Lady
think
says,
he.
"Make a." Sorry, Pristine.
Oh, I was just thinking that he probably doesn't even listen to hip hop. He doesn't seem like the type to listen to that stereotypical.
Yeah.
That's a topic, but yeah. I wonder what he does
Well, that
listen
was
to.
quite
That'd be.
smooth. It wasn't like DMX or anything. It wasn't grime. London grime.
It wasn't
It was
trap.
quite chilled out.
In America, we call that trap. Yeah, like trap music is like the dirty rap. Yeah.
I did think of making it more aggressive, actually. That might have given it. that might. I went for that one because if I'd gone more aggressive, he might have thought I was being serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, you can
Well, like
make.
X give it to you, yeah. You should have went for the XCOM give
Sorry?
it to you style.
Yeah.
Like heavy,
Yeah, no, you know
rough
the.
DMX.
I was
You should
thinking.
have
I
went
was
for it
thinking.
like
You know. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know the DMX when DMX goes hardcore, like fucking angry. That
We're the
kind of
hood.
one.
Yeah, exactly. That
Yeah.
DMX. Yeah, my older
Yeah.
brother
Yeah. Yeah.
was a big fan of DMX. My older brother is a big
I
fan.
was as well. I had the Great Depression. You know that album?
Yeah, hell yeah. I know
yeah.
Mm.
that. My brother also had that album too. Yeah.
My Father God, I am just learning how to pray. Yeah, yeah. His voice was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
very
And
aggressive.
Yeah, he had the voice.
Shorty was the bomb. That song, Shorty was the bomb. Man, we only did it for one night, but man, the pussy was good. Shorty's fucking up my life. Fucking up my life. Remember that song? Shorty. That is a great tune, man.
Don't know who it is, but like his name is King Von.
This
No one knows who
guy
He
King Von
fucking
is.
died. He died.
he
He died.
spent
DMX died, man.
DMX. Oh yeah, he died.
Yeah.
yeah, he had
What did he die
bipolar.
of?
He was bipolar. He
He
had a
was
lot of
bipolar. What did he die of?
Lung. I think it was a pneumonia. He died of DMX, a pneumonia.
But cancer? Was it cancer? Like
Caused pneumonia.
or was it pneumonia?
I think it was cancer that caused like his lungs to like have like a pneumonia, and he died from the actual pneumonia itself,
Yeah.
not from the cancer.
I reckon he was. I reckon because he was in movies and shit. So I reckon he was a cool dude, man. I reckon he was cool to be around.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you like NW? Okay. Do you?
I think he spent too much time around dogs, man. The guy used to fucking bark like a dog in his. Remember?
Yeah.
The guy would just start barking
Yeah.
in his songs and shit. Like, what the fuck? He's like, oh. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Calm down, DMX.
I remember that.
Well, you know
Yeah,
DMX.
Yeah, he would like growl like a
Lines.
dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Busta Rhymes? You guys know him? Or
Yep.
no? Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah,
does.
he's a classic, man. Busta Rhymes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
The
another
Busta
classic.
Rhymes. Yeah, he's a classic. Yeah, he was part of a tribe called Quest. Yeah, he was part of that group. Yeah, tribe called Quest. Yeah. Which
I
is
mean,
from-
they were remarkable people in like that kind of all that shit. American hip hop is remarkable for what it stood for and what it did. You know.
originally. Now
They
it's
like the shit on it. No, the old shit. I'm talking about the old shit.
I know. Originally it was about like standing up to like social issues, systemic issues, stereotypes of them, and now they embrace them by talking about like shaking that ass and drugs and money and violence. Yeah, it's what they talk about. Yeah, the
Yeah, remember that tune with Flavor Flav?
26 says he talked
Power.
about huh? King Von, yeah, he was crazy. Then there's
I think drills destroyed hip hop, innit? Drill music.
Drill music, yeah. In the UK, you guys call it drill. In America, we call it trap music. Trap, yeah.
Okay.
Like it's same thing.
I do think the old grime music was good, and then it turned into like,
I think one of my favorite like music movements was trip hop, and one of the best ones was from Massive Attack. I think you guys know Massive Attack, obviously, right? I love that band or that group.
Yeah. I used to love Massive Attack. Teardrop,
yes, and Black Milk.
Yeah,
Black Milk.
Yeah.
Black. And then who else was from there? The Prodigy was also from that era of like the 90s, like house music. I like that stuff too. The Prodigy. Yeah, that stuff was great. And who else was there? Prodigy. Apex Twin was also from the UK. I think Scotland.
That's another one. Prodigy. I saw Prodigy live, and the Maximus, the big black guy. When I was at the gig, he headbutted one of the security dudes, man, and got arrested on the stage. Yeah.
Oh shit.
And but they were really cool. But he killed himself, didn't he, Fred?
Yeah, he did. I think so. Yeah, that's what happens whenever like you live like the rock star lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah, but I like a lot of like 90s music. Like one of my favorite groups or artists was none other than Apex Twin. I love Apex Twin.
Yeah, LA might be likable. LA might be likable if he was less of a disingenuous lying scumbag. But even then, I'm not so sure. There you go. Character assassination live on the Finding Oasis show. Why isn't Spec coming on here today? Robin. I mean, it's weird.
Special? I mean, social? Oh, okay. I don't know why.
No,
social.
Spec Man.
Spec Man, okay.
Yeah. Robin. I don't know why he's not coming on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you know one thing this show has had an effect on me is that, when I'm out and about, I find it very difficult to have conversations with people now because they just seem like fucking idiots, man. Like, because I'm coming onto the show and like we talk really deeply about philosophy, life, everything. When I talk to normal people, like the NPCs or the normies, it's like fucking hell. These people are some low frequency motherfuckers, bro. And I'm not even trying to sound arrogant, but like, yeah,
I don't know, mate. I get what you're saying, but in terms, I wouldn't say we're particularly connected to what's going on or highbrow, but I get what you're saying. It's a certain type of conversation. It's questioning things, and some people don't do that. I get what you're saying. But I mean, maybe they're better off.
This show. Oh shit! Sorry.
Don't you dare espouse the blue pill, fucking D&W. Come on, the whole purpose of finding Gnosis.
I kind of agree with the statement. Once you see something, there's no one seeing it, and once you know, in terms of like the existential terror of reality and the kind of meaningless and the questionable nature of everything, that you've ever been told in terms of the social conditioning and such. Yes. But once you go there, there's no going back. But as I say, maybe the people who aren't there yet are better off.
No, I disagree because only the truth can set you free, brother. Only the truth can set you free, no matter how ugly or dark that truth is.
What is truth?
Yeah, so go on, fam.
What is truth?
Specman is here.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Are you sure your name's Fatty, man, not Crazy Guru? Yeah, I'm just...
yeah.
That's a Crazy Guru question right there.
Robin. It's the legend that is Robin. Robin is back.
Specman,
good to have you back, brother.
¿Cómo estás, amigo?
Yo estoy muy bien. ¿Cómo estás?
Qué bueno, mi cabrón.
I got
Gracias.
Qué bueno, cabrón.
Oh shit, is that the Robin?
Yeah, it's the
Robin. Yeah.
Sí, es el cabrón de Robin, sí.
I've asked many people what cabron actually means, and because I lived in Spain, they're always like, that's some kind of Mexican thing.
It's mainly used by the Chicanos, like the Mexicans. That's like another word for the Mexicans is the Chicanos, but like it's spread everywhere in all of like Latin America.
The Chicanos in Japan. There is a whole group of
people.
Yeah,
there is. They fucking dress up like the gangs, like the fucking like them.
Mix them in with the Mexican Chicanos, and nobody.
The fucking Japanese Chicanos, they wear like the fucking bandanas, the long socks up to their ankles, like the flannel shirts that you see in like the film, glasses. What else? Like fucking they grow out like their fucking facial hair to have like a goatee like them. They ride like low riders. Then
I think that's what the fuck. Yeah, in Japan there is no such thing as cultural appropriation.
Yeah, they fucking dress like fucking like Like Chicano, like, exactly. Like it's almost like you're going.
I can't talk about the guys, but the girls, I think it's kind of like a cute look. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's almost like it's almost like whenever you go to like those like events in Japan about like the freaking like the whole like a Chicano thing. It's almost like you're going into like L.A. like not L.A. that we know, but like Los Angeles, like the city, because there's a lot of them there. There's a lot of like Japanese and Hispanics there in Los Angeles, and they do like intermingle a lot there. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not having, I looked in the back room earlier, DNW, and it was just stuttering. So I decided maybe it was the wrong moment. So cool.
Chicano.
What does Chicano mean? It just means a Mexican who's born in American, right? Or a Mexican American?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly that. Or it could be just general Mexicans. Yeah, and like
Chico means small, so it's kind of
small,
like a
small boy. Yeah, small dude, small guy. Yeah, and then there's Chicana, and then the female version is a Chicana. Yeah, yeah.
We've had numerous. I read a headline the other day that an AI song had topped iTunes. But apparently, it's not the first time it's happened. But it has happened recently. I'm just trying to look it up in the news. "Celebrate Me" storms global music charts. It's an AI generated song called "Celebrate Me." Apparently, it's top of the Billboard charts. It's the iTunes charts. It's top of everything. So, "Celebrate Me" it's called.
Really? Wow.
Is it purely AI, or did somebody prompt it?
Yeah, it's purely AI apparently. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Hapu your amigo.
But apparently this isn't the first time it's happened. I thought it's happened before.
Yeah, but I mean, we're human beings. We've been living and using music for 300,000 years. We're attuned to it, and we don't care whether it was a machine that did it or, those machines are basically an extension of us. It's not like they got a whole bunch of chimpanzees to program them, so they're an extension of us. So cool.
Yeah. It's the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do
the
think
end of the world, and we know it. I feel fine. I love that song. It's the end of the world. That's by REM.
Wait, sorry guys. Ragnarok Odinson, is that Peter Ragnarok or is that a different Ragnarok?
You're right. Yes, that's Peter. Yeah.
I fucking know.
It won't be long before we have an AI Hollywood blockbuster film, will it? It won't be long. Or before there's an AI generated
within 2 years, 3 years.
an AI generated Netflix series,
Yes. Oh yeah, we're gonna have like a big Chungus versus like a Charlie Kirk and like those AI videos. We're gonna have that. Yeah.
Daddy's thinking of doing that.
AI. It's already all AI.
Oh
all
yeah.
of it. That's
right.
We're all AI. Plot twist. Sorry to break it to you. Everyone's AI.
Not everything that you know. Follow in the steps of Rene Descartes and David Hume. Doubt everything you know until you only know one thing, which could be anything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
My problem with AI is that it's owned by the mega rich. That's my problem.
So everything is pretty much so.
Robin, like you can't really change it. It comes from them. Like the AI comes from like the super.
Yeah, they funded it.
It comes. All of these inventions come from some super poor kid that they found and then they drug up and then gave him the resources.
It's gonna go into conspiracy theories.
In the ultimate position to exploit everybody and everything. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm listening to that. I'm listening to that somewhere else. I don't know if you can you hear it. Alexa, volume 10.
Volume 10. Oh shit. Oh, it's Isaac Spirit Man, or ISM.
Alexa,
Sorry,
volume,
I was
volume
just chewing
7.
up a microdose of mushrooms. 1 second.
Oh shit.
No, for real. I want to talk about the taking of ideas from people's brains. I remember being drugged and put in a lab, and they took all my ideas and made billions of dollars, and they made my inventions all at
Next up. I mean, it's all right, but I mean, humans could fucking do that.
Yeah, we could
better,
do that in a
you
bit
know?
better too.
Fucking hell.
It's no
It's nice lyrics and all that. But it's, I mean, there's I think there's lots of humans that could do as good a job.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
I want to hear what the psychonaut Isaac has to say.
What are we talking about? What do you want to hear about?
We're
You said something about mushrooms.
8 nice songs.
Tell your story.
You said
okay,
something
cool.
about shrooms, bro. I want to hear about the shrooms. Come on, man, tell us.
Okay, so I've been shrooming since I was like 24, and I'm 30, and I never stopped, and I always did it.
Wow.
So yeah,
What
so
other
I'm an expert on the matter. Honestly, to God, I could take anyone through a trip and ease their mind through the whole thing.
Have you smoked salvia or DMT?
I've done salvia 3 times on a high level. I've done salvia like 20 times on a lower level. I've done DMT for 30 days straight, every 24 hours, and then I did DMT for 30 days straight. Oh no, I did. Then another time I did DMT for 18 days straight, every 24 hours, because that's how long it takes to reset in your bloodstream.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about your salvia trips and then the DMT?
Yeah, I would love to share that. That's a beautiful experience that I had with my friend in high school. I was out of high school. He's my friend from high school, but we were like 19. And I just looked at the number 1900s in the private chat. It's funny. When I said 19, I looked at the number 19. That's funny. Anyways, so I took a 60x potency salvia. So 1 gram to 60 ratio of the chemical inside, but it was hash. So it was a purple sticky hash of salvia, but it was 60x. So I snapped the whole bowl with the torch. And I will say this. I went out of my body. I saw my light body connected to my body, and I was even outside of my light body. So then I saw the whole system. And then I saw we're connected to our light body by an umbilical cord, and everything we do in this life is nurturing our body to when we reincarnate or when we go into our next life. That's the energy you're absorbing through your light field in the umbilical cord. That's a golden cord. It's I saw it. Every moment and every time will make your next existence. So you could change your next existence in this moment in time. That's how I saw it.
Yeah, that's really funny because when I was out, I looked for the cord, the silver cord, and I couldn't see it.
Mine was gold. Yeah.
No, I couldn't actually see the cord. Maybe it was just me, but
I could.
But like you said, you went one step further because I was still in my light body. You said that you went.
I went even beyond it. I took imagine snapping a whole gram of 60x salvia hash.
That's
imagine.
I would if I knew what it was.
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you, it's scarier than DMT. It was more dreamlike than DMT. It took me out of my mind, and DMT, you keep your mind. So then in this subject, I had to awaken in a new world and have to grasp reality as a newborn. And then all of a sudden I flipped through a book of time. I was spinning, standing up. My friends recorded me on salvia doing this. And I was spinning in circles trying to fit back into the book of time on the right page at the exact millisecond. So then I was like, okay, now if I stop right now, I'll be in the right time alignment because spinning in circles does something to time. It was fucking.
Have you done ayahuasca?
No, but I did DMT for 30 days straight, and then I did it for 16 days straight once also.
Yeah, well, I went out when I did ayahuasca, which was the original, and I've got good news for you guys. I found myself at least 1,000 years in the future, and humanity was still petty, small, horrible.
I've reincarnated and incarnated many times. Yeah.
Yeah, humanity's going to make it for the next
It's like
1,000 years.
lucid
No matter
dreaming.
how bad things get. So
Yeah.
that's kind of good news. I like the fact that we exist. I just would like that we could exist in a more harmonious way.
Yes, that's the key to reality is tapping into that synchronicity. And if we could ripple effect it through all of reality at once, it would take a really like I don't know, like it would have to be like I don't know how to explain it. We need a day that's like called "You're Me and I'm You" day. Like when you realize that everyone's you and you're when everyone's
What about
me and I am them.
What about the Mayan Day Out of Time?
What's that? One more time.
The Mayan A Day Out of Time.
I don't know much about the Mayan time calendar. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, because
I don't know much about it. If I had to project any idea on it, they saw something in time through their psychedelics and their like indigenous entheogenic studies. They might have seen the future, but I mean, like I don't know that anyone could tell the future in the sense of they know for a fact, but I think you could project into the future and see that like these things might be possible and very plausible, and you could guess like on an 80 to 90% basis, but there's always that 10% chance.
No, but it's subjective because you've only got your particular viewpoint.
Okay, guys, sorry, guys.
Right.
Guys, I'm going to have to shut this down soon so you can chat backstage about this, no problem. But before we do shut the show down, I want to ask Speckman, because Speckman said something interesting there. He said that he had a vision of humanity existing in 1,000 years' time. Can you tell us what it was like?
Well, yeah. So basically, I went through all of the learning curves and all of that, and when I finally realized that I could get out, some friends of mine have been talking about this crazy thing that there's messages sent to us in sunlight. So I decided to go and have a look. So I found myself outside of the Earth, and I was looking for the sun, and I couldn't see the sun, and it was like, where's the sun? I think, oh shit, it's probably on the other side of the planet. So I went round to the other side of the planet, and lo and behold, yeah, there was the sun. And I placed myself in between the sun and the Earth at roughly about halfway distance, and I looked to see if there was any messages in sunlight. Couldn't see any. So then I decided to go back to Earth. So when I was back Earth, I was floating above the Earth, and I was looking down, and I'm thinking, wow, this is beautiful, because it was just all pristine nature. Everything was pristine nature. And then lo and behold, there was this massive silver, like it was in silver solar panels, massive pyramid, and it was about a mile high. It was massive.
Wow.
And as I got closer to it, and I flew closer to it, I got the feeling that pretty much everybody who was alive spent all of their time in these buildings. So I decided to fly around, and I tried to look for cities. I couldn't even see roads. All I could see was another massive pyramid, and they were interconnected by a monorail that hung underneath the track instead of above, which connected the pyramids together. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. So I kind of like tried to fly closer, and I couldn't see any, but I did feel that there were people that just refused to live in these massive complexes. They didn't want to. So it was a possibility to live back out there within nature. Anyway, when I finally got back, I told the guru about it, and he goes, well, when was this? And I'm going, I don't think it could be in the past, because, you know, futuristic pyramids with tech, everything. So it must
that
be.
That could easily be the past. That could easily be in the past.
Do you think that we've reached a level of
unless they hid the whole shit, maybe you're right. Yeah.
Because the technology, it was only a feeling. I didn't go and look in, but it was just a feeling. The technology was off the charts, but we'd cleaned up our act.
Every night I dream is like that. Every night I dream that it's like the technology's better, everything is more advanced, but we don't worship the technology and we have a good time. Every night I dream.
Well, people's needs are taken
Okay,
care
guys,
of.
I'm gonna have to shut it down. I'm gonna have to shut it down
Okay,
now.
we'll
Sorry,
go
guys.
backstage. Yeah, we'll go backstage.
Yeah, go backstage, no problem. So
Let's go
we can go
backstage.
around clock. Yeah, we can, no problem. We're gonna end the stream here. I just want to give closing remarks, guys, if you want to. Christine, do you want to say something in closing?
Have a good night, everyone. For those of you who are in the nighttime, stay tuned.
Have a good night.
For others. Fatima, do you want to say anything in closing?
Adios.
Mr. Weasel, sorry. Weasel.
Muchachos y muchachas. Adios, amigos. Yep, that's all.
Hasta luego.
Yep.
Grassy ass.
Yes.
Now, Chickpea, are you there?
Chickpea?
No, she's having a rest. Okay. Russ, do you want to give your closing remarks, mate?
Fucking hell, I got nothing to say, man. I wish the best for everybody, man.
Thank you. Speckman, do you want to give your closing remarks?
It was
Yeah, I
horrible.
just want you to know if you're out there and you're struggling and you're overthinking it, just remember we're all human, we're all community, we understand, and just keep positive and keep going.
Thank you, Isaac. And Speckman, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, it was horrible without you guys when I couldn't get online. So it's good to see you again. Good night.
Lovely.
Good night, Robin.
Okay, guys.
Buenas noches.
Soon. Turn on the bell. Turn on your notifications. Come back soon. We will continue our journey towards Gnosis. I enjoyed some of tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Take care.